What does it even mean to be rich as fuck? It's a bit of a general term, isn't it? Could be different for everyone. Well, here's my answer. It depends. It depends where you live, right? Do you want to live in Newport Beach or Greenwich, Connecticut, or do you want to live in Thailand or Croatia where it's much more affordable? Do you want to drive a McLaren or a Rolls, or do you not give a shit on what you drive? Do you have 4 kids in private school? Is it just you? All of these things will determine what your rich as fuck number is. I think it's really important, though, that you do know what being rich as fuck means for you. So let me give you my definition. My definition is this. You have the cash flow and the equity so that you wake up every day and you get to ask yourself, what do I want to do today? And whatever your answer is, you can do that. That's freedom. That, to me, is rich as fuck. Now, there's problems with this definition. For instance, what if you wake up and you're like, you know what? I really want to buy the Los Angeles Lakers today. Well, you're not Jeff, Bill, Elon. You can't necessarily do that. So there's limitations to that definition. There's a quantifiable definition we could go with here instead. We could say, pick a number. 10 million, 50 million, is it 100 million? Is it a billion? Right? Whatever your number is, that's what being rich as fuck might be for you. Here's the real though. It doesn't matter about this definition. Having a definition that works for every single person on planet Earth is irrelevant. One, because it's not actually possible. And two, it's your number, right? Your number is going to be different than my number, no matter what. What's most important here is 2 things. Number 1, you know what your number is. Think about it. For you to be rich as fuck, what is your number? Really important you know what that is. 2, once you know it, you are flying, speeding, racing, trampling the dead, and hurdling the weak so that you actually get there. Very important you start that now, and I'm going to explain why in a second. Another key part of this definition I want to go over real quick is I said you have the equity and the cash flow. Equity is assets, right? Cash flow is money that's consistently coming in. They're different things. I have been times in my life where I've had cash flow, a lot of money coming in, but no equity, right? I didn't own any things of value that were appreciating or gave me tax advantages and so on and so forth. It's kind of like being a drug dealer. You don't really own shit, but you got a lot of money coming in. I've also had times where I have a lot of equity. In fact, recently I had a ton of equity, but I had very little cash flow. And it was very stressful. It's like I have all this money, but I can't touch it. And there's not that much money coming in at the moment. That's also really stressful. It's like being a 10th generation lord in England, right? Where the assets get passed down and the land gets passed down. But every time that someone dies, they take part of the money out via taxes or state taxes and so on. And the pie gets smaller and smaller, and there's no actual cash flow coming in because you're a lord in England, and therefore you grew up with a silver spoon. You don't do shit. I don't know. I'm hallucinating here. The point is that I've been in both those situations. Maybe you have too. We have a lot of cash flow and no equity coming in, or you have a lot of equity but very little cash flow. And so here's the reality: they both suck. You don't want either of those situations. You want both. You want equity and you want cash flow so that when you wake up and you go, what do I want to do today? Whatever your answer is, there's cash flow coming in that can fund you to do that. But it's also not going to break the bank because you have equity, you have assets that are appreciating and so on and so forth. So what does it mean to be rich as fuck? I have no idea. You get to decide what that means for you. I just gave you some ideas on what to think about there. The next point I want to make is that most business owners and marketers have a very shallow understanding of marketing, of copywriting, of persuasion, of buyer psychology. And I use the word shallow on purpose. It's because they only go a couple inches deep. Their income is proof of this. The fact that they wake up in the morning and they have to do sales calls. They have to have these meetings. They have to do all these things. And I use have to on purpose because it's not like they want to. They have to do it. They don't have a choice. They need the money. They're not rich as fuck, right? They're dabbling. I am not a dabbler in this realm of marketing and making money online. I am immersed. I am obsessed. And I have been obsessed for 14 years. So this audiobook is a no holds barred, overly, probably too candid outpouring of everything that I've discovered that just works the absolute best for getting rich as fuck from being as deeply immersed as I have the last 14 years. I'm not saying this is everything, but it's the best stuff that I've found being immersed and obsessed. My goal is by immersing yourself in this audiobook that you are about to become a rich as fuck marketer too. In this audiobook, you'll notice that I've bypassed the basics, the established principles, the fundamentals. I didn't want to spend time rehashing those. You are flooded with those tips and strategies on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube. You can't not see them. My assumption is also that you know them and you are aware of them. So what you're about to discover in this audiobook, these are my clicks on the dial. These are my bullets. And like, I only got 6 bullets in the chamber. Here's what I'm doing. These are my go-tos, my advanced tactics and strategies that I rely on every single day to scale my own offers in my own businesses. And I used the term a second ago where I said, you're about to become a rich as fuck marketer. And I said that on purpose because if you are into this, if you're listening to this, you are a marketer. We are marketers. And as a result of that, guess what? We are different than normal people. We just are. You like to learn about buyer psychology and persuasion and how to, pardon my French here, mind fuck a marketplace for fun and profit and to grow your business. You like learning about these tactics to influence and persuade people and convert them and so on and so forth. You like that? What is wrong with you? There's nothing wrong with you. You're a marketer. I'm a marketer. We enjoy that stuff. That's our juice. That's our zone of genius, right? So own it. For me, it's a badge of honor to look at someone and be like, yeah, I love this shit. I love learning about psychology and persuasion and how to make money online. My favorite thing in the world. I kind of look at the world as there's a paradigm of there's marketers and then there's the marketed. And the marketed are the people who are simply marketed to. Oh, there's the Super Bowl is this month. I see a bunch of commercials. I'm being marketed for it. I guess everyone's watching it. I should watch it too. Oh, there's this movie that the news and the media is telling me that I should go see, that everyone likes it. Guess I should go see it too. They just are marketed to. They're not really making their own decisions. They're not designing a life of their own design. They're just responding to being marketed to. I don't want to be on that side. I don't want you to be on that side. I don't want you to be at the effect. I want you to be at the cause. I want you to be a marketer. That means we decide what is the message, what is the narrative, what is the advertising, what is the behavior we want to incentivize, that we want to make happen. And then you push and project that out there and you cause other things to happen. You are at the cause, not at the effect. And some of the marketing that you will do, if you're really serious about this, will have people, friends and family, allegedly, criticize what you're doing or hate on it or doubt you or laugh at what you're doing. But you're going to have the courage to follow through because the results are going to be so good from it. Right. And besides, to be honest, I would rather be thought of as a marketer, hardcore marketer with millions and millions of dollars and being rich as fuck than being thought of as just normal or not even being thought of at all and eking out a living. Right. As you can tell, this is going to be a very, very blunt audiobook. Some of this may challenge you, may make you feel uncomfortable. And to avoid missing out on all of the value that I'm trying my absolute darndest to put in here for you, you're going to need to tolerate some of that discomfort. And I want you to just carefully, don't just take what I say at face value. Think about it. Carefully consider the ideas and the strategies that you're hearing and that you're learning. Now, very briefly, I am going to describe my own qualifications in case you are new to me or you don't know much about who I am or what I've done or where I came from. And I'm going to do it very briefly. And I'm doing it because I want you to know that the ideas I'm about to share with you should not be taken lightly. And what I'm about to tell you, I say none of it to brag. I don't need to brag. I don't have any interest in bragging. I just want you to get this and I want you to be super receptive to it. So I started my marketing, my online make money career when I was 20 years old from my dorm room at Michigan State University. Before that, I had been a basketball player. I played basketball my entire teenage years. I spent 8 hours a day in the gym, 7 days a week. Played college basketball at a Division II school called Eckerd College in St. Petersburg, Florida. I burned out, quit playing basketball, transferred back to Michigan State. I'm from a town called West Bloomfield, Michigan. So it was right near where I grew up. And I'm sitting there in my dorm room and I'm looking at the rest of my life and I'm saying, I do not want a normal life. I don't want a cubicle. I don't want a job. I want to be free. I want to be rich as fuck. I didn't use those terms, but that's what I wanted. I had no capital. I had no connections. I didn't have rich parents. I didn't know any rich people. And I had no advantages. In fact, I was a C&D student in college. And when I started trying to learn how to learn copywriting and how to make money online, my family and my friends, they thought I was crazy, right? Fortunately, I didn't listen to them. 14 years later now, I've sold $77 million of my own products and services online. That's not like other people's stuff. That's just my own courses, my own coaching programs, my own products, and so on and so forth. I've done 7 to 8 figures in 6 different niches online. I have a lifetime return on ad spend better than 50 to 1, which means for every dollar that I've put into advertising in my career so far, I've made more than $50 back on every dollar. When I look at that number, all I can think is I should have spent way more money on advertising than I have. And I've sold products everywhere from $9 to $69 to $997 to $16,000 to $75,000 products as well. So I've done low ticket, I've done medium ticket, I've done high ticket. I hated social media. I'm still not a huge fan of social media, but I realized it was important. And so I grew my social media from scratch to 5.1 million followers between Instagram and TikTok in about 3.5 years. And I've been paid millions in fees and royalties as an advisor and marketing strategist to dozens of 7- and 8-figure business owners, including people like the amazing Jay Shetty or Jordan Belfort, the company of Robert Kiyosaki, Les Brown, Dan Bilzerian, and a bunch more. And much that I've shared with them is also what I'm sharing with you in this audiobook. I've also grown teams. I've had offices and locations. I've had employees peaking at 72 employees at the most. I've done live events where I've had over 1,000 of my customers attend the live event. And today, my main business is just scaling my own offers where I'm happily pulling the strings behind the scenes. And then that's one business, my main business. And then my passion business is this, me talking to you right now, where I can talk about marketing, copywriting, conversions, ads, all the other shit that I fucking love with other passionate marketers and business owners like yourself. In this passion business here, I write a daily email, very, very valuable. You don't need to click a link to get value. It'll be right there in the email. You're not going to get that email every day. You are expected to read it daily. I hope that you do. I hope that you get tons of value from it. So I do the daily email. I have this audiobook. Usually every month or every other month, I do an implementation program with the people on my email list. So you want to look out for that. And then I have something called the Copy Mafia, which is we meet for an hour a week on Zoom. And I just critique the shit out of people's copy, ads, marketing messages, content, and help them get more return on ad spend, more views, more clicks, and so on and so forth. And the last thing is this, related to the title of this book, right? It's called 77 Ways to Get Rich as Fuck. Could sound like it's a financial book, a money book. I'm not a money expert, and I definitely don't claim to be. If you want financial advice, I'm not the guy to go to. I am not a money expert. I am a make money expert, and they're different. All right? Okay, let's get into it. Now, before we begin, I want to be very clear about my reasons for even titling this book, 77 Ways to Get Rich as Fuck, why I think it's so important you need to get rich as fuck, and why you need to do it right now, and why, frankly, I think a lot of people are screwed if they don't. I'm just being totally candid. Remember that lockdown thing? Remember how they chose which businesses got to stay open and which didn't? Not a good sign for the future of business. Remember that money printing thing where that Federal Reserve thing, they like printed all this money more than they ever had, and they kind of punished people who had been saving, and they made the value of your dollar shrink, and it like keeps shrinking, and it's not worth as much, and it's continuing to be worth less. Remember all those like tech layoffs, hundreds of thousands of tech employees being laid off? Remember AI? It's like coming, it's like doing things, like taking people's jobs, things like that. Remember all the anti-capitalist sentiment that's just kind of out there, subtle, not subtle, covert, overt. There's a great line in the show Billions where Bobby Axelrod says they used to salute the guy in the limo. Now they throw eggs at him. It's kind of what's going on a little bit. I see that. My point is the window is shrinking. I really believe it's shrinking, and it's shrinking fast. 14 years ago when I got started making money online, it was easier than it is now. And 7 years ago, it was easier than it is now. And 3 years ago, it was easier than it is now. It keeps getting harder. More competition, costs keep going up. And then there's all these forces I just talked about, which are not in the favor of the person who wants to get rich as fuck. My point is this. I think you need to get rich, and I think you need to get rich now. I think people who don't get rich are going to have a lot of problems in the near future. And I think at a certain point, it's just going to be almost impossible to go from scratch to rich as fuck. Just being clear. Okay. I don't mean to scare anyone. I don't mean to cajole. That is not my intention. I am simply stating it and calling it like I see it. That's how I see it. As a result, I'm going fast as fuck. Do I consider myself rich as fuck? No, I don't. Would someone else? Probably. But I don't. To me, it's a very, very big number. And I want to get there. And I think the window's closing. And again, I'm going as fast as I possibly can. I suggest that you go as fast as you can too. The sooner, you don't have to be rich as fuck. The sooner you just get some capital, you start to protect yourself and you start to be put in a better position to make that money, have babies and multiply and so on and so forth. All right. And here's the thing. The other thing about money, no one gives a fuck if you get rich as fuck or not. Your mom doesn't even care. When she wakes up in the morning, she's thinking about her own stuff. No one cares if you do this or not. If it is going to happen, it is going to happen because you have decided to make it happen and you're doing it for yourself. And by the way, in case there's any remnants of guilt, I had some of that growing up about money. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be rich as fuck. Because the way you get rich as fuck is by giving huge value to the marketplace and to the world. The world is not yet a crazy enough place to reward the opposite. It doesn't reward people who want to take. And it also doesn't reward people who think they're entitled or they just deserve money. Listen, no one just deserves money. Not a single person on the planet. Money must be earned by adding and giving value. And its value not in the way that you determine it's valuable. Like, well, I really like this topic, therefore I made it and it's valuable and people should think it's valuable and they should give me money. No. That's not how it works. Valuable in the way the marketplace decides it's valuable. So if you get rich as fuck, it's going to be because of the value that you've added to other people's lives, to the marketplace. That's a good thing, right? Basically means that if you're getting rich as fuck, you're doing a really good job of adding value to people. The reverse might also be true, something to think about. And now, my friend, we are about ready to begin. Here is the overall roadmap of the audiobook. So when I outlined everything that I was going to place inside this audiobook, I found that everything I was thinking about, everything I wanted to share could be placed into one of three categories. Category number 1, marketing and conversion. Category number 2, copy and copywriting. And category number 3, business and life. And so that's how this audiobook is broken down. The first category, and we're going to go deep into, is marketing conversion. All the best things I figured out there. The second category, again, will be copy, and the third one will be business and life stuff. My intention is to overload you with value. I'm a big fan of forcing people to drink from a fire hose and, kind of like jump out the plane and trust the chute will open on the way down. So what you do with what I'm going to share with you and the value I intend to share with you here is completely up to you. I really believe wealth is waiting for you on the other side of this audiobook after the things here are implemented. I believe that you are also up to the task. I believe that you have what it takes, but it doesn't really matter what I believe. Do you have what it takes? Are you willing to do what's necessary to get rich as fuck? I can't decide that for you. Only you can. It is your call. You will be able to profit from everything that I share in this audiobook. It's made me a lot of money. It's made my students a lot of money. It's made my clients a lot of money. But not all of them are going to be perfectly applicable to your immediate situation. And so you should find that a few of them are specifically matched to your current situation and needs and what you are looking for. In that way, this is kind of like the perfect audiobook to listen and re-listen to when you're driving, you're at the gym, you're going for a walk, whatever you're doing. I'm designing this audiobook so that it's like you ever seen someone, they're like, I just want to be spontaneous. And so they spin a globe, and as it's spinning, they just put their finger on it, and wherever their finger lands, they're like, all right, I'm flying there. That's kind of what this audiobook is. It's designed so that you can just pick a spot anywhere in the audiobook, just start listening to it, and you should be able to get an aha and a profitable insight, idea, strategy, tactic, tip, something within 1 or 2 minutes from where you started. All right. Last thing I just want to share is I don't really like frameworks and models and acronyms. I do like them in the beginning, but I'm not a huge fan of them, and here's why. Gurus use frameworks and models and acronyms, the ABC method, all that you need to know, the 4 questions every morning and the 5 questions you should ask every employee. They use those things because they get people to buy into their model of reality when you use their model. That's literally what's happening. But in my experience, it doesn't play out like that in real life. Oh yeah, it's the 4 questions and boom, 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 boom. It doesn't play like that in real life. If you've ever been in sales and you learned a sales script, how many of the sales follow the exact sales script? It doesn't work that way. The other thing is that your life and your business, they don't know you're using an acronym. They have no fucking idea. They don't care, right? And so I have found that I have the most success when I'm just drinking from a fire hose and I'm able to pull from so many different places. And I'm not following the other problem with models is I'm following a model or a framework or an acronym. It boxes me in, and that's useful in the beginning, but it becomes limited. And I'm limited by the model. I'm limited by the framework. I'm limited by the acronym. And so this isn't that. There's no limitations here. This is designed as a stripped bare, uncensored, unfiltered, passionate outpouring of the most valuable insights and tactics, discovery, secrets, and strategies that I've learned or have stumbled my way into learning in just the first 14 years of my marketing obsession. My obsession with marketing and persuasion and sales and conversion on the internet. And so I'm ready to begin. I hope you are. And the last thing is, as you're listening to this, you're reading my daily emails as you're coming through, you don't need to finish this audiobook to do an implementation program with me or to do something else. A lot of people think, well, I can't do the next thing until I finish the audiobook. Not true. It's kind of designed to work in tandem with whatever else that we might be doing as well. All right. So intro complete. Let's get into the rest of the audiobook. Let's get into the 77 ways to get rich as fuck. Do you ever just need cash? You're like, man, I can use some more cash flow right now. Maybe it's payroll that has to be made. Maybe it's rent. Maybe it's just the money didn't add up to the projections and now you gotta see you're running out of runway. You need money coming in. Totally normal. I've certainly been there. I want to share with you a tactic that I rely on whenever I need extra cash flow. I've deployed this in a number of my own businesses with clients, and it works consistently across the board. It's a really simple campaign. What you do is you go to your audience, whether it's an email list, a social media audience, whatever, a customer list, you send a message, and the message is basically this: hey, I just hired someone new. It could be an operations manager, an assistant, anything that buys you time, because the message is this: hey, I just hired a new operations person for my company. It's opened up extra time in my calendar. And so now I have room for one more person who wants, and then that's where you make your pitch. I now have room for one more person in my one-on-one coaching program. I now have room for one more person who wants to join the XYZ program. I now have room for one more person who wants the product, who wants the service, who wants access to the thing at the discount that we haven't done in 3 months. Basically, I just hired this person. It's opened up time in my calendar, which allows me now to have room for one more blah, blah, blah. What's great about this is you get the people who are in your audience who are what we would call a now buyer, meaning if you think of your audience as a pie chart, there is about 15%, maybe 10 to 15% of them who are now buyers, meaning they are in market right now looking to solve a problem, buy your product, achieve a desire, or so on. The rest of the people in that pie chart, they're later buyers. They're like, if you put this out, they're not going to respond because while maybe they're interested in the subject, they don't need it right now. What this is it's a dog whistle for the ones who are in market and looking to buy right now. And you get them right away. You skip all the bullshit. When they reply to you or they get on the call with you, they know what's up. They know what they're like. It's a very different sales cycle and it's much shorter because they are responding. They're raising their hand and saying, yeah, I want that. I want that one spot. It's got urgency. It's got scarcity. It's got exclusivity. It's got proof. It works unbelievably well. So whenever you need cash flow, you can just put out that campaign to your audience. And again, you say, hey, I just hired an executive assistant. I just hired an operations manager. It's opened up room in my calendar and I have room to take on one more person for this or for that. Works wonderfully. Deploy it, act on it. I think you'll get a lot of value from it. Marketing is idea warfare. You know Darwin, strongest survive, most adaptable survive. Well, in marketing, in sales, and copywriting, and persuasion, it's a game of ideas, and the strongest ideas win, period. Not a little more of the money goes to the marketer with the strongest ideas. The majority of the money goes to the marketer with the strongest ideas, and the remaining hint of money is scarcely dispersed amongst everyone else. This is marketing warfare. Now, think about this. How many sales copy templates have you ever seen? You ever seen someone who's like, oh, here's my secret ad script or my webinar script or my sales page script or my social media caption script, right? Here's my template, fill in all that stuff is baloney. It's a giant baloney sandwich. And what is baloney? We don't even know, but it's not good. All right. The templates are baloney. Think about this. Everyone you know who's a marketer or a copywriter or a business owner who does marketing has access to the same templates that you do. Therefore, if everyone has the same templates, how the hell do you manage? You don't. Everyone has access to the same shit. The way you have the advantage is the ideas that you inject and put in to those templates. Templates are fine. It's the ideas that go in them that decide if you win or if you lose, if you get rich as fuck or if you do not. So think about this. If you hire a world-class copywriter, you are not hiring the copywriter for their writing. A C-level or B-level copywriter can write just fine. ChatGPT can write just fine. You are hiring that copywriter, that world-class copywriter, for the ideas that he or she can come up with that will make your campaign a big winner. And to demonstrate this, I want to read you a very short excerpt from a Gary Halbert newsletter. If you don't know Gary, that's crazy. You should know him. Probably the best copywriter of all time. Unbelievably brilliant. And here's what he said. His example about ideas and why the marketing is idea warfare. He said, how interested are you in knitting? Right? Aha, just as I thought, you're not much attracted to knitting at all, right? So what if I wrote a brilliant full-page ad about the hottest knitting machine ever manufactured? Would you read that ad and purchase the machine? I think not. Now, let's say you've been married about a year and your wife is 9 months pregnant. Your mother has volunteered to take your wife to the hospital if she goes into labor while you're not home. You've given your mother a cell phone and you wear a beeper around the clock. Gary passed away many years ago. That's why he said beeper. Go with me here. All right. But you wear a beeper on the clock. The simple plan is for your mom to use the cell phone and page you the moment that labor begins. So you go about your workday knowing everything has been set into place. Now, one day you're in an important business meeting, and unknown to you, your wife has gone into labor. Your mother is desperately trying to use her cell phone and page you, but the god of cell phones and beepers, being the fickle prick that he is, won't let your mother's call get through to your beeper or your phone. And to make matters worse, she can't even find a payphone anywhere in the hospital. And in the meantime, your wife has had triplets. Now, the god of cell phone and beepers, again, being the fickle prick that he is, does let your mother use the cell phone to get through to Gary, who's your close friend, and she tells Gary about the births. So naturally, right, Gary is going to burst into your meeting room, got to tell you the news, and he says, hey, man, your wife just had triplets. Or maybe he says, hey, I just got a call from your mom, and she says your wife has given birth to 3 girls. Or he could say, hey, I'm sorry to interrupt this meeting, but I just got a call that from your mother and your wife has just delivered triplets. Is there any way in the world that Gary could use words to tell you that your wife has just given birth to 3 babies that would not be captivating to you? Of course not. And here's the point. It's not necessarily how you say things. It's not even what you say things. It's the idea that is being expressed and communicated. Gary says, if I work 10 days on an ad, it will likely take me only about a half a day to actually write the ad, but the other 9.5 days will be spent busting his brain, figuring out exactly what ideas to express in the ad that will make the ad the most effective that it could possibly be. Remember this. All right, we're done with Gary. Back to us, me and you. A great pitch is just a collection of the juiciest ideas that you can find, assemble, source, sift, express. And you want every idea in your pitch, in your ad, in your VSL, your webinar, whatever you're using, an anti-VSL, whatever you're using, you want every idea in there to be the most juicy and compelling version of the idea as you possibly can. I'll give you a very simple example. Let's say we're talking about just the guarantee section of an ad or of a VSL. Is your guarantee just standard? Is it just if you're not satisfied, we'll give you your money back? Or is it a double your money back guarantee? Which idea is juicier? Is the product and service guaranteed? Or is it guaranteed in writing on a DocuSign that you and the prospect will review and sign together? Did you write that DocuSign document, or was it drafted, written, reviewed, and approved by a team of Harvard-trained attorneys? Do you see the difference? You can have an idea, or you can have an unbelievably juicy and compelling and persuasive idea. And those examples, that's just the guarantee. That's just one small section of an entire VSL. Think about every other section of an ad or a VSL. My point that I want you to get here, and really when you think about your marketing, your ads, your VSLs, is that marketing is idea warfare. The strongest ideas will win and survive. And a great pitch is really just a collection of the juiciest ideas. You make every idea. Like when I go through my VSLs, I have an editing phase where it's just for this, meaning I go through the whole thing and I look at every idea in that copy and I say, is this the most compelling version of this? Could it be made more compelling? And if it's not, I sit there and I take my head and I take a wall and then I just bang my head against the wall for as long as I can until the juiciest, most compelling idea comes. And I stand up and I scream and I shout with all the joy and might that I can muster. And then I rush the computer to write it down before I forget. That's what makes a great pitch. Let's go to the next one. Do you make content for your brand? Have you ever sat down in front of a camera and said, okay, I need to make a video now, a TikTok, an Instagram, a YouTube. I just need to make a video. I got to make some really good content. I got to put it out there and you got to do it. You ever done that before? I have. And here's what I've discovered. It sucks. I have been making content since 2009. It's 2023. That's 14 years. When I first started, we didn't have iPhone videos. We didn't have the types of cameras we have today. What we had was something called a flip cam, which was an unbelievably shitty and grainy and pixelated video. But it was kind of shaped like an iPhone. It was just the camera though. And that's what I use. It costs like $100 from Best Buy. And so I would take this flip cam, put it on a dinky little tripod sitting in my dorm room or my apartment or whatever and hit record and have to, fake this enthusiasm and get all excited and go into character and do all this stuff. And I did that for many years. From different niches, right? I started in basketball and then I was in the dating niche and then personal development and then, status and then copyright. Like I've done a lot of stuff and I made content in a lot of niches and the things that, I do every day. And I don't know when, but maybe about 3 or 4 years ago, I just hit a point where I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. I hate filming by myself. I hate being in a room alone where I got to turn on a camera and I got to say just something dazzling and magnificent and incredible out of nowhere with from a dead start. It sucks. And so I grew my social media following from scratch to about 5.1 million followers between TikTok and Instagram in like 3.5 years by posting thousands and thousands of videos. So looking back on it, my initial was like, I need to grow my social media. We need to grow the brand. We need to warm up the cold followers, and we need to warm them up so that we can convert them into buyers and so on. So I need to post a lot of content, but I don't want to make content in my room by myself or my office. How do I do this? So here's what I did. I invented something called D-Days. D-Days is short for download day. And it's a unbelievably efficient and effective way for me to get an enormous amount of content that will do really well on social media without ever having to be alone in a room recording videos by myself from a dead start. Here's how Download Day works. I make an Eventbrite event. Jason Capital's Download Day is going to be in Miami. It's going to be in Newport Beach. It's going to be in Dallas, Texas. We've done them all over the country. It's free to attend. I put it out to my email list, to my social media audience, and I say, I'm doing a free event on this day in this location. Here's the link. Go get your spot. Bunch of people show up to the free event. I put it in a hotel room, rent it for the day. Usually costs, $1,200 to $1,800 for the room rental. At the event, I have at least 2 cameras. I have a camera on me where I'm up front, and then we have a camera that is pointing at the audience. We also use something called the Catchbox. Catchbox is a red box with a microphone inside of it. And so it's soft, right? And you get to throw the box, the audience members get to throw the box between them. And this way, when they speak, they're holding the box in front of them and the mic picks up what they're saying so that we can actually film them. And then I'll tell you why that's important. Basically, D-Day is this. I show up at the event and I do it every time. And people are always like, you're not really doing it. I'm like, no, this is really what I do. I show up to the event. I say, thank you everyone for coming. Here's how D-Day works. I have nothing prepared. I have no slides. I have no presentations. I have no notes. I have nothing. You are my content. So you have a question, get the Catchbox, ask me the question, and I will do my best to help you. And this is what we're going to do for the next 8 hours. And that's what we do. Audience asks questions. I answer them. We have a dialogue. We go back and forth. Sometimes it turns into coaching. It can be funny. It can be storytelling. It comes in, it's interacting. And what happens is by the end of the day, my video team now has 8 hours of me on stage footage interacting with people who are representative of the wants and desires and questions that my social media audience as an aggregate likely has as well. So the content is very targeted. It's topical because the audience who will watch the videos on social media are the people who are asking me the questions in the actual room. So I don't have to think about that. And then we also know that interaction content gets more views. Meaning, if you are a talking head video and you're just talking, that'll do okay. But if there's a back and forth between you and an audience member, and that's how the conversation's going, and that's what the viewer on social media is seeing, that has a longer watch time. It's stickier. It's going to get more views as well. And so these D-Days, they just solved a bunch of problems for me in one fell swoop. I don't have to film a room by myself. And I also don't have to I'll do 3 videos a week and I'll batch record them. I don't have to do any of that shit. I do 1 day a month, D-Day, done. It's great. The other thing that I'm going to start doing that I haven't done yet is the day after the D-Day, I'm going to email everyone who attended, thank them for coming, and then I'm going to transparently share all of my own costs for throwing this free event for them because there is no pitch. I'm not making any money at the event, but I'll share my costs and I'll give them a button and I'll say, if you want, you can make a donation that's based on however much, how much value you think you got to help cover the cost for, the cost of throwing the event. And then I'll be able to probably recoup some of my investment, maybe even make a profit doing it that way as well. But overall, I'm not saying you have to do a D-Day. You don't have to do my exact tactic. It's just a strategy, right? What I am saying is that if you make content for your brand or your business and you hate filming in a room alone, I've been there. I know it sucks. And I know that you can get even better content out of you if you have an audience, if you're playing off the energy of a room or someone else. And so you can take my D-Day concept, you can transform it, mutate it. You can take pieces of it that you like. But the general idea is it's much more efficient. The content ends up being much better. Because you're actually talking to real people. So you stay really on point with what you're talking about and it's always relevant to the audience and it buys you an enormous amount of time. Usually 1 D-Day would get me something like 200 to 300 videos. And they're all good, right? Like you're on stage with an audience that's very authoritative content. I already went through the benefits. I'm not going to go through it all. You get it all. All right. So D-Days to get content, super useful for me, especially if you hate filming by yourself. And in the next one, I want to talk to you about For instance, when we do a D-Day, how do we decide what parts of the content should actually be turned into clips that get posted on social media? How do we know which topics or which clips are going to get the most views? It's a very simple algorithm that I use that I think you'll get a lot of value out of. So let's get to that right now. So how do you know what kind of videos should you be making? What kind of topics should you be talking about in your content that will appeal the most and get the most views and do the most for your brand, get you the most leads, the most money, and so on? So the framework that I use is something called hot buttons. And it's not really a framework, it's just a concept. The idea of a hot button is this. You've probably heard the story of Odysseus, or you're at least a little bit aware of it. So Odysseus is sailing with his sailors, and they know that on their journey, there's this island of the sirens. And the sirens are these women who sing these beautiful songs, and it's irresistible. In fact, it's known that sailors who pass the sirens will almost always get coaxed and sucked into the sirens and will change course and will sail to the island to the sirens because the music and the women are so beautiful. And when they get there, they get eaten alive usually. So Odysseus is like, yeah, I don't really want that to happen. So what he does is he has his sailors put beeswax in their ears so they can't hear the song of the sirens, and they tape his hands to the mast so he can't turn, and they make it past the sirens, and they're able to avoid the pull. You want your content to be like the siren songs. And in every single marketplace, I've discovered that there is certain topics that if you mention them to your audience, like Odysseus, cannot resist, and they have to listen, they have to stop, they have to watch. So that's what a hot button is. It's a topic that they can't resist. For instance, if you are making content for the liberals market, like in politicians, and you say Donald Trump, they're gonna stop and listen. You ever looked at CNN? Why do you think they talk about Trump all the time? Because it gets all the views because people can't help it, right? The reverse is true. If you're in the conservative market and you talk about something that Biden's up to, they can't stop. They have to listen and watch it. In every market, these topics exist. And these topics are also moving targets. As markets evolve, as news cycles change, the topics also get updated. But there's also some very evergreen hot buttons that just don't change. So I'll give you an example. In 2020 and 2021, my team and I realized that on social media, if I did any content that was about quitting porn or smoking weed, it would get hundreds of thousands of views. It would just crush. My average videos back then got 60,000 views, 80,000 views. These ones would get 150, 200, 300, 400,000. It was just an irresistible hot button. The mistake that we made is we were like, wow, if this stuff works, we should just make all our videos about this stuff. And so if we went a couple months, we're like, we're posting 6 videos a day and 4 of them are about weed or porn. And then, eventually people will come up to me and be like, oh, you're the porn guy, you're the weed guy. And I was like, I don't think that's great for branding. We probably shouldn't, do quite as much of the porn and weed stuff as we are. So you want to be careful that you make sure that the hot buttons that your marketplace is responding to isn't affecting your brand in a negative way that you don't want to be associated with. But in general, your market, your audience, the people you want to reach, they have hot buttons. They're sitting inside their brain right now. You need to open up their brains and figure out what is that hot button, and then you talk about it in your marketing. It's the topic of the video. It's the topic of the content, and you will command the attention of your marketplace because like Odysseus, they cannot resist. They have to go and listen to it. So that's hot buttons. Let's get to the next one. There needs to be an exchange. This is one of the most insightful marketing lessons that I've learned in my life, and it's such a simple concept. So a good friend of mine is called Taki Moore, and he coaches coaches, and he's phenomenal. Taki's telling me this story one day, how when he was younger, there was a pizza shop that opened up at a mall in Australia where he's from. And him and his buddy are promoting this pizza shop. They were younger, like teenagers. And they got flyers. And the flyers say free slice of pizza. That's how they're promoting the pizza shop. Go in, get your first free slice. Right, we'll get you addicted to the pizza. You love the taste. Maybe you'll buy a whole thing. You'll come back, but we want to get samples out there. So free slice of pizza, says the flyer. As Taki and his friend are trying to hand this out, they're realizing that no one is taking the flyer and no one wants the pizza. I mean, imagine you were walking through the mall and a stranger comes up to you with a flyer that says free slice of pizza, new pizza shop. Would you go and get pizza, or would you feel a little icky about it? There's something a little off about that offer, that proposition. And so they think about it a little bit, and they're like, how do we solve this marketing problem, this conversion problem? And what they realize is, what if instead of free slice of pizza, we required they give us something in return for the free slice of pizza? So what if it's free slice of pizza, but you also have to let us take a picture of you so we can put you up on the wall eating the pizza? Or we'll give you a free slice of pizza, but you have to give us a 1-word or 1-sentence testimony about what you thought about the pizza. And so they're like, let's try this. So they change the flyers, they go back in the mall and they start, now it's not free slice of pizza, it's free slice of pizza. Just when you go there, you have to do X, Y, and Z. Works immediately. All of a sudden, they're running out of pizza. They got too many people coming in. And the lesson Taki told me, he goes, I realized that when you are marketing in this way, there has to be an exchange made. People feel icky if they're just getting something, but they don't have to do something in return, which is weird because we think, well, if I just overload people with value and free stuff, they'll absolutely just say yes. But a lot of times they won't because they know there's a catch somewhere, but they can't see it. And so because you're not telling them the catch, they hallucinate a different catch, like you're going to rob them or there's anthrax in the pizza or God knows, who knows? There's something, you're not telling me, but there's something, right? So when you tell them what the catch is and you make an exchange, it's much more simple. It's much more above board. So a couple examples that I've used with this exchange idea that have worked incredibly well for me. One of them that I do in almost every market, anytime I'm launching anything that's high ticket, specifically anything more than $1,000, is my first test with it is almost always going to be positioning the product or offer as a case study. The reason why is join the case study. That's why you get it at this discounted price. But in return, because it's a case study, you have to promise to let me use your results as a case study when I promote this publicly in the future. We are making an exchange. Another offer that tends to work well is the half now, half later. This thing costs $10,000, but it's only $5,000 for you to start right now. And only when you get XYZ result, which could be a month from now, 6 months from now, a year from now, 2 years from now, I don't care when, but only when you get the result that I am promising you, then you pay me the second half, the second $5,000 at that point. We're making an exchange in both of these examples. So the takeaway for you to think about your offers and your marketing is how can including the catch increase your conversions, right? Including the catch can often increase conversions. So instead of trying to hide the catch, promote the catch, make the catch clear and make it clear, hey, we're making an exchange here. You're going to do this for me, but I'm also going to do this for you, right? I'm going to give you a free slice of pizza, but you're going to give me a testimonial, right? I'm going to do a case study with you. You're going to promise to let me use your results as a case study when I promote it in the future. So there needs to be an exchange in our propositions and in our offers. Not all the time, but if we add it in there, it can often increase conversion. Here's something I hate in business. It's called refunds. I don't like it. You probably don't like it too. The thing I dislike the most about refunds is money that is taken directly out of your pocket as a business owner. The money you give back in refunds is pure profit, meaning if that money hadn't been refunded, it 100% would have just gone in your pocket as the business owner, or you would have reinvested in the business, but it's your money. That is what's happening with every single refund. You already did the work to corral the customer, to indoctrinate them, to convert them, to get them to buy. All hurdles, all difficult. You finally get them to buy, and then for whatever reason, they request a refund or they go ahead and they refund the product. Refunds happen for a myriad of reasons. It's not always because the product wasn't what they expected it to be. There's all kinds of reasons that people have for refunding, some of which they will tell you honestly about and other ones that they'll lie to you about. And that's buyers are buyers, okay? So with a program I had a couple of years ago, sales are going great, but refunds are also going great on the customer side, meaning they were too high. Refund rate was something like 15 or 16%. And our target, this was in the business opportunity space. I aim for 10% in BizOp. In BizOp, you're going to get refunds. It is unavoidable. This isn't like, selling toilet paper, but 10% is where we want it. 16% is annoying. And that difference between 10% and 16% is obviously 6%, which is 6% of gross, which is 6% of gross that should be in my pocket and isn't. That's frustrating. And so one idea, one concept that we figured out that had a very significant decrease in refunds and was very easy to do was creating something that we started calling the safety video, which I never heard of or seen anyone doing. And actually, our CTO was the one who named it, Steve, and he called it a safety video. And what he was talking about is he's from Australia, and there's an airline I believe it's in New Zealand, where when you board the plane, you're sitting down. They play that video at the beginning. It's like, here's how you buckle your seatbelt, and if it crashes, here's what you do with your head. Like that matters, but they do that. And so there's one in New Zealand on the air, which is like a really fun video. There's like naked people and they're playing soccer on the airplane. It's interesting and it's engaging and it's different and people enjoy it. And so our thought was, well, what if we create a safety video like that, but it's for not a flight, but for people who are new to the program? And so we did. And as I said, it had a dramatic, I don't remember the exact number, but it was very significant. And so here's how you do the safety video, right? Normally when someone buys your program, They get in and there's a video from you, if you're the creator or the expert or whatever, or the business owner, and you welcome them in, you tell them how good of a decision they made, and you tell them what you want them to do next or something. Well, part of the problem is when they join and all they see is you, they think you're the only one involved in the business. They're like, I'm doing business with like a small time thing. It's just this one person. And especially if you're not working with them one-on-one, it's a group thing, then they may feel like, I'm just one of many. They're just one person. If I refund, it's not that big a deal, or it's not a great look. But instead, what if they join and instead of just seeing you on video, they see your entire team and they hear from a bunch of key members on your team? Well, they're going to feel safer. They're going to feel like I'm a part of a company where there's a lot of people who have my back and I can turn to, and they're putting a lot of time and effort into this thing. It actually increases the perceived value of the entire program and offer. And so in our safety video, it was a 4-minute video. They heard from me. They heard from Steve, our CTO. They heard from Tiffany, who was our operator at the time. And I believe they heard from our videographer, and they heard from my dogs. Right? I have 2 French bulldogs, Kennedy and Sterling. So they heard from all of us. And the framework for the video went like this. It starts off with safety, make them feel really safe. That's the most important thing when people join, is they want to know that they didn't do something wrong or something bad is going to happen or they're confused. Make them feel safe, make them feel certain, make them feel good about their decision. The second thing we do in the video is we validate them as a superior person and a superior decision maker. You are so smart, you're so wise, you made the right decision because of reasons X, Y, and Z. You may even want to inoculate and vaccinate them against potential people telling them they made a bad decision. You made such a good decision. You're such a wise person. And in fact, we can prove this because when you tell people who aren't making money online that you're doing this thing, they're going to look at you like you're crazy. Some people might even laugh at you. Some people will criticize your decision and so on and so forth. But you'll notice that it's never people who are making money online that are criticizing you, is it? It's always the ones who are not, because they feel threatened and they're worried. Well, what happens if you start making a bunch of money online and they don't? Well, they're going to feel pretty small. Right. And so that's how you know you're doing the right thing. So you made an amazing decision, right? So you validate them as a superior person, superior decision maker, and then you need to orient them. Imagine you go to a country you've never been, you step off the plane and now you're in the city and there's all these people who look different and speak a different language. No one speaks your language. You don't know where anything is. You can't even read the signs. You're feeling a little disoriented. It's a little scary. That's the way people feel when they join your program in your members area if they've never seen it before. So you need to orient them. You need to tell them, here's where you are right now. When you look that way, that's what you're going to see. When you look this way in the members area, that's what you're going to see. When you look up, you'll see that. When you look down, you'll see that. You'll see these things over here. Here's the reason that they're there. You just want to like orient them to let them know where everything is. Imagine if you go into a store, right? We have our mattresses over here. We have our couches over here. We have our furniture right there. And then the bathroom is back there. And then I'll be right here if you have any questions. Like orient them. Really important. And then after that, we hook them for retention. So we tell them, this is what I do with all my programs, is if let's say the refund window is 30 days, we start delivering them unannounced surprise bonuses after the refund window. You're going to get this bonus on day 31. You're going to get this other bonus on day 45. You're going to get this other bonus on day 60, this amazing one on day 90, right? We have all these carrots and we hold them right outside the refund window. And it's like, you can get all these things and they're coming for you. So in the safety video, we tell them, you're going to get all these bonuses. You're going to get this one on day 30, this one on day 45, this one on day 60, and so on and so forth. The final thing that we do in the safety video is we tell them, what is the first thing that you need to do? Meaning, I don't just want to get them all, in the safety video, get them feeling all safe and validated and oriented and hooked. And then it's like, all right, see you later. We need to make them busy. We need to get them doing stuff. So I'll tell them, here's what I want you to do right now. You're going to do 1, 2, 3 quick things, but I want them to be small things, easy things that are quick wins. Maybe it's your onboarding series, maybe it's something else, but it's something to get them going and get them busy and get them activated, right? And in fact, one of these quick things you want them to do should be what is called the activation point, which not a lot of people know about, especially in courses and coaching programs, but they should. The activation point is a behavior that you have new customers do that takes them in their head from saying, I'm trying this program, over to, I'm doing this program. Because when most people join your program, they haven't fully committed to doing it. They're really still thinking, I'll try it. You need to activate them from I'm trying it to I'm doing it. And so the activation point, it's that thing that your best clients and customers who already exist, when they join this program, what did they do very early on? What did the majority of them, what was the pattern? What was the thing that all of them basically did early on when they join your program that is somehow predictive of positive results? Once you know what that thing is, that behavior, you use carrots and sticks to incentivize all the new incoming customers to do the same thing early on that your best customers did, because it's obviously predictive of good results and you want that for your new customers. But because they're your best customers, they also didn't refund. They also take action. They're also compliant. Their LTV is probably higher. They probably do what you want. Well, you want all your customers to look, sound, and act like that. So you want to activate all the new customers when they come in. So I'll give you some examples. For instance, in ClickFunnels, when you join ClickFunnels on a free trial, one of the first things they're going to push you to do is to buy a domain and connect that domain to ClickFunnels, because they have found that their customers who stay with them the longest buy a domain early on and connect it to the ClickFunnels so that their first funnel, quote unquote, is live. With my Money Boss program, which was basically create your own social media agency using a private label partner, one of the first things we had them do, the activation point, is you need to go create a business email for your new business. So when you're cold emailing prospects, you're not emailing from joeblow@gmail.com. You're emailing from joeblow@stallionagency.com, at freshhotleads.com, right? Create a business email for your new business. For my Lord's coaching program that I was doing with coaches and consultants and so on, they were going to be using chat a lot. Chat to set appointments, chat to close deals, and they needed ManyChat for that. So one of the first things we would have them do when they join that program is you need to go and buy your ManyChat account. It's only $15, but you need to go buy it because you're going to be using it a lot. Once you have your ManyChat account, you're activated because all our top customers, they already use it for our systems that we use on chat. So let's recap here. Refunds suck. That's all your profit. Safety video is super powerful, where it's not just you, but it's you and a bunch of your team members. By the way, if you're like, well, I don't have any team members, it's just me. Great. Get 3 of your best customers to record parts of the script instead. That's even better, right? And then again, the structure for the video is we want to make them feel safe. We want to validate them as superior person, superior decision maker. We want to orient them to what's going on and where they're at. We want to hook them for retention with here's the bonuses you get after the refund period. And then give them the first few things that you want them to do right now, including the all important activation point. Fuck refunds. I'll see you in the next one. Do webinars still work to sell high ticket products? Sure. There's definitely webinars out there that convert. They still exist. Do they convert as well as they used to? Absolutely not. I'll tell you a very quick story. So for me, in 2019, I was finding that I could not get my webinar or my sales page to convert like they used to, right? 2015, 16, 17, 18, things crushed. Copy didn't even need to be that good. Offer didn't need to be that good. Traffic didn't need to be that good. It still just worked. It had stopped working for a lot of people, and I couldn't get it to work the way I wanted to for me. I was thinking my market had grown more skeptical and they'd grown smarter. For instance, all you had to do was say the word webinar and they would cross their arms because they know webinar means pitch fest, right? I also had this gut feeling that with attention spans dropping, audiences and marketplaces just didn't have the attention span to actually listen to a 2-hour webinar. I mean, these people can't even go to a 2-hour movie without being on their phone half the time. How the fuck are they going to listen to a webinar for 2 hours? Only the most motivated are going to do that. And unfortunately, if you only sell to the most motivated, that sliver of the market, you're not going to be able to sell that many people, right? I also figured they stopped reading sales pages for the same reason. So I began to wonder, like, would more people buy if I did a simple 7, 8, 10-minute video instead of a 2-hour webinar? But of course, gurus will tell you, well, if you need to sell a high ticket thing, you can't do it in a 7-minute video or a 10-minute video. You need a long thing. You need a 8,000 word sales page, or you need a 2-hour webinar in order to make that sale. Yeah, if you're selling a $9 thing, $49 thing, you can use short copy, but for higher ticket, you need long copy. That was the dogma, right? And so I avoided trying it until I was like, you know what? I'm going for it. And I went for it. And it didn't work at first. But then we tried a second time and a third time and a fourth time. And on the 4th or 5th iteration, this little 7, 8, 9-minute video began to convert like crazy, significantly better than a webinar had been for a $997 product, right? And I began to call it the anti-VSL. The reason was because it's a VSL format, but it doesn't look like a VSL. That's why it's anti. And it also doesn't feel like you're being sold to, which is anti as well. And what happened is the anti-VSL for me started out-converting my webinar better than 3 to 1. And after averaging about $400,000 a month for years in like the BizOp business, I collected, not sold, collected $14 million in cash on one program. My Money Boss program was a $997 program. That's correct, almost 14,000 customers, just using the anti-VSL. So I sold a $1,000 thing. I collected $14 million of cash selling it using a 7 to 9 minute video instead of a 2-hour webinar at a 27 to 1 ROAS, right? But one data point, that's not always enough proof, right? What if, I'm just a unicorn? What if it's because, hey, well, my audience is younger, so they really have short attention spans and they're more impulsive, so they'll just buy from a short video, but older markets won't, right? Well, what happened is I tested it with clients, right? Clients like Jay Shetty. We generated I can't say the exact numbers, but very significant additional revenue that was not there otherwise. Did it with Les Brown and helped triple his business in less than 90 days. More clients started rushing in. Jordan Belfort, people from Robert Kiyosaki's company, Elliot Holst, Nick Santinoso, Preston Smiles, Kelsey Heenan, more and more of these great people. And before long, I had a waiting list that was 12 months long for people who wanted an anti-VSL for their business. In fact, I had a whole multi-million-dollar agency that was born out of this one idea. An agency I had no intention of ever starting at any point, but the anti-VSL just works. And it began to generate tens of millions of dollars in extra sales for everybody who was involved. And so if you are selling something in the $1,000 to $2,000 range, my highest recommendation to you is to use it to sell it using an anti-VSL and not a webinar and not a sales page. My favorite reason, of course, is that it's like 7 or 8 minutes instead of 2 hours. And so when you force your audience to sit through a 2-hour webinar, and let's be real here. My friend Kevin Hutto used to call a 2-hour webinar. He called it 2 hours of dry humping. And it's kind of true because you're just teasing them the whole time for 2 hours. And they know that, and you know that, and you're still doing it. What do you think that does for the goodwill that they have for you? What do you think that does for your reputation? It's not good, right? You are trading goodwill and trust trying to make a sale. Now that can work in the short term for money, but it will destroy you in the long term. Whereas a 7-minute, 8-minute, 9-minute anti-VSL, you're not trading trust and goodwill. It's a quick video and it doesn't feel like selling, right? This is why right now I do this thing called the 4-week anti-VSL implementation program where I take a small group of my buyers, people who've bought this audiobook that you're listening to, and we meet once a week on Zoom over 4 weeks and I write their anti-VSL with them. So by the end of it, they have a high converting anti-VSL for their offer that they can roll out to their customers, to their audience. It's great, all right? Now, what makes the anti-VSL work so well and what the hell is it? You're probably wondering that. So if you're on my email list, you will certainly see the anti-VSL. You'll see me talk about it. You'll be able to see a template of it. Remember, templates aren't the most important thing. It's the ideas that go in, but you will at least see a template of it. It's a very, very simple VSL. Very direct, very simple. There's no secret tricks going on there. It's just very straightforward. It's like, here's my offer. Here's what I'm doing. Here's the outcome that you'll get. Here's the mechanism that we use that allows us, so many of our customers, to get that outcome. Let's overcome objection number 1. Let's overcome objection number 2. Let's overcome objection number 3. Here's the bonuses you get. Here's the scarcity, the urgency, the exclusivity. Here's what the price is going to be when it's public. Here's what the price is right now. Here's how you can join. And then here's the close, and then it's over with. That's basically it. But the format is different, right? So the first anti-VSL I did in 2019 was a Google Doc. So I put the copy on a Google Doc. I went on Loom and I recorded a Loom video of me recording the Google Doc, just reading the script. And we sent people that video. Later on, we changed it to a PowerPoint presentation with just pictures. That worked really well. I've also done it where every part of the script is a tab. So I open up my Brave browser, for instance, and there's like 60 tabs open at the top and each one is like the slide. And I just go from tab to tab to tab to tab. That works really well. The point is all of these formats I'm describing to you look and sound nothing like a webinar or a VSL or a sales page. They look and sound nothing like a pitch. They look and sound nothing like advertising. And that brings me to the rule that drives the success of the anti-VSL and other formats like it. And I call it the ABA rule. I got it from Gary Bencivenga, and it stands for anything but advertising, meaning we want our marketing and our ads to look like anything but advertising. See, we think when we create a marketing message or an ad and we send it out to our audience in our marketplace, we think that they're like catching this ad, they're looking it up and down, they're thinking about it, they're reviewing it, and then they're going to decide yes or no, and they throw it back to us. We think that's what's happening. We're playing catch with them. It's a friendly game of catch. That's not what's happening at all. Here's what's happening. We're throwing the ad or marketing message to them, and they are definitely trying to avoid it as if we are playing dodgeball with them. They are hopping all over the place trying to avoid our marketing messages. And you know this because you do this when you go on social media. You try and avoid everyone's ads. They're doing it too. So you could write the greatest ad in the world, but if it looks like an ad, ain't no one going to listen to it and it's not going to convert. But if you took that same marketing message, that same ad, and you encapsulated it, you framed it, you changed the packaging and the branding and the framing of it so that it didn't look like an ad, well, then it would actually not be avoided like dodgeball. It would actually be caught like catch. It would actually be consumed, right? Meaning they would be receptive to consuming the sales message, which is the ultimate hurdle and battle we must fight, claw, and win in our marketing. So think about it like this. This audiobook that you are listening to, it's not a sales message. I'm actually adding value. I think it's pretty clear. But if I wanted you to consume a sales message, I would make this whole audiobook a secret pitch. And you would be consuming it because in your mind, this isn't an ad, this is an audiobook. And that way I would be able to, like a Trojan horse, get my marketing message down your throat, right? famous book, Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich, that's a sales letter. Go back and it's a sales letter for Napoleon Hill and his other stuff. It's a sales letter to become the kind of person who would buy more stuff from Napoleon Hill, which is why he sold all kinds of stuff. If you look at the Tony Robbins money book, right? Money Master the Game, that's a sales letter for a back end for Tony's stuff. And the reason is if they'd taken that sales letter and just put it on a sales page, like a website that looks like a sales page, very few people are consuming it because they know it's a pitch. Their guard goes up. But when we change the framing of it and it looks like anything but advertising, like it's a book, well, people read books with their guard down, not up. And so the sales message gets through. And so the big idea for you here is how can you make your marketing and your ads look anything but advertising? You don't have to make the copy better, the ad better, or anything. Just change the framing of it so it looks like anything but advertising, and conversions will go up. And if you're selling something in the 1 to 2K range with the webinar sales page right now, you will make significantly more money by switching to selling it from a 2-hour webinar or 10,000 word sales page to just a 7 to 9 minute simple anti-VSL. All right. You're doing awesome. Hope you're getting value out of this. Let's get to the next one. If you run Facebook ads, this is for you. So the title of this way, I'm just calling it, is just visual tricks. That's the category that this fits in. Meaning if you run Facebook ads and any of your ads are image ads, which some of them should be, even when I'm running high ticket offers with, video ads, we'll do image ads straight to the opt-in page to book a call. And those tend to back out almost the same. And obviously much faster to create because you just need an image. You don't need to record a video and you can test images much faster. So images have a lot of value. Now, what I want to share with you is just a couple, like if I have an image ad and I want to increase click-through rate, what do I do immediately that I know will increase click-through rate no matter what the niche is? And that I have 3 or 4 that I always rely on. I want to share with you. So the first one is red arrows. So take your image and add red arrows to it pointing at something important or pointing at something totally irrelevant. It doesn't matter. But a red arrow pointing to like a little red circle or something like that, like there's something special there, will almost always increase click-through rate. The second one is if you have people in the ad, like a smiling model or an actor or actress or a testimonial or whatever, it's an image, and their face is there, put a black bar over their eyes. Don't say any reason why, just put a black bar over their eyes. It will increase curiosity. It will increase click-through rate. The third one is if there's an object in the ad, like someone's holding something in their hand, or there's just an object anywhere in the background, anywhere, just circle it and then blur it out inside the circle, which will create more curiosity and intrigue, and that will increase click-through rate as well. The last one that I'll do, which, hey, you might not want to do this, in which case, don't even listen to me about this. But if you wanted to increase click-through rate and you didn't care, you could do it where make anything in the image look sexual. There is an image where it's like a cartoon drawing, but it's a chakra thing where someone blows into someone else's belly button. Now, I don't have to really go much deeper into this description of this image for you to get the idea of how that could look sexual, right? But an image like that gets a really high click-through rate. It makes people stop. And so there's 4 immediate tricks you can use right away to increase click-through rate on any Facebook ad. And at the very least, when it comes to images, outside of these tactical tricks, which are fine or whatever, you want to show context that supports the claim being made in the ad. For example, if yours is health related in some way, a doctor is going to increase click-through rate, and the quality of those clicks are going to be better because they're coming from an ad with a doctor in it. That's context and proof that supports the claim. And if you have a doctor, like put them in a white coat, have a stethoscope, have a clipboard, like even if it has nothing to do with it, that will help. There is a newspaper ad that has been running for, I feel like, over a decade. Hundreds of millions of dollars made from this ad. And the name of the company, I believe, is the World Reserve Currency. And the guy's name behind this company, I think, is Rodney Napier. No one knows who he is. Very kind of behind the scenes thing. But the ad is brilliant. I mean, it just crushes. They run it in all cities, run it national, USA Today. Well, like I've seen it everywhere. And it's an ad to get basically these special $2 bills. That's what the offer is for, from the World Reserve Currency, which I don't know. Sounds like the Federal Reserve, but it's not. But the image in the ad, to me, is what's so good about the ad, because like it's a special promotion for the next 48 hours. You can get these special, crisp, earmarked $2 bills or whatever from the World Reserve Currency, but you have to beat the deadline and call us in time and tell us this code in order to get them. It's a cool promotion. But the photo in the ad is these armed security guards, big guns on their waist, very visible, and they're pushing these carts filled with these giant stacks of $2 bills. It looks unbelievably important and exclusive, and the picture just supports the claim in the ad so well. And I believe the same guy who runs these $2 bill ads also runs the Amish heater ads, which if you look at newspapers, you've seen the Amish heater ads, they crush as well, right? They've been around for, I feel like, over a decade as well. And the image in those ads are perfect as well because they have Amish people with the heater. Like it's perfect. So anyways, those are 4 visual tricks you can use for the ad. And remember, at the very least, if you show context and proof that supports the claim of what's happening with your image, you will increase click-through rate and you will have a higher quality of click. The click will be more trustworthy of the landing page because of what just happened on the image. I really like this audio chapter because it's going to take me like 45 seconds. And it's really valuable. I like that. A little bit of effort, lots of value for you. I'll take it. I'm happy. Here's what it is. One of the immediate things you can do to increase conversions of any videos that you're running, video ads, webinars, VSLs, anything, is just speed it up to 1.1x. It sounds crazy. Am I going to be talking too fast? Isn't the video? No, and no. People's attention spans suck, and speeding it up just holds more of their attention. Your watch time will go up. You'll get more people to click through. You get more people to buy. So whatever videos you're running, whether it's a webinar, a VSL, or an anti-VSL, anything, speed it up to 1.1x and enjoy the increase in conversion, my friend. Different is better than better. The first time I heard that, I didn't really know what they meant. They were talking about in the context of how do you sell more of your product, of your offer? How do you position it so it stands out in the marketplace? When a prospect sees it, they go, I fucking want that. How do you do that? How do you avoid that not happening? Right? How do you avoid the opposite not happening? And so what I learned is they meant that when you are talking about the benefits, the outcome, the promise, the claims associated with someone purchasing and using your product or service, you need to position it in such a way that you're not saying that their results are going to be better, or they're going to feel an improvement on what's already happening with them, but instead they're going to get a completely new, different result by using something completely different and new. I'll give you a bunch of examples because I know this is all theoretical and you're like, dude, I have no idea what you're fucking talking about. So I actually wrote an email about this and I want to read just an excerpt from the email for you. And it's super relevant because you may not know, but the title of this audiobook was actually different when I first went to create it. I put just a little bit of thought into it. And the working title I had, I'll tell you in a second, but it wasn't good. So here we go. The working title for my audiobook was something like 47 cheat codes I used to make $77 million online. It was something like that. And the problem with it was, as I thought about this more, I realized that the title was actually weak. And here's why. It's a repair title. Remember I said different is better than better? It's a better title. It's not a different title. 47 cheat codes, right? That's like 47 insights and tactics and strategies that someone could use to boost their marketing and sales. And that's actually not a good promise. That's not a good benefit. That's the problem. See, my target audience, marketers, copywriters, people who fucking love marketing, et cetera, they don't want a boost. They don't want a repair. They don't want a solid improvement in conversion rate or sales. They want to, even if they don't want to admit it, they want to replace what they have and the results that they are getting with something much, much greater. For instance, when Mrs. Jones wants to lose weight before her daughter's wedding, she doesn't want a few diet tips. Diet tips would be repair. It would be an improvement. Just lose a little more weight. You get an improvement. What she wants is a brand new diet based on some amazing discovery that lets her eat her favorite foods and still lose the weight. And you see that option is it's a replace. It's something completely different and new. It's not you're going to do a little bit better. There's something completely different and new that you've never tried before that will get you the outcome that you've always been wanting. You see the difference there? So I changed the title from 47 cheat codes to whatever, make more sales, to 77 ways to get rich as fuck. 77 ways to get rich as fuck. That is a replacement angle, right? The repair or the improvement version or just a little bit better version of that would be something like 77 ways to make more sales. You see, that's an improvement. It's not a replace. It's make more sales. Like you got some sales, you want to make more. That's an improvement. Get rich as fuck is it's replace. Right. And it's got other benefits. I know that rich as fuck is a pattern interrupt. I know it's a little in people's faces. I knew that would play well on content and ads. And 77 ways sounds like, sounds valuable. Right. And so that's a difference between replace versus repair. And so look at your offer, look at your marketing. Are you making claims? Are you positioning your mechanism? Are you positioning your product as an improvement thing or a replacement, something completely new and different? Here's another analogy that may help. Think about Cinderella. She's down there. It's dirty. Her dress is dirty. Doesn't fit her well. It's muggy. She can't breathe. I don't know. It sucks. Her life sucks. That's the story of Cinderella in the beginning, right? You can tell I clearly have very little experience with Disney. But that's what I understand. Cinderella's down there cleaning while I think her stepmother and her stepsisters, whatever, are out there living life. You know, they're living their best life and she's stuck. When she's down there cleaning, she doesn't want a better broom. She wants a completely different life. She already knows what her current life and situation is like. She already doesn't really like it that much. And so promising her that you're going to make it better with a more efficient vacuum cleaner. Fuck your broom. Here's a vacuum cleaner. You're going to clean so much faster. She doesn't give a shit about that because she doesn't like what's already happening. See, most business owners, if you're selling B2B, for instance, they know their business already and they know all the stuff they don't like about it. Let's say I have a prospect who runs an agency and they have 50 clients and they hate most of their clients. Their clients are always bitching to them, which is common. And they don't like that business. If I go to them with a proposition to say how to get more clients, a new way to get more clients, how interested do you think they're going to be in that claim or promise? They already don't like what they have. Why would they want to improve something they already don't like? Even if consciously they're like, yeah, I want to make more money. I can white knuckle my way through this. Unconsciously, they don't want to. What would be much more appealing to them is a completely different and new way to get more clients that never talk to you. That would be a much more appealing thing because then that would hit them right in the subconscious. And they'd be like, oh, that's different. That's better. That's what I want. Right. So hopefully this makes sense to you. I know it's a bit theoretical, but the concept is so important. And by the way, it's not binary. Some of the examples I give you that are replaced, I understand there's an improvement, a little bit of improvement involved in them. And some of the improvement examples I gave you, understand there's a little bit of a replace situation in there. It's a spectrum, but you want to be leaning in the direction of replace, not repair. Replace, not improve. And remember that different is better than better. So another way to think about different is better than better is, for instance, I'll give you one more story. 17, 18, something like that. When I had retired as a dating coach, I had started in the biz op market. New market for me, new prospect, basically starting from scratch. And I was on a coaching call. I'd hired a great copywriter to do some coaching with me. His name is David Deutsch. He's been writing copy for like 40 years. He's written some of Boardroom's biggest controls, excellent copywriter. And we were looking at some of the initial ads that I was creating, and I was doing what I saw the other top guys in the biz app market doing. And at the time, one of the top guys was Tai Lopez. And Tai, was girls and cars and mansions, etc. And I have the means to do that if I want to. And so my initial ads were kind of like that. And David looked at them and then on Zoom looked at me and said, Jason, you're not going to out Tai Lopez. And what he was saying is don't pick out the biggest people and just do what they're doing because you're not like whatever they're doing and it's working. That's their shit. That's their steez. They're just going to be good at that because that works for them. But if you copy them, you're not going to be able to out Tai Lopez, right? What you need to do is figure out what's your way of doing things. What are your unique qualities that really call out and attract the audience and the people that you want, and then double down and lean into those. And that's another example of being different instead of trying to just be better than what's already out there. So hopefully this hit you somewhere in the gut and sparked something useful for you. I'll see you in the next one. If you think it's too far, it's probably just right. When you're looking at your copy, your marketing, your ads, your funnel, and the promises that you are making, how do you know when you've made too big of a promise? How do you know when you've made too little of a promise? Most of the copy that comes across my desk is selling from the heels and not the toes. It's people who are more concerned with what the market is going to think of them. And when I say them, actually, market's the wrong term. What their peers, not their prospects, what their peers are going to think about them, as opposed to what their prospects are going to respond to. So let's dive deep into this. This is a super important topic. I was at a beach, pool, whatever you want to call it, in Puerto Rico a couple weeks ago. And I'm sitting there with a good friend of mine who's a great copywriter. He's a VSL right now that's cranking like $475,000 a week. It's smoking right now. And we were talking about this. And I asked him, I was like, what's your opinion? Where do you draw the line at making a promise that's too big or unbelievable or whatever? And how do you think about that? And he said, well, I try to think about what their dream outcome is. I want to show them and promise them that dream outcome. I want to make it clear that not everyone's going to get that outcome. I don't want to guarantee because obviously that doesn't happen. It doesn't work for everybody, but I want to show them that outcome, that it's possible. And he said, and you can always hedge yourself by simply acknowledging disbelief after you make the big promise. So you make a big promise and it's really not that hard to immediately say after, now I know what you just heard might sound unbelievable. For instance, this method that I'm going to show you is the way to build a $20,000 a month passive income business in the next 250 days. Now, that is an enormous claim, especially if you're talking to biz out market or just the average consumer out there. And the reality is most people are not going to be able to do that. That's fucking hard to do. Even for me, that'd be like, that's hard to do. But if, let's say that's what the product is, if you make that promise and then immediately after you go, now listen, I know that might sound unbelievable, but stick with me for a second. Well, you've acknowledged their disbelief. You voiced their objection. And when you voice someone's objection before they do, it's very hard for them to continue with the objection. It kind of takes the wind out of their sails. The air out of their gut. I don't know if that's a saying, but now it is. Right. Another version of that would be, make a big claim and then you go, now I get you might be skeptical, but just hang with me for a second because, and then, X, Y, and Z. And so the idea is most marketers that I see, most copy that I see, they're not selling the big promise. They're selling like a mediocre promise because they're worried that their peers will be like, look at this scammer, look at this bullshit person or whatever. If your peers give you money, and they're paying your mortgage and they're paying your rent bill and they're putting food on the table and they're sending your kids to college. If your peers are doing that, then yes, totally. You should care what they think. But if it's your prospects who are paying your bills, paying your rent, paying your car, buying your food, funding your life, if it's your prospects who are doing that, you should care what they're responding to, not what your peers think. Okay. And so if you remove the peer thing, like what they think from the situation, it's just what's the prospect going to respond to? Well, you probably will jack your promise up more because it's going to be more appealing. Now, of course, there's a line where you can go too far and now you sound ludicrous. You sound absurd. You sound like crazy. You cross the threshold of believability into the realm of unbelievability and you lose credibility and you don't want to do that, but you can probably jack up your promise. Like we need to be marketing from our toes, not from our heels. The reality is no one is whipping out their credit card for a desire-based purchase because they might, lose a few pounds. They want a transformation, which by the way, most likely if you're listening to this, you sell desire-based purchases. You don't sell, I know what I sell. I sell desire-based purchases. I'm not in the need or the obligation category. I'm not selling toilet paper or, providing gas. That's not what I'm doing. It's probably not what you're doing. So we need, if you're going to be selling desire-based, we need to get the emotions going. We need to get them visualizing and imagining what's possible. We need that imagination, that vision, that picture that we put in their head to be something that they really fucking want, that will get them to overcome their inertia, whip out the credit card and actually buy and ideally take action. That's the other component to this. If your promise isn't that appealing to them, and even if you get them to buy, they might not follow through and take action because the promised land, the picture, the heaven, the outcome that you have promised them isn't that appealing, right? They need a big vision, a bigger, better vision that pulls them, that drives them to overcome inertia, overcome obstacles. And if your promise is kind of weak sauce, then their action is probably going to be weak sauce. Now, and by the way, one of the words in copy I always try to avoid, I try and limit, sounds so counterintuitive, but I try and limit how much I use the word you. I have found that in today's marketplace, people are obviously bombarded with ads. They see 4,000 to 6,000 ads a day. And it's like they're walking around, we talked about this already, they're walking around with their guard up, trying to avoid all these ads. But they see all these ads, they've heard them, they've seen VSLs, they've been on webinars, they've been chat closed or chat set it, they've been through all of it. And so on all of those marketing messages that I just described, there's a bombardment of you're going to do this, you're going to feel this way, you're going to find this, your friends are going to be blown away when you walk in and they've heard you. And what's that done is it's associated and conditioned that they put a guard up when they hear the word you. It's like, if you say you to me, my guard goes up. But when you say I have nothing to resist and I stay open and I stay receptive. And so I think a huge part of being able to make big promises at the same time is doing them in such a way that it doesn't make their guard go up, that their guard stays down and they stay receptive to our sales or marketing message. So I want to give you a few ways to actually avoid, how do you make these big claims without using the word you? And I have 5 ways I want to share with you really quick. The first way is you can use first person testimony. So instead of saying you're going to make 20 grand a month in passive income, you would say, using this, I am now making 20 grand a month in passive income. The promise is implied instead of shoved in their face, right? It's more implicit than explicit. The second way to do it is just report what other users are saying. Johnny from Nebraska wrote this message. Check it out. He said, since starting this, it's been 250 days and I'm now making $21,000 a month in passive income. You don't have to turn to the prospect and say, you could do that. They get it. They're smart. They get it. You're implying that they could do the same thing. Third way, instead of reporting what other users are saying, you could just let testimonials say it. So don't even say it yourself. You just show a video of a testimonial and they're talking about their outcome, it's implied. The fourth way is you just show it instead of tell it, which is always my favorite way. So that might mean B-roll. That might mean a dramatic demonstration. That might mean, a testimonial waterfall, which was just a series of testimonials where you just over and over and over again for all these different people, testimonial, back to back to back to back, like they would in an infomercial. If you look at pharmaceutical commercials, you ever watched TV and seen a pharmaceutical commercial and you watch it and they're telling you the name of the product and it's got a bunch of Z's and X's and Y's in it and you're like, I can't even pronounce that. And the commercial's over and you're like, I don't even know what that product does. I heard that it's for people who have X issue or illness or disease, but that was it. And so all the B-roll in that is what? Husband and wife walking on the beach, playing with their golden retriever, pushing their grandchild on a tricycle, like playing at the park. They're just showing B-roll of people enjoying a good life. It's implied. And I think legally in terms of regulations, they can't make claims, which is why they do that. But the point gets across. The last way is making something what I call VDJC promises. And I'm not going to go into those. That's going to be a later chapter in this audiobook in the copy section, but super, super useful tool for making big claims that get people to take action that don't damage your credibility and don't make their guard up and will actually convert. So remember, if you think it's too far, it's probably just right. And hopefully that was useful for you. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. What I'm going to share with you in this chapter is something that you should never do. I want to add that as a disclaimer. I made this mistake. I want to tell you about it because it may spark something useful for you in terms of increasing your conversion immediately, but you shouldn't do exactly what I did because I was young, I was stupid, I was impulsive, and it ended up biting me in the ass. So this chapter is called The Upsell That Almost Worked. So I wrote a book in 2016, 17 called Higher Status. I still like the book today. There's a bunch of things I actually don't like about it and disagree with at that point, but that just shows, I'm growing and evolving. But the book was launched. It was a free plus shipping offer. We started rolling it out in YouTube ads and it didn't work at first. It took a couple months to dial in the ads, but pretty soon we were spending somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000 a day on YouTube ads. And it was profitable on day zero. And we're getting a bunch of customers growing the list. It was good. It was working until one day, our Stripe account got shut down because our chargeback rate was too high. This was the first time I'd ever been using like my own merchant account. I'd always use ClickBank, which these types of things never happen. And I was just oblivious to all this stuff. I just stubbed my toe and scraped my knees and I want to tell you about it. So, and why we actually got our account shut down and what happened and what I did. So around this time, there was a book I'd read called Nudge by Dr. Richard Thaler and Cass Sunstein. Great book. It's all about choice architecture and the psychology of how do you structure options for people in such a way that you subtly nudge them to do what you want without making it overt that you're getting them to do what you want. And one of the strategies they talk about in this book is called the default option. The definition, the technical definition for this is the tendency for an agent or someone to generally accept the default option in an interaction. The default option is the course of action that the chooser will pick if he or she does not specify a particular course of action. It's when you go to a checkout page and there's a checkbox, let's say to take a 14-day trial of some subscription service. If the box is pre-checked, that's the status quo. Effort has to be activated. They have to do something to actually uncheck it if they don't want it. So the default option is you are getting the subscription. If you don't want it, you need to uncheck the box to not get it. The reverse is true, of course. If the box is unchecked, then the status quo is you actually have to check the box and make this effort in order to get the subscription service. Hopefully that makes sense. The conversion rate when it's pre-checked is extremely high. This is the whole point of a default option. People are lazy. They just are. And they tend to just go with the status quo. So if the box is pre-checked for a continuity or recurring service or something like that, a lot of people are just going to go with the flow and join your recurring thing, which you're like, that's great. I got a bunch of people paying me for continuity, recurring. That's what I want. Awesome. If it's unchecked, a lot less people will join the thing. They'll take the effort. And so it's very obvious, right? The default option is if you pre-check it, you get more people in. If it's unchecked and they have to actually go ahead and check it, then you'll get a lot less. And so I was like, let me think about this. And here's what I did. And I really want you to pay attention because I want to make sure you get this because the psychology is amazing. The ethics of it, I disagree with now, 6, 7 years later. Here's what we did. You came in for this free plus shipping book. So the book is free, just pay shipping. You enter your credit card information, you hit buy, boom. Takes you to the first upsell, right? And on the first upsell, here was my thought. I was like, how can I make it so that the first upsell is a default option? Meaning, how can I make it, like usually someone lands on an upsell page and the pitch is, here's this thing that you should get and it goes with the first thing you just bought. It's more of what you just bought, or it'll make what you just bought work faster for you. That's typically what a good upsell offer is. But you have to it's not a default option. You have to make the effort to be like, yep, I want to add that as well. My thought was, how can I make it so it's not, I want to add that as well. It's, this is already the default option. I guess I'm getting this too. And if I don't want it, then I'll have to click something to actually not get the upsell. And I was like, if I can figure out a way to do that, this is going to crush. Right. And so here's what I did. I made the upsell. So you bought the higher status book, and then the upsell was for the higher status videos. It's like you bought the book, but if you get the videos, you'll ingrain high status behaviors much faster, which is true. But I set it up the upsell in such a way where I was like, congratulations. And by the way, as a favor to you, we've also added all the higher status videos into your private members area as well. And we did this because so many customers were choosing to add the videos to the book, and it was taking extra time and effort for us to load the videos in their members area for them. And so we just already put them in there for you because so many, everyone who's intelligent and good looking and smells great is doing it. And so they're already there for you, and you'll get them free for 7 days. And then it's just a one-time fee of $197. If you don't want them, you want us to remove them from your members area, just click the remove video button below this video, and we'll go ahead, remove the videos from your members area. So you see, the psychology is completely reversed. Now, if you are someone who enjoys psychology, including dark psychology and all that stuff, then you're probably like, this is really, really smart and genius. But in practice, two things. One, it works super well. Conversion rate went through the roof. We had all these people taking this $197 upsell on a 7-day trial. AOV went through the roof. We turned up ad spend. We're like, this is crushing. This is great. And then what happened after a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, people were like, why am I charged $197? I didn't sign up for this. I didn't realize that was a part of it. Right? It was like mental voodoo, and they did it, and then they're like, wait, what just happened? And again, like I said, I was oblivious, and it wasn't my best hour, put it that way. And so we refunded, always refund people who want a refund, but a lot of people, and you probably, if you're a business owner, you know this too, people who charge back don't usually contact customer support. They just bypass customer support, go straight to their credit card and dispute the charge. And so we were getting a higher volume of people who weren't even contacting us to get their refund. They were just going straight to Amex or Visa or whatever, or MasterCard, and doing a chargeback. And when you go above 1% on Stripe, you get put in the Visa monitoring program. They start to hold money, which affects your cash flow, which affects your ad spend. And then if you go high enough in chargeback, I think we got up to a little over 2%, they will shut you down, and then you can't even take payments at all. And all the people you have on recurring for other products that are on that Stripe account, you lose all that money as well. Sucks. And that's exactly what happened with us. And so there's 2 lessons I feel like I want to pull out for you here. Number 1, don't do what I did. That's a good lesson. Number 2, if you can, though, think about how you can structure your offers in such a way that the default option is the one that you want them to take. The most obvious example is, the checkbox with the thing already pre-checked, but there's a lot of different ways that this can be applied to what it is you do. And just in general, this is I've had a bunch of salespeople who have worked in different companies I've run where they used to work at Cutco. And one of the things they would always do is when someone would buy the first thing at Cutco, they always train them after they buy the first thing to just say, and hey, just so you know, most people who get that, they also get this. Do you want to go ahead and just get this as well? And most people, and a lot of people, you just nod your head while you say it. And a lot of people are like, okay, I'll get that too. And they buy both. That's kind of a default option. It's like, most people, the status quo is actually also do this. Do you just want to go ahead and do this too? And that works really well. And that's effective. So there's probably a lot of places where you make offers or you structure, options for people in your business, your customers, where you want them to do something. And just remember, if it's the status quo is one way, you'll get a lot more people to go that way as well. So that's the upsell that almost worked. Don't do what I did. Do as I say, not as I do in this situation. And hopefully that sparks something useful for you. Thanks for not judging me. Bye. There is nothing more expensive, nothing that will cost you more than a campaign that is just almost breaking even. When I say campaign, I mean you have an offer, you have a product, you launch it on ads, and in the first 1K or 5K or 10K of ad spend, you make 50% of your money back. You're getting 0.5 ROAS, you're getting 0.4 ROAS, you're getting 0.6 ROAS. You're losing money, but you're like, I think I can make it work. You put so much time into getting the offer right, the copy, the funnel, all of it, and it's just not working. And so you're not lazy, right? You're not a bitch, right? You're going to get to work on this thing. And so you're like, I can make this happen. This is my challenge. And so how can I make this better? How can I make it convert better? What can I do with the upsells and the offer and the headline and the ads and the CTR and the CPMs? And how can I make it work? Before you know it, you spent a month or 2 months or 3 months or 6 months, for some people even longer, trying to make it work, and it's still not working. And all you have to show for it is that you lost 272 days trying to make a funnel work that you couldn't get to work. I would like you to have to avoid that. I would like that to never happen to you. But this is a tough pill to swallow. There is nothing more expensive than a campaign that is almost breaking even or just could break even. What happens is, as I just described, is you spend forever trying to make it work. And because you started so far behind the curve and you have so much that you have to make up for, right? You're so behind in the beginning. There's so much room you have to make up for that it's almost impossible. Can it be done? Sure. Do I want to try it? Fuck no. I'm not interested in that. And as a marketer, I don't think you should be interested in that either. What I think you should do, way better off for you to start off with something that generates 1x ROAS. You spend 10 grand, you made 10 grand in the beginning. That campaign's got legs like a fucking spider. There's stuff you can do there. You could tweak the order bump and the upsell. You could get a better ad with a better lead. You could do all kinds of different things to get it up to 1.2, 1.4, 1.6, 1.8. You know, you're not going to maybe find something that immediately doubles your ROAS. Like you hear stories of that and they're memorable, but they don't usually happen. What happens is you find 10% here, 10% there. Doesn't sound like a lot. You add it all up. Before you know it, you're making 2 to 1. And then you scale that bitch up. You're spending 10 grand a day and you're making 20 grand back a day. You're spending 40 grand a day. You're making 80 grand or 80 or 60 grand or 100 grand. Like that. That's how it's done. Right. And so here's the bitter pill that you need to swallow. You launch a campaign. I don't care how much time you spent prepping it, getting it ready. If you launch it and in that first 10 grand of ad spend, it's just losing money. You're at 0.5, 0.6, something like that. Shut the motherfucker off. Turn it off and do something different. Different product, different offer, completely different angle, rewrite the entire VSL. You have to do something. You have to let it go. Now, obviously, I can go into the whole psychology thing of a sunk cost and, you know, the sunk cost fallacy and how people don't want to let go of things they've invested in and so on and so forth. We don't need to. It's really simple. If it doesn't have legs in the beginning of the campaign, the odds of it actually turning into a big winner for you that's going to make you a bunch of fucking money and put you in a private jet or at least first class is abysmally low. It is heartbreakingly low. I would much rather you, again, start off with something that's 1x. If it's better than 1x in the beginning, amazing, right? You get something that starts off at like 1.3x and it actually stays there as you start to inch up ad spend. You scale that thing. It can be amazing. A friend of mine who I talk about a lot, Mr. X, he had an offer he was running. This was about 1.5 years ago and he launched it. And for about a month, they're trying to get this thing to work and they just couldn't get it to work. He may have lost 15 or 20 grand in ad spend. I think they spent something like 50 grand testing it and they made, 25, 30, 35 grand back, something like that. And so what he did is he was angry about it, obviously. And then he was, takes a day to be angry and then you get to work and he accepted that he has to rewrite the entire VSL. And now you don't have to write the entire VSL. He rewrote the most important parts, the thesis, the mechanism, the lead, basically the big angles, the spokesperson. He rewrote, 40, 50% of it, the big parts that matter the most that aren't boilerplate. Relaunched it. Took like 4 months to get back there. And on the relaunch, it did like 2.4 to 1 on day one, the minute they started. And when you see that, that is green lights all around you. It's time to let it fucking rip and get rich as fuck. That's what that means. That's where I want you to be also. Now, you got a campaign right now, maybe you're almost breaking even, whatever. Like you don't want to let it go. You got to let it go. I spent my entire teenage years playing basketball. That was all I did, right? From the time I was 13 years old and I was cut from the 8th grade basketball team, I had that goal to play college basketball. And I spent the next 7 or 8 years, 7 days a week, 6 to 8 hours a day in the gym. I would make 1,000 jump shots a day, not shoot. I would make 1,000 jump shots a day. I would do all my ball handling drills. I'd go in the weight room. I'd play. It was all that I did. It was my entire life. I didn't just invest all that energy. I invested all the time. I made all these sacrifices, like not having friends. I was a virgin until I was 20 years old. I didn't have girls. I didn't know how to talk to girls. I was terrified of girls. And never mind the fact that unconsciously I was so obsessed with basketball and training as a way to avoid socializing. We're not going to get into therapy here, but that was what I did. And you know what? When I was 20, I woke up one day and I was like, I hate basketball. I don't want to play this anymore. And I just let it go and I stopped. All right. And it was hard and it was embarrassing because all these people around you, your family, friends, they watch you spend all this time where you're like committed to this thing and that's what they think you're committed about. And well, if I stop doing it, what are they going to think? Are they going to think that I'm inconsistent, that I'm a hypocrite, that I'm not serious, that if I tell them something in the future that I'm going to do something, they're not going to believe me now because I didn't do this? There's all these thoughts that come up. But at the end of the day, who the fuck cares? The point of this is for you to get rich as fuck. The point of this is not for you to look consistent or persistent to the people around you. I don't care how you get rich as fuck. Obviously, don't defraud people. Don't do it by force. But without fraud or force, I don't care how you do it. Point is that you fucking do it. That is why we are here. All right? If you got a campaign, just remember, nothing more expensive than a campaign that's almost breaking even. The best campaigns that scale are the ones when you start and they work right away. I know that's easier said than done. I'm just telling you, that's how the game works. I've been around so many campaigns from so many companies, from so many amazing marketers, and I've seen them scale. That's how it happens. That's how it's happened with them. That's how it's happened with me. That's how it's going to happen with you. So go find that offer that can do that from day one, and you will be rich as fuck. Be better than the CAC. I'm super excited about this chapter for you. There's a great movie from 2011 starring Ryan Gosling and Steve Carell called Crazy Stupid Love. And Steve Carell plays a man, we can call him that, a beta male, not in a judgmental way, just a beta male. That's what he is in the movie. His wife cheats on him. He is getting drunk at a bar because he's sad and he's telling everyone that he got cucked. And then Ryan Gosling, who also happens to be at this bar, is this swagger badass who's picking up chicks and enjoying his life. And he takes pity on Steve Carell and takes him under his wing. And the first thing he does, he takes him to the mall to get him a makeover. And he tells him he needs new jeans because his jeans suck. And Steve Carell says, I think I'm good on jeans. And they get into an argument. And then Ryan Gosling looks at Steve Carell deep into his steel blue eyes. And he says, be better than the Gap. Be better than the Gap. And what he is saying is, if you want to continue having your wife cheat on you, continue being the world's doormat, if people step over you and not living the life that you were meant for, the life that you really want to, then go ahead. Keep staying at the level you're at. And the metaphor for it is keep wearing the jeans from the Gap that you've been wearing for the last 25 years of your life. He's saying be better than the Gap. There's new jeans, better jeans. There's more out there for you, but I need you to let go of what you were doing and I need you to level up internally. Make the standard shift within yourself so that you can then go shop for better jeans. Be better than the Gap. You're more than this is what he's saying. And I want you, I want this to go into your ears right now, travel through the ears, into the brain and into the heart and just park itself right there in your heart. I want you to be better than the CAC, not the Gap. Be better than the CAC. What is the CAC besides being a kind of ugly word with its, CAC? It's a really important word though. It is CAC. And it is the cost to acquire a customer. Cost to acquire a customer. Be better than the CAC. So last year, I had a private group that I worked with. They each paid me $16,000, and I taught them some very important things about scaling their business. There was a document I created that I shared with them about being better than the CAC. I have it in front of me now. I'm going to read some of the key points of it for you. So listen up. Be better than the CAC. Here's an amazing quote from one of my mentors, Dan Kennedy, on this. He said, he who can spend the most money to acquire customers wins. Not he who has the best product in its category, not he who delivers the best service, not he who is purest of heart, not he who has the best advertising. He who can spend the most money to acquire customers. This makes your maximum allowable CAC, meaning the most amount of money that you can spend to acquire a customer, it makes your maximum allowable CAC the most important number of all the numbers in your business. Every inch that you can expand your CAC puts you miles ahead of your competition. This is why, for instance, when I was scaling different BizOp offers, it would never happen, but I often made a joke of, I'm terrified that Apple is going to come into this business and clean me out and I'd be out of business. And I would, because Apple sits on tens or hundreds of billion dollars of cash. They just have that cash. And so if they come into the BizOp market, like what the fuck is that? They could spend as much money as they possibly want to acquire every single customer in that market and take out the entire marketplace because they can spend more to acquire a customer than I can because they have bigger pockets than I do. Right? Now, fortunately, Apple wasn't in my market, but the CAC, the most important number. CAC, cost to acquire a new customer. Here's how you figure it out. Here's how I do it. It's three things. It's how much does your marketing cost, like your advertising? And ideally, you should take in all your costs, like how much are you paying your copywriter, the server? Like I take all that stuff into account when I look at this because I don't care about having a sexy ROAS number that just like looks cool. I care about the bottom line. How much money is actually going in my pocket? That's why we're here, right? That's why you're listening to this audiobook, to get rich as fuck, not to get rich as fuck on a spreadsheet. So I take all the marketing costs. I add in all the operating costs. I add in all the costs of sales, like commissions if we're selling on the phone, and I divide that by the number of new customers, and that is my actual cost to acquire a new customer. A lot of marketers will just say, well, how much are you spending on ads and how much was a new customer? So for instance, you spent $1,000 and you got on Facebook ads and you got 10 customers, therefore your CAC is $100. Well, how much am I paying you agency, media buyer to run my ads. You're a marketing cost also. How much did I pay my videographer to make the videos that we shot for this? How much am I paying my operating team related to this product to actually fulfill the product that these 10 customers purchased? I take all those things into account. So however you figure it out is up to you. That's how I do it. That's what CAC is. Here's a couple other ideas to think about when it comes to CAC. Think about control. Now, I don't know about you. I like having control. I really do. I'm okay, like in certain situations, not having control, but I'm definitely a control freak and I'm proud of it. You know, I was talking with Bedros Keuilian many years ago. We were talking about this and I said, Bedros, we're not control freaks. We're control kings. Meaning like if there's a king like hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, do you think anyone was like, oh, this king is such a control freak? Like, no, he's the fucking king over his domain. Well, guess what? Maybe you're not a king and you don't have, peasants on your land today, but you can be the king of your reality in your world. Why wouldn't you want to control that? If you don't have control over that, who does? Right? I'm not here to live at the effect. I'm here to live at the cause. And so philosophy aside, what do we have more control over in our business? Do you have more control over the cost to acquire a customer, or do you have more control over how much that customer is worth to you? You have more control over how much that customer is worth to you. How much they cost is how much they cost. There's market forces that drive that. How much are other people spending on ads? Your competitors. What are the market forces like? Depending on your market, is inflation affecting buyer behavior? Is interest rates? Is there a news cycle that's affected? There's all kinds of stuff that you do not have control over when it comes to how much do you have to spend to get a customer. But the LTV of that customer, how much can you make that customer worth to you, is actually up to you. Can you sell them upsells? Can you resell? Can you cross-sell? Can you order bump? Can you put them on continuity? There's all kinds of things you can do to get that customer to spend more money with you in your business, which is why the game is to make the customer so valuable to you and your business that the cost to acquire the customer does not matter. I want to make my CAC obsolete. I'm not perfect. I'm not saying that I always do that. I'm saying that is my intention and that is my aim. I want to make my cost to acquire a customer obsolete. I want to make the customer worth so much to me. I want them to be worth $200, $300, $400, $500 to me so that the cost of $100 to acquire a customer is irrelevant. It's obsolete. It doesn't matter how much it costs to acquire a customer. I can just pay whatever it costs because my LTV can be so high. This is the game. That's the game of direct response business. That's how you get rich as fuck. And so another way to think about it is like, we just have to be better than the CAC. How much do the customers that you want cost? A lot of marketers, what they do is they go, how can I spend the least amount of money on ads? How can I get the cheapest customers? Well, what you don't think about is the quality of those cheap customers. You ever think maybe there's a reason they're so cheap? Maybe because they don't have that much money or that much intent or that much pain. And so they're not going to spend that much money with your business. And so their LTV is going to be low. And that's going to hurt your entire economics. And it's going to basically disallow you from being able to scale your business and your offer the way that you want. I don't want to ever go into a marketplace, Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Google, anywhere, any advertising marketplace. I never want to go in there thinking, how can I get customers for as cheap as possible? Yes, I want to pay the least amount I can for a customer, but that cannot be my North Star. My North Star must be, how much can I make them worth to me? I have to do that because that is how I make CAC obsolete. That's how I can be better than the CAC, right? Last example I'll give you, think about this. The goal in your business is that your competitors have to play with one set of economics, like a bow and arrow, and you get to play with another, like a shotgun, right? A better set of economics, a better game. Think about the NBA, right? If every NBA team, let's say you owned an NBA team, right? You own the Los Angeles Lakers. Congratulations. Really good business. Let's say you own the Lakers. Now, if every other NBA team, all the other 29 or 30 of them, let's say that they were all rigidly salary capped, but for some reason, you, the owner of the Los Angeles Lakers, you can spend 4 times more money on your players than everyone else in the league. Unless you are unbelievably incompetent or your players are unbelievably incompetent, would you lose? Is that even possible? Who would you stack your team with as in the NBA next season if you could spend 4 times more than every other team in the entire NBA? You'd put all the best players on the team because you can, and you'd have the best team, and no one would have a fucking chance against you. That is what happens when you are better than the CAC. You make your LTV your North Star, and you can spend the most money to acquire a customer. So hopefully that sparked at least something useful for you. It should have. And I'll see you in the next chapter. Thanks for listening. How do you make your marketplace trust your promises more? From the time we were young, we've all been conditioned to be quite skeptical of people who make promises to us. Maybe you were 8 years old and mom said she's going to pick you up from school at 3:30 and she's running late. She gets there at 4:10. You spend 40 minutes sitting outside of school, embarrassed. All your friends, their parents are picking them up. Your mom's not there. You don't know why. You don't know where she is. Then finally shows up at 4:10. She has a good reason. But a little seed of doubt is planted in your brain. Maybe I can't trust when everyone tells me that they're going to do something. Right. And then maybe when you're 16, this girl you have a big crush on said she's going to call you tonight. She doesn't call. That definitely happened to me a lot. And so you go, maybe I can't trust when people tell me they're going to do something, right? Or they promise me something. And so we all have instances and experiences like this in our life that make us just, we build up this scar tissue and this skepticism against people making promises to us. And so in your marketing, you make promises to your marketplace and you're marketing to people who have been through the same things you have, meaning they don't really trust you. You amplify that with the fact that they don't know you. They've never shook hands with you, never broken bread with you. You're just some dude or dudette on the internet. Could you get more skeptical? So what do? Right? Well, one of the easiest tricks in marketing is you add a qualifier before the promise. And it's a really, really powerful thing. Let me explain it. So on my Instagram for many years and other social media platforms, I've run something called 5130s for lead generation. I learned it from one of my favorite marketing mentors, a very good friend of mine who's unfortunately no longer with us, Kevin Hutto. And Kevin taught me the 5130. And the 5130, it's 5130, and it stands for, hey, I'm looking for 5 people who want this one outcome in the next 30 days. Now, you could switch it up. You could call it a 7190. I'm looking for 7 people who want this one outcome in the next 90 days. You can, it's just a really good framework for lead generation because you get a lot of people who are interested in the outcome you're talking about. They want to be part of this exclusive 5 people, 7 people, whatever. They like that there's a defined end in the next 30 days, next 90 days, or whatever. And they're in market for what you're offering and they raise their hand and they fill out your form or they message you. It's a go-to campaign for lead gen and marketing that just works over and over and over. And so I have posted thousands of 5130s on Instagram at this point, right? You ever heard me say, DM me the word home, DM me the word boss, or whatever? Like those are all 5130s. And so what I found early on though, is that I could get my response rate to be 50 to 70% higher, meaning I get 50 to 70% more leads from the same effort and same content if I added a softball question before the 5130. Softball question is a question. It's like Warren Buffett talks about when he's looking for investments that he's not looking to leap a building in a single bound. He's looking for 1/2-inch hurdles that he can just crawl over, right? He's looking for a really easy hurdle he can just go over, keeping it easy. And so a softball question is a question that's it's not a baseball. It's not a fastball. It's not a curveball. It's not a breaking ball. It's a softball. It's really easy to hit. It's bigger. It's slower. And so it's a question that most people will say yes to. But the simple fact that you require that they do have to say yes to the softball question before the 5130 increases their receptiveness and responsiveness to the ensuing 5130. So here's an example. Let's say that my 5130 is, hey, I'm looking for 5 more people who want to earn an extra $3 to $4 grand per month from home, typing messages on their phone in the next 30 days. If you're interested, message me the word home right now, and I'll send you all the details. That would be a 5130. Here's a 5130 with the softball question before it. Hey, do you have an iPhone? If you do, my team and I are looking for 5 more people who want to earn an extra $3 to $4 grand per month from home, typing messages on their phone in the next 30 days. If you're interested, message me the word home and I'll message you the details now. You see it? It's the exact same thing, but there's a softball question before it. Do you have an iPhone? Other softball questions that I found really useful for my Money Boss offer. Do you have an iPhone? Do you have an hour a day? Do you like Instagram? Do you check your phone a lot? Softball questions. Who the fuck doesn't check their phone a lot? Who doesn't use, I post the thing on Instagram and my softball question is, do you like Instagram? Good chance they like it if they're on it when I'm asking them the question. And so the principle behind why this works so well is simply, if you just make a promise to someone, sound like you're bullshitting. But if you add a qualifier, it implies that it's not true for everyone. It's only for the people who qualify. And all of a sudden, their receptivity perks up, right? And so if your offer was, weight loss or something like that, instead of just saying, I'm doing this thing, looking for more people who want to lose weight, what if you just added a simple, hey, do you have an hour a day right now? It's so simple. Everyone's got an hour a day, by the way. People spend 2.5 to 3 hours on their phone. They have way more than an hour a day. But by adding that makes an unbelievably big difference. Like I said, 50 to 7% for us in our effectiveness. And once I figured that out in late 2019, every 5130 that I ever posted, ever did until today, there's always a softball question before it. And that is exactly why. So hopefully that sparks some useful stuff for you on your path to getting rich as fuck. I'll see you in the next one. I've sold over $30 million of products, mostly courses, through chat. I don't mean I chatted with people, or employees or team members of mine chatted with people and then booked phone calls, and then a salesperson sold them on the phone. I mean, over $30 million of deals closed directly in the chats. Like in a chat, someone has sent a checkout link, they click the link, they go by, no phone call. It's all happened in a chat, in a text, in a DM, a messenger, on WhatsApp, etc. I haven't counted the number of niches. A lot of different niches, a lot of different avatars, a lot of different demographics. And there's a formula that I developed and we use in all of those chats. And what I want to do is share with you that formula now, because I think you have a better chance of getting rich as fuck if you know it. So if I was with you in person or on video, I could draw this for you. So you're going to have to follow me along here. But I call it the 6 boxes. And if you've heard me do this on YouTube before or something, well, it's an updated version that's working better. So pay attention. The first box is situation, right? So in the last chapter, we actually talked about 5130s, which is a great jumping off point, right? So maybe on an Instagram, an expert, a coach, an author, a speaker, a course creator, a consultant, whatever, posts a 5130 and they say, looking for 5 people who want this one outcome in the next 30 days. And if you're interested, message me this word and I'll send you the details. So they get a bunch of people, 8 people, 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people who message them that keyword because they're interested. So the person chatting back after the initial, hey, thanks for messaging in, et cetera, usually you get permission. Like, hey, is it okay if I ask a couple of questions to find out if I can even help you? And they'd say yes. And then you start with the 6 boxes. And this is your chat flow. And so the first box is situation. And what that looks like in a chat is, so tell me a little more about your current situation. And the reason we use the word situation is because if you said, tell me a little more about your problem, less likely they respond. But when it's situation, it's an easy word. It's just a reframe that's good. And people are, they know what you mean. And so they tell them, they tell you why they messaged in, the problem they have. Sometimes you get a long one, sometimes you get a short one, doesn't matter. You get a response and you get an idea of this. Now, your frame when you're doing 6 boxes, of course, is, can I actually help this person? That's why you're asking these questions. Or can my program or my product actually help this person? Because if it can, then you're gonna have a lot of certainty when you go to close the deal. And it's like, of course that they should work with me and we should work with them because we can help them. And if you, after reading their answers and talking with them, realize that you're not the best person for them, or your program or product is not the best to help them, then of course you're not gonna work together. That wouldn't make any sense, right? So that's the benefit of this. It's just qualifying through chat. And so situation, they respond. Second box we go to is the gap question, right? So after the first one, we then ask them the gap question. The gap question is a very common sales question. And it's, so where are you at now? Where do you want to be 90 days from now, 6 months from now, 12 months from now, et cetera, right? And whatever the core measurable or metric that your prospect is most meaningful for your prospect, that's the gap that you're going for. So if it's make money thing, then it's, where's your income at now? Where do you want it to be? Or where's your revenue at? Where do you want it to be? Where's your profit margin at? Where do you want it to be? How many sales a day are you getting now? How many do you want to be getting, right? It's one of those. If it's weight loss, it's probably, where's your weight at now? Where do you want it to be? Or what's your dress size now? Where do you want it to be? It might be something like that. If it's biceps, how big are your biceps now? How big do you want them to be? Or if it's a guy trying to gain muscle, how much do you weigh now? How much muscle do you want to gain? Right? It's a gap question. They answer the gap question. Now you know their situation, you know where they're at, you know where they want to go, which gives you leverage, right? Because if they have told you, I weigh 180 pounds and I want to get to 190, I want to add on 10 pounds of muscle, they are subtly telling you, I have a problem and I can't fix it myself, which makes me a really good candidate to buy your muscle building program because, well, I can't do it myself, because if I could, I already would have. So situation, gap. The third box, the third question we ask them is the tried box. And so this is simply, so what have you tried so far to achieve this outcome? What have you tried so far to gain 10 pounds of muscle? What have you tried so far to double your income? Right? Whatever the gap question was. And the reason you ask this question is because it's really important for you to know what are all the things that they tried previously to achieve this outcome and didn't work. Because if you position your offer, your solution, your mechanism as something that is similar or sounds similar to what they've already tried and failed with, why would they buy your thing? They're going to think, I already tried that, it doesn't work, sorry. And so you need to know, one, what they've tried so you can make sure that your thing is not positioned in that way. It's positioned in a unique selling way. And then second, you want to know what they've tried so that you can absolve them of their past failures and let them know that it wasn't their fault. It was actually that mechanism or solution's fault. It wasn't the right fit for them, or it was missing certain things, or it didn't address the real root cause, whatever that might be. That's a really important thing that you need to do in persuasion or coaching or sales process, because it gives the person hope of like, oh, that's why it didn't work last time. Maybe it wasn't me. Maybe I actually can overcome this. Maybe I can achieve this outcome. So situation, gap, tried. Those are the first 3 boxes. Box number 4 is a really powerful question. If you ever do survey your audience, it's a great question to ask in a survey as well to find out what to sell your audience next. But the question is, if there's only one obstacle to your goal that you could solve right now, what would it be? The reason we ask this question is because there's probably a lot of obstacles they're thinking about, reasons why they might not be able to achieve the outcome they just told you they wanted. But there's one that's like the Pareto obstacle, the big one, the one that they are like, that's the big hump I don't think I can get over. And unless that's addressed, they may never buy from you. So if there's only one obstacle to your goal that you could solve right now, what would it be? Or if there's only one problem you could solve right now, what would it be? The reason is we find out like what that big one is, and then we can really focus our pitch and make sure that we address that, because it's a super important question. So that's the fourth box. Hey, if you've made it here already, you're already at the fourth box. It's easy sailing from here. You've done a great job. Box number 5 is the priority box. And so this question is simply to find out, is solving this for you a priority right now, or is it I'll get to it later? And you can even phrase the question that way. The reason is, how many times you ever had someone who's interested, you spend time warming them up, building a relationship, going over products and features and benefits and getting them ready to buy. And then when it comes time for the close, they need time to think about it. Or maybe it's just not the right time, or they want to come back in a month or 3 months. And it's a really frustrating objection to deal with. Well, if you'd find out earlier on if it was a priority for them or not, you may have been able to avoid that and not spend time on someone who it's not a priority for. So we ask them straight up, is it a priority for you to get this handled or not? And then the final box is swipe left or right. So, Tinder, Bumble, all these other ones. I've been in a relationship for 10 years. And so I never really, those apps got popular right as I got into a relationship. I've never been on them. But I'm aware, as a former dating coach, that you swipe left and you swipe right. And that's kind of how those apps work. And so with a prospect, it's the same thing, right? You've just asked them their situation, their gap. What have they tried so far? What obstacle would they solve if they could? Is it a priority for them? Based on all this wonderful personal information that they have given you, you should have a pretty clear idea if you, your product, or your service can help them achieve their goal or not. And if you can, then you swipe right and you tell them we're a fit. And if you can't, then you swipe left and you tell them it's not a fit. Now, if it's not a fit, you don't say, hey, sorry, it's not a fit, fuck off. That would be a really rude thing to say. Don't say that. Instead, you say, hey, based on everything you told me, I don't think I'm the right person to help you achieve this. However, I know someone or this company that actually is perfect for what you've told me. Would you like me to connect you to them so I can point you in the right direction? They say yes. You connect them and you make sure you get a kickback or commission or something from this alternative solution that you have referred them over to. Now, if they are a fit, then you swipe right and you make your presentation. Great, you're actually a perfect fit for this. And so I actually just put together a video showing you exactly how we're going to do this. Is it okay if I send you the video now? Great. You send them an anti-VSL. Anti-VSL is a CTA. They come back to the chat. They buy. And you send them to a checkout. Those are the 6 boxes. That's how you chat close tens of millions of dollars. I'll see you in the next one. You're wonderful. Carrying on with this theme from the last chapter about selling boatloads of money or making boatloads of money in a chat, I want to share with you the most important factor when it comes to conversions in a chat setting. It's not what you think it is. It's not the copy, which is strange for someone who's obsessed with copy like myself. I'm able to admit it's not the copy that's the most important thing. It's not even the offer. You know what it is? Not even the pain of the prospect or how urgent their issue. It's none of those things. In chat, the most important conversion factor is the speed of reply. How fast does someone reply to that person? Couple stats. The average Instagram visit lasts 7 minutes and 37 seconds. The average person on Instagram is on 53 minutes a day. So the average session is about 7.5 minutes. They're on about 50 minutes a day. That means that they check it about 7 times a day and they spend about 7 minutes each session. Let me translate. That means that there is a 7-minute window that person will respond to your message, to your reply. And then if you don't respond in that 7-minute window, they're not coming back for a couple hours. And when they come back in a couple hours, life has happened to them. And you know what happens when life happens to someone? They tend to feel different. So 2 hours ago when they were on and they were hot and bothered and ready to go, you could have made a sale. But when they come back 2 hours later and they got yelled at by their boss, or they got into an argument with their spouse, or their kid pissed them off, or they pissed off their kid, or they ate ice cream and now they're on a sugar low or a sugar crash, they're in a different place and it changes and you lose sales, right? Now, I understand you can't always reply right away, but you can have 24-hour coverage. What we've always done on big accounts where where there's a lot of leads, like thousands of leads per day in the chat, we're going to have 5 or 8 or 10 or 12 chat agents all in that account. And we make sure we have 24-hour coverage, meaning there is always someone there 24 hours a day sitting at the top of the inbox so that when a message comes in, we can reply as fast as humanly possible. That is always the goal. Speed of reply, if it's 0, is the best. Now you're probably thinking, well, a bot can reply right away and that's really good. And yeah, that's true. Except in all of our testing, we have always found that manual, like a human, outconverts bot every time. You can use bot in the beginning for instant replies, especially when it's more boilerplate conversations. But when it gets granular, when it gets humanistic, when it gets like you're having an actual conversation and someone's sharing personal stuff about them, a bot is not really going to know how to respond. Now, it's 2023 when I'm making this audiobook. My guess is within a couple of years, maybe 3-4 years, AI will be able to do all of this and more and respond like a real human, but they can't yet. If anyone's listening to this and they're like, no, AI can do all that right now, fuck off. They can't. I've looked at it. It can't happen. It will happen. It's not happening yet. And that's okay. Relax. And so just remember, speed of reply is so important. So maybe you're not, talking to thousands of leads per day in a chat and Instagram DMs or WhatsApp or whatever, and that's fine. But maybe you close through email. You get people to respond to an email marketing blast, and then you try and sell them stuff in a back and forth email. Or maybe you just text with prospects. Maybe you have a smaller business. You're able to text people or talk on Facebook Messenger, whatever. The sooner you can reply to when someone messages, the higher your conversion rate will be. Now, this doesn't listen, I love this piece of advice because I love making money and I want you to be rich as fuck too. But I hate this piece of advice because it implies that you need to be on your phone or your computer all goddamn day. And I don't like that. I haven't solved that problem. You could have a virtual assistant always be there. That would kind of solve the problem, although the responses will not be as good as yours, most likely. But either way, however you do this, do it. The faster you reply, the faster your speed of reply, the higher your conversion rate will be. And all these little things that we're going over in these audiobook, they stack up and they add up, all leading you toward, it's like a brick being stacked on top of a brick with each one. And eventually you have a skyscraper from that stack of bricks and it's kissing the clouds. It's towering over, all the competitors, and you've made it to the top and you're rich as fuck. And this is how we do it with all these little things, all these little tweaks, right? As one of my mentors, Kevin, used to say, we're going to baby step our way to the bank. And what he meant is you just a little fix here, a little improvement here. Yep. Speed of reply here. All these things, they add up and it turns into a private jet for you. Bye. See you in the next chapter. Hey, good looking. Welcome to this chapter. I got a great sneaky trick for you here that, I don't know why I said sneaky. It's honestly not sneaky. It's kick ass and it's awesome. So let's do it. So if you have a coaching program or a consulting program or a course or you information market in any way, people are going through a members area honestly, if you have a service business, a brick and mortar, anyone who deals with customers or clients could use this. I don't know why I started a course. This works for anybody. But I've only done it for courses and coaching programs, but it's worked amazing. And I think it'll work great for you, no matter what business you're in. Here's what I did. When I had my Money Boss program, which was kind of my signature program for the last several years that I was selling, the front end was Money Boss. And then the Ascension offer was Closer Boss. So Money Boss is you start your social media agency, you're using private labeling. We're showing you how to get initial clients and have appointments. But the biggest bottleneck that people would have is that they'd be able to use chat to get appointments, but then they were new to this. They're not good at closing and actually signing people up for deals. And so the Ascension was Closer Boss, which is we're going to show you how to actually turn those appointments you're getting now into sales and get your close rate up, get your cash flow up, and so on and so forth. And so the thought I had was because Closer Boss was much more expensive than Money Boss, it was, when someone joins Closer Boss, how can I make them feel amazing about their decision? Because we always want to, any behavior that is immediately rewarded will be repeated. And so how can I immediately reward their decision to join Closer Boss in a unique, novel, dopamine surging type of way? I could make a video and tell them how awesome they are and show them all these testimonials about why they made such a good decision. I could send them cookies. I could send them a hat. I could do a bunch of stuff. And we did some of that. But I was like, I want to pull out the big guns. What could I do here? And then I thought about this website called Cameo.com. You've probably seen it before. And it's a website that you can go on and you can pay celebrities to create short videos for you. Most people, they'll pay Snoop Dogg $1,500 and he'll record a 60-second iPhone video telling your uncle happy birthday. And then your uncle sees it, he loves Snoop Dogg and he's like, holy shit, this is amazing. It's cool. Well, I thought, what if I could pay these celebrities on Cameo to create videos for my product onboarding? So someone just bought Closer Boss and the first video they see is from a celebrity welcoming them to Closer Boss. That would make them feel pretty fucking good about their decision, wouldn't it? I thought so. And so I wanted to also make it relevant. Celebrities are good, but relevant celebrities are better. So I thought Closer Boss. Well, what if I got a closer from the Major League MLB, from baseball, right? The guy who comes in the ninth inning and shuts it down and just closes it out. That's relevant. It kind of makes sense. Kira Sedgwick would be great. She said that show on TNT called Closer, but or maybe a great phone closer, Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross, if I got Alec Baldwin or whatever, those would be super relevant, but I wasn't getting those people. Didn't want them. And so what I did is I went on Cameo and I was like, who's a closer here? And I found a guy. Maybe you've heard of him. His name's Mariano Rivera. He was this amazing closer for decades for the New York Yankees, won titles, all-star, savage. And I got him from Cameo. And he made an awesome 45-second video welcoming all of my students into Closer Boss. They're hearing from one of the top closers of all time who's telling them they made a great decision to join Closer Boss. Now, it's not an endorsement. I'm not using it in advertising. The only people who ever saw this video were buyers, so it's above board. But it was awesome. And so I was like, all right, where else can I use this? Well, we found out in Money Boss that it's a 21-day program, and we had it in Teachable. And so in Teachable, I can see the consumption rate of the program. I can see how many people are coming in on day 1, day 2, day 3, how much the videos they're watching. And I noticed that there was a big drop-off point on day 6, because on day 6, we asked them to do something a little bit harder. We built up days 1 through 5, and day 6, like, we got to get going here. And it was harder and people were dropping off. So what I did is I went back on Cameo and I got a cameo from Mr. Wonderful, Kevin from Shark Tank. And he recorded a video that was basically like, you're starting, you're doing great. Jason Capital was great, which I didn't tell him to say, and he did say it, which was very cool. But it was like, business is challenging. You're going to be challenged. And right now you're about to go through some challenging things in the program, but you need to push through it because you can do this. So they're getting a specific pep talk from Mr. Wonderful right before they enter the challenging part of the program. And what we did is we saw consumption rates significantly increase after that. You know, you have a goal, there's something you should be working on, but you're procrastinating, you can't get yourself to do it, and it's business related. What if you had Mr. Wonderful in your ear telling you to get your ass up and do it? You'd probably go ahead and do it. Make sense? Amazing. The idea for you here is think about your customer onboarding, or think about the sticking points in your customer journey. How can you insert a celebrity video from Cameo right at that point to help compel and motivate your customer to take action? Or in an onboarding sequence, when someone buys something, how can you find the right celebrity that's relevant to make the customer feel amazing about their decision? You'll lower refund rates, you'll increase consumption, you'll likely increase LTV and ascension. And they'll probably tell their friends and family about how awesome this video was, right? Which a lot of our students did naturally, of course. All right. So use that, get rich as fuck, and I'll see you in the next one. How do you build influence with an audience, with a social media audience, an email audience, advertising audience? How do you build influence with them so that when you tell them to click a button or do something, they actually respond? Obviously, Dr. Cialdini's book, Influence, 6 Weapons of Influence, is wonderful. And he talks about things like authority, reciprocity, commitment, consistency, liking, bias, scarcity, and one other one that I can't think of right now. But there's something he doesn't talk about in that book, or even his follow-up book, Persuasion, that is obvious once you see it and hear it when it comes to influence. And these 3 things are called assets, advantages, and associations. And so I'll give you the story, and then I'll show you how to do it for yourself. When I first saw Instagram, it was 2014. Natalie showed it to me and I was like, oh, this is stupid for stupid people. I'm not doing this. And 6 months later, I created an account, but I didn't really post on it. And then when my email monetization started decreasing and I realized my audience attention had gone elsewhere, I was like, I need to shift. And I think they're on Instagram. And this was, 2018, 2019 at that point. And so I started on Instagram and I got to grow this. We're going to build an audience. We're going to monetize. We're going to get rich as fuck. That's what we do. And so new platform, new people who don't know me, how do I build influence with them so they actually want what I got? And the framework that we came up with was assets, advantages, associations. Assets are things that you have that your audience wants. Think about someone who has, maybe let's name him. There's Joe. Joe is 20 pounds overweight. Joe wants a 6-pack. Joe's best friend works out, has a 6-pack. If his best friend with the 6-pack is telling him what he should do to get a 6-pack, do you think Joe is going to listen? I didn't say Joe's going to do it. We know he probably won't. But I'm saying, is he going to listen? Is he going to be influenced? If his friend is like, oh yeah, you have to take a cinnamon capsule with every meal because it increases your insulin sensitivity, you should do that. Is there a chance he's going to go on Amazon and look up buying a cinnamon capsule? Probably. If it's his best friend and he's got a 6-pack. Because Joe's best friend has what Joe wants. If there's a 17-year-old kid out there and he wants to get rich and he sees a guy on social media with a Bugatti, do you think he's going to be influenced by the guy with of course, because the guy has what he has. And so in Cialdini's book, he covers all this great stuff about influence, but to me, it's like he misses such a key factor, which is if you got what they want, they will listen to you. And if you don't got what they want, much harder to make them listen to you. Really simple. So assets are things you have that your audience wants. I'm going to show you how to use this in a second. Just keep that in mind. Assets, things you have, your audience wants. Number 2 is advantages. Advantages are the same things as assets, which again are things you have that your audience wants. But the difference is the advantage is something you have that your competitors do not. So it's an asset you have that your competitors do not. So for instance, when we were making my list of assets and my list of advantages, before I traded in my Bentley for a golf cart, I had a Bentley. And so that's an asset, right? My audience wants to make money. They probably want a Bentley. That makes sense. But do my competitors have Bentleys, Rolls Royces, nice cars? Yeah, they do. So is it an advantage? No, it's not an advantage. It doesn't stand out. But I was a dating coach from 2012 to 2016. I was named the number 2 dating coach in the world in 2014, which is an award no one gives a shit about except for me. I thought it was pretty cool. Anyways, being a dating coach, a guy who understands things about attracting women and blah, 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 blah. Well, that's something that a lot of guys want, isn't it? And is it something that my competitors have? No, it's not. Well, that goes in the advantages bucket, not the assets bucket. Does that make sense? Are you following me here? Thank you. So we have assets, things you have, your audience want. Advantages are the same thing as assets, but they're things your competitors don't have. They really make you stand out in a really good way. And the final bucket is associations, right? These are the 3 A's: assets, advantages, associations. Associations are people you are known to be associated with. And there's 3 levels, right? There's your mentors, there's your peers, and then there's your students, the people, your mentees, your proteges. Who are the mentors you are known to consume information from or learn from? Who are the peers that you are seen doing business deals with or spending time with? Who you're around, your friends, your family, who are your peers? And then who are your mentees or your students or your proteges and the people that you help, right? In the book, The Prince, Machiavelli talks about how one of the best ways to judge a prince is to look at who he has around him, who he keeps around him. And it's the same thing today. It's not any different. People see you around a bunch of losers, it's not a good look for you. But if they see you around a bunch of winners, people they also look up to, it's a good look for you. They tend to project the same value onto you as they do the people they see you spending time with. So we have assets, we have advantages, we have associations. Here's what I did, and then here's my suggestion for you. What I did with my team is we sat down and we made a list of all my assets. Then we went through and said, well, which ones do our competitors not have? And we circled them, and all the ones that were circled, we moved into the advantages bucket. So we have assets, and now we have advantages. And then we made a list of the associations. Who do we want as a brand, a personal brand? Who we want this personal brand to be associated with as their mentors and people they learn from? Who do we want JC to be associated with? Those are his peers, and then his key students, right? Or success stories. And then we made a system where we said, all right, if we're posting 3 times a day on the feed and 6 times a day in the story, whatever it is, at our peak, we were posting something like 55 times per day across all platforms. But let's just go with simple numbers here. 3 posts a day on the feed. Well, we said, well, in the first post, let's make sure that we embed an asset in there. In the second post, let's make sure we embed an advantage in there. And then in the third post, let's make sure we embed an association in there. It could either be in the content of what is being said. It could be in the caption. It could be in a photo. It could be just B-roll, but we need to show this or tell this in one way or another so that with every post we're making, where we're giving value and we're building a relationship with the audience, doing all these things, we're also establishing influence subtly, under the radar, quietly at the same time in every single post. And with every post, a little bit more influence is built. Johnny, the follower out there, sees one video with an asset that increases my influence to Johnny a little bit. Then he sees the next video with an advantage. It goes up a little more. Then he sees the next one, association goes up a little more. And over time, it starts to build and build and build. And now your audience becomes more and more receptive to you because you are more influential because they are aware of your assets, your advantages, your associations. It's pretty cool, right? And so my suggestion for you is for you to sit down and do the following. Number 1, list out all of the assets you have. Again, assets are things that you have that your audience wants. Then go through that entire list of assets and circle all the ones that your competition, your competitors don't have. Now you have the ones that are circled. Now you have your advantages, and then you had all the assets which you listed, right? So now you have 2 buckets. And the final bucket is associations. Your mentors, your peers, your students, or proteges. How many peers, how many mentors? I don't know. It's ain't a science. 3, 4 for each one, going to be fine, right? And here's the thing, don't fake it. Like, actually audit your life and your business and your network and realize what you got and use what you got. And if it's not what you want, go out there and get better so that over time you can build it up. The biggest takeaway I can give you from this is not even what I just told you. It's the philosophy of approaching social media, of approaching personal branding, or approaching social media marketing, whatever, very scientifically and very strategically with a lot of preparation. My whole thing is win before you arrive. And so if I want to make sure I influence on social media because I want to generate leads that will convert into sales and LTV and I'll get rich as fuck, then I need to make sure that before I even post on social media, I've already won. I've already established my influence. And what I just described to you is the way that we do that. I'll see you in the next one. Why doesn't your content stand out? Why doesn't your brand stand out? Why is it when you post stuff, you produce content, you run ads, you set up your website, your funnel, whatever it is, people come to it and they don't seem to respond the way that you want. You don't get the views or the likes or the engagement or the comments or the leads that you want. And you see other people in your niche who don't have better content, don't have better credentials, don't know more than you, aren't even putting out better content than you, and they blow up and they get leads and they get sales and they're getting rich as fuck. What the fuck? It's a really important question to ask if I'm describing you. And here's the lesson. Content is a commodity. Characters are not. See, one of the first lessons I learned when I got started in online marketing in 2009, I was at the Underground Online Marketing Seminar. Yannick Silver is this old school internet marketer and copywriter, put on this massive internet marketing event when internet marketing was just a baby. It was, people were like, 2018 is the wild west. Like, no, 2009 was the wild fucking west. And I'm at this event, just starting out. And there was this line I heard multiple people say at this event. And it was that people don't stay for the content, they stay for the character. So let me ask you some questions as examples. How many fitness experts do you see online who will tell you what foods you should eat and what foods you should avoid? All of them, right? But how many will tell you that information like Wes Watson tells you? If you don't know who that is, you should Google him. How many dating coaches online tell you how to act with a woman or what you should say to a woman? All of them. How many tell you like Andrew Tate does? How many people online, coaches, so many coaches, how many of them tell you to set goals and that you should change your state? Almost all of them. How many tell you that like Tony Robbins does? People do not stay for the content. They stay for the character. Content is a commodity. Characters are not. Everything I just described to you is not hard to do. In fact, with ChatGPT and AI, anyone can make content. It's a joke. Telling people what they should do and shouldn't do and how to, what to, that shit's a joke. It is almost as plentiful as oxygen. But characters are a rare breed. There are not that many out there. And the reason there's not that many characters out there is because it's scary to be fully your authentic self in public, especially on the internet or on social media or in an advertisement. It's scary, right? Now, some of the people I just described to you, by the way, that's not the real them. That is a character. Either it's a character they've consciously created because they know that it works the same way that a director consciously creates a character who he or she wants in their movie, or the people I described to you with characters, it's just a defense mechanism they built up when they were fucking teenagers and 20 years old. And it's just, they don't even know it at this point. Either way, for most of these people, it is a character that they are playing, whether they know it or not. But that character fucking works. That's probably why they still play, because they've been rewarded for it. Now, what do you do at this point if you're like, well, I'm authentic. I want to be me. I don't want to be a fake person. I don't want to be a character. That's totally fine. Here's the thing. Is there anyone else out there who is truly like the authentic you, the real you? Of course not. You are a snowflake in that regard. There is no one who has your exact values and beliefs and opinions and preferences and wants to communicate these things in the way that you do. There is no one. The problem is when you're putting stuff out there, you're not doing it as the real you. You're doing it as you think you should be, or you're doing it as how you think other people want you to do it, or you're doing it as how the leader in your marketplace does it. So you're kind of doing a little bit of them and a little bit of yourself. It's just not you. What I'm saying is when you take you, the real you, and that's what you put out there, that shit connects. That shit works because now that is a character who is out there, right? And it's even better if you take that real version of you, and when you're making content, you're doing videos, you're doing ads, or whatever, you just become an amplified version of yourself. Because what I have learned, like I've been studying guru stuff, 14 years now, hardcore. Here's something I've realized that I've never heard anyone talk about. The experts who become the biggest and last the longest are amplified versions of themselves when they are performing, when they are presenting, when they are in front of an audience or a camera. They are an amplified version of themselves. When I was a dating coach and I'm making videos every day, 2012 to 16, I made thousands of videos, whether it's YouTube videos or customer videos or whatever. Before every video, I would bark. I would bark really loud. And what I was doing is that was my way to get myself into character before I hit record on the camera. And you know what? It worked. Now, there's part of me that has shame telling you about that right now. I couldn't be the real me. I had to bark to get into character, to go on camera and do my thing and get into that state that I wanted to. But the reality is, I don't really have any reason to feel ashamed about it. I knew what I was doing. I knew that I wanted to be amplified. I wanted to be amped the fuck up when I went on camera because I knew that my message would not reach people, would not stop people in their tracks if I just looked and sounded like everyone else. The way I was going to stand out was by being more amped up than anyone else. And I was 24, 25, 26 years old. Guess what? I'm 34 years old now. I don't need to bark anymore. But tell you what, I'm at a place right now where I'm thinking about how I want to come back to social media and make content and blow things up again. And I will probably have something, I don't know if it's barking, but I'm going to have something, some anchor, some ritual that I do before I go on camera to tap into this more amplified version of me, this quote unquote character, because I know it fucking works. And the point of this is to get rich as fuck. And if we want to get rich as fuck, should we do what works better or what works worse? Right? But just think about that also. Besides the standing out part, is every guru who lasts a long time, they usually have at least one unique physical characteristic or attitudinal characteristic. Let's go through a quick list of some of the most famous gurus, experts, coaches, speakers, authors, what do you want to call them? Tony Robbins, larger than life giant, like 6'7" with giant hands, a monster of a man, right? Unique physical characteristic. Robert Kiyosaki, not a giant of a man, normal sized man, but with the attitudinal part, you got two fathers. Very unique. Great story, stands out. He's been working for almost 40 years. Alex Hormozi, my friend, amazing dude, right? Alex is jacked. Also has a mustache, now he has a beard. And then the contrast with Alex is jacked, but rich and super smart, which usually people, when someone's super jacked, they don't expect him to be super smart and super well-spoken, but he is, right? And so that's a very unique attitudinal and physical characteristic. Going back several years, Tai Lopez, Lamborghinis, lots of cars, right? Unique physical characteristic. He's always in videos, always the Lamborghinis. By the way, like Tai is a brilliant marketer. Like all the other stuff aside, brilliant marketer. I don't think anyone can question that. Notice though, if you look at his content lately or the last few years or whatever, the Lamborghinis aren't really there anymore and he has less market attention now as well. Those are all men. What about females? Marie Forleo, right? Great marketer. She dances. She's always dancing. Dancing everywhere. Unique physical characteristic. Makes her stand out from everyone else. Grant Cardone, private jet, right? Unique physical characteristic. He's also very in your face about stuff, right? And that's on purpose. It is a character and it works. So he's got physical and attitudinal. Gary Vee, also very in your face in a different way, but very in your face, right? That's the attitudinal characteristic. Loud, right? New York, in your face. So every guru who lasts a long time has one unique physical or attitudinal characteristic. I have seen hundreds, perhaps thousands of experts and coaches and speakers and authors and consultants and all these people in the knowledge business, all of them for 14 years. And 99% of them just looked and sounded like everyone else. They played it safe. They didn't want to offend. They didn't want to push it too far. They didn't want to have any weird dress thing, a necklace, a bracelet, a haircut, a muscles or flashiness or cars or in your face. And by the way, the only attitudinal doesn't have to be in your face. There's lots of ways that you can do it. My point is that they stayed in this kind of zone of expectation. Like the audience expects them to kind of, everyone's kind of in this circle of comfort. They just kind of stay there. Everyone I just described to you, they have one very unique physical or attitudinal characteristic. They are willing to be laughed at. They're willing to stand out. They're willing to get attention, positive and both negative. And as a result, they just get a lot more attention. Because the truth is, are there coaches on earth who are smarter and wiser and more effective than Tony Robbins? Probably, right? But they're not doing it in the way that Tony is. And so Tony's the one who has monopoly on the attention of that marketplace, period. Anytime he runs an ad, period, it's not even close. Netflix, it's not even close, right? And so if we zoom out 30,000 foot view, go back to the top of this chapter, content is commodity, characters are not. People will not stay for the content, but they will stay for the character. And so I've been talking a lot about this idea with lots of examples here for the last, 8 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever. I haven't said anything about you. My hope is by me talking about this, you've been thinking about yourself this whole time and your brand and what you post and how you present yourself. And what are the things that you could do? What is that one unique physical or attitudinal characteristic that you could bring to your brand and your message and your communication? I don't care if you're like, well, it's gimmicky. So will you help more people? Yeah. Why? Because you'll have more attention. Is that what you want? If you want that, that's what you should do. Or if you're like, well, I don't really care about helping people. Like, I don't want to hurt people, but that's not why I do it. I want to make money. I'm like, okay, cool. That's me too. Will you make more money or less money if you get more attention and stand out more? I'll see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, I want to share with you the single best coaching model, business model that I have ever seen. It requires some extra effort, which making a fuckload of money typically does. So you should probably be okay with that if you want to make a fuckload of money. I just want to give it to you very quickly and maybe you can see how can I tweak my offer, my program to fit this. If you sell a service, coaching, consulting, anything like that, mentorship, whatever, course included too. So the front end is high ticket. It's 8 weeks long and it involves weekly interaction. If you look at all of the most successful religions, they meet once a week, don't they? At least, right? Probably a good indicator that if you want to build a lot of rapport and relationship, because a business model like we're talking about, right? There's an ascension, there's an upsell. And the best way to do that is to have a really good relationship with that person in the initial. And so weekly, meet once a week on something, on Zoom or in person, whatever, once a week for 8 weeks. That's the initial front end. It's usually a high ticket offer. It could be one-on-one, it could be group. And during those 8 weeks, have a very clear outcome of why they're doing it. It's not a general learn how to do this big thing. It's like a very specific and very useful and very valuable thing that you are teaching them or working with them over those 8 weeks. But it should also be something that they won't want to keep doing on their own, most likely. Like some will, but most won't. And trying to get someone else to do it is also hard. And then what you do at the end of the 8 weeks is you offer to do it for them in an ongoing way. And you will have the highest take rates you've ever seen on a done for you service, period. And now you've got all these people paying you recurring subscription dues. It's a lot of abstract shit. I get that. Let me give you a very hardcore example. So in October of 2022, so late last year, I started a coaching program called Lords, Course Lords, and it was for course creators. And it was anywhere, I think we started at $9,800 for 8 weeks up front. And then we increased it to $12,000 and then $16,000. But let's just call it was $9,800 for the 8 weeks. So 8 weeks, you pay $9,800. We meet once a week on Zoom. I'm showing you how to do this thing. What I was showing them how to do is how to build a chat funnel and an anti-VSL to sell high ticket courses through chat. Because the conversion rates on the chat funnel and the anti-VSL, which I call the social funnel in general, typically outconverts webinars better than 2 to 1, sometimes 3 or 4 to 1. It just crushes and it's better. And so that's what we're teaching them to do. So we have a weekly interaction over 8 weeks. I'm showing them how to build this social funnel, etc. Well, the problem is with a social funnel or a chat funnel is that it's manual, right? You're chatting with people. With a webinar, they watch it and it's automated and you're kind of out of it. But with a chat funnel, someone has to be there to manually talk with every single lead that comes through, right? Now, of course, you could train someone to do it, but managing them and overseeing them and making sure that they're good and they're also not risking your brand or reputation to make a commission. You got to be aware of all those things. So I knew my Lord customer wouldn't want to keep doing this themselves. I also knew that delegating it is hard to do for the reasons I just described. And so we offered to do this for all of them as a revenue share deal, which is what my agency used to do from the biggest brands in the world. We partner with people, we run their chat funnel for them. All the money that we sell for them, we split. And the take rates on this thing was absolutely amazing. In fact, that coaching business went from zero to $330,000 a month in 90 days. Very profitable margins as well. And it was just the model that I just described to you. Now, why did I stop doing it? A lot of reasons, which I will tell you about in another chapter, but that model fucks. It just crushes. So you meet once a week for 8 weeks, teaching them something very specific outcome, but also something that ideally you have a back end for that you can do for them. And it's something you're teaching them that they don't want to keep doing, and delegating is going to be hard. Build this relationship with them. You like, so basically like in Lords, I'm teaching them how to do chat and they're getting it and it's great, but they're business owners and they're also course creators. Let me tell you something about course creators. They create courses largely because they don't want to work all the time. That's why they create courses. They love the leverage of it. So I knew that they're going to be like, holy shit, this works amazing, which it did. They make all these extra sales during the 8 weeks, but then they're going to be like, I don't want to keep doing it. Amazing. I give you the solution. At the same time, I create a problem for you. I'm meeting with you every 8 weeks, so you trust me, which you should. I have your best interest at heart. And then I offer to do this for you in an ongoing fashion after that, which is an easy yes. And the take rates are absurd. It was something like 70, 80%. I don't remember the exact numbers. But again, 0 to 330 in 90 days. And so that is the best coaching model I've ever seen. Don't reinvent your business because of this chapter. Just think about it. And then if it makes sense, go ahead and reinvent your business or your offer. You're amazing. I'll see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, I want to talk to you about a billing model that you don't ever have to use. You can completely ignore this and move on with your life. Totally fine. But I'd be remiss if I didn't at least share this pricing and billing model with you because I have found it to be uniquely effective in specific situations. Not all situations whatsoever, but very specific situations that may apply to you and may be able to make you more money immediately, which I've heard people are interested in. I certainly like that too. The pricing model is simply weekly billing. See, most people, when they charge, like, you want continuity, you want recurring, you want subscription revenue, you want revenue that you know is coming in every single month. It's automatic. People are on a subscription and so on. And that's good. So everyone goes monthly and it works. Some people do quarterly, some people do annually. Annually is actually really interesting, but no one really does weekly. A few people have talked about it. A few people have done it. There's some businesses that go back 20, 30 years that I'm aware of that have been doing it, but most people don't. And I want to talk about the pros and cons of it because I have not a ton, but I've had a few instances and experiences where I've used it myself or with clients, and it's been unbelievably effective. So weekly billing is like this. Let's say that, I'll just give you an example. So I had a coaching program that was $16,000 and it was a 4-month program. So 4-month program, 16 grand. Most people would probably try and get the PIF paid in full upfront, 16K. They can't get it. They might go 2 payments of 8,000, or they might go, it's 4,000 a month for 4 months, right? And that's pretty standard. But what we did is, instead of saying that, we said it's $1,000 a week, and then it's just billed weekly throughout the program. So it's $1,000 a week for 16 weeks. And the conversion rate, as you can imagine, was significantly higher at $1,000 a week. So we were able to onboard and convert so many new customers, and our ROAS on our ad spend was much better. I mean, when we turned this offer on, we were profitable immediately, better than 2 to 1 immediately on day zero. Just doing this model. When we tested it with go for 16K or 2 times 8 or 4 times 4, we tried it for about a week and a half, and it was negative ROAS. I mean, it was significant, huge difference. Especially some of the closers we had were new to the offer, or they're not totally advanced yet. Then this is a much easier sale for the salesperson to convert as well. But this doesn't mean you should go change your offer to weekly because you'll make more money. It's easier for people to say yes to $1,000 a week than it is 4K upfront. It just is, right? And you go, what about the investment? Are they as committed? Yes, they're just as committed. They're paying every week. It's that works. There's a couple key distinctions you need to know. Number one, if you are going to do weekly, you have to ensure that you have weekly touch points with your client or customer, because they're going to see on their Amex or their Visa or whatever, the billing coming in every single week. And every single week when they see it, if they haven't heard from you, if nothing's happened, well, that might work for 1 or 2 weeks, but after a while, they're going to start questioning, why am I paying this? Because when it's monthly, maybe you do bi-weekly, there's 2 touch points per month and it's really useful, but there's only 1 billing cycle per month. And so that's fine. But if it's weekly, the frequency of communication needs to be higher. That's just period. The second thing is that ideally, the service you are providing to them is also delivered weekly, if not daily. That also will help increase the number of touch points. A couple other distinctions. If your product or service delivers, and I don't mean delivers in the way that everyone says that their program works and delivers, and well, if the people that didn't work, they didn't take action, but if people take action, the program always works. I don't mean that. I mean the product fucking works, whether they take action or not. It's your responsibility and your team's responsibility to ensure that they get the result, and you have figured out a way to produce the result for them, whether it's a done for you or a done with you, I'm not sure, but it works, and it works for the majority of them. I mean 80, 90% of them. If you have that, weekly fucks. It rocks. It will crush for you. If you don't have that, don't do weekly. You're fucked. Don't do it. And I'm speaking from experience, my friend. When I sold that coaching offer, that $1,000 a week for 16 weeks, it's me doing the coaching. And I don't mean to, pump my tires or toot my horn, drive my car, but I'm good at that. I know how to get people results. And so that worked really, really, really well. I mean, I was on a Zoom call every single day with the clients as a group every day, and that worked great. And when I tried the same weekly billing model for a B2B agency, we were providing done for you services for clients, not coaching them, but just doing the services for them. It worked awful, right? Because our agency's our ability to deliver was not at the level that it needed to be. It just wasn't. Not my proudest moment. And so cancels were high, refunds were high. We had 1 chargeback, and I don't even want to count it because this guy I'm not going to go there. Anyways, you see how I'm talking? I'm not even happy about it. It didn't work. So don't do this if your stuff doesn't deliver. And you're not a bad person if your stuff doesn't deliver. It's hard to make it deliver for everybody, right? That's just the reality. Dan Kennedy always talked about with his business, he said, he's been selling information products, home study products, and then, digital products. He's been doing this for 40 years. And he said he would have gone crazy if he had never accepted that for a lot of people who buy the stuff, the shrink wrap never comes off. And shrink wrap, for those of you who are younger, that's in the 70s and 80s and 90s, even people would buy home study courses with these big binders, and they'd come in shrink wrap, and most people would put it on the shelf, and they'd never even take the shrink wrap off. So of course, you're not going to get a result from the product. And so if you're selling information, you kind of have to accept that. But if you are not selling information, if you are selling a high ticket offer to someone, they expect a result. If you're selling done for you, they expect a result. So either sell information and you can do weekly, or, I don't know how that would work. I'm going to think out loud in the middle of this chapter. Would it work to sell weekly with information? It probably would sell. It would probably be fine as long as you had touch points. So let's say it's a members portal where they get access to new stuff every single week for 8 weeks or 12 weeks or 16 weeks or whatever. As long as you have touch points with them where a CSM is reaching out to them regularly, or they get Zoom calls with you or the expert or whoever it is, that would probably work fine. But I'm just telling you, this works so much better when you have an offer that delivers, really, really delivers consistently more than 80% across the board. Weekly billing will absolutely rock for you. So something to think about. And at the very least, I hope that you hear this and just makes you consider or reconsider all of the pricing options that are available to you. And you don't have to just go with dogmatic pricing and billing models because there's so many out there. It's one of the longest levers to extract profit from your business without changing anything else. So hopefully that sparks something useful for you. You're awesome. I'll see you in the next one. You want to sell more stuff without changing anything about your product, without changing anything about your marketing, your ads, without writing any new VSLs, just making one switch in the way that you talk about your product. If yes, this chapter is for you. A few years ago, I was sitting down with my friend Craig Clemens. Craig, if you don't know, is arguably the most respected copywriter on the planet. He is one of the founders of a company called Golden Hippo, which does more than $1 billion a year, direct response marketing company in health, nutrition, beauty. They absolutely crush it. And their VSLs are art. They're artwork to me. They're amazing. And Craig is brilliant. Craig said something to me in passing that was brilliant. And he didn't realize how brilliant it was. Maybe he did. I don't know. He didn't act like it if he did, because he's just a brilliant dude. And he said, in marketing, you help the customer become someone bigger by making them a part of something bigger. And I wrote it down and I kept thinking about it. And I kept thinking, well, how would that look in a VSL? How would that look in an ad, in a funnel? Like, what would that actually look like? Because it makes perfect sense. I can see how that would increase the conversion. And so what I started doing is I started testing, adding this into all the anti-VSLs that I was writing for myself or for my clients. And I was split testing if it would actually increase conversion. So normal anti-VSL versus the same anti-VSL, except I would add in a line. For instance, for one of my clients who had, like 30-something million followers across social media, the line that we added was, originally it was turn your passion into income, was like the promise. And then it became turn your passion into income because I'm going to make my next viral video featuring all of the top success stories of the people in this group like you who turn their passion into income. And I'd love to feature you. I'd love to feature your story in the viral video that millions of people are going to see. I mean, imagine how many millions of other people like you out there right now that your story can and will inspire. Which one's more appealing to you? It's not even close, right? And in the second one, we are helping them become someone bigger by making them a part of something bigger. They get to be a part of this viral video that's going to inspire millions of people. That's something bigger they get to be a part of. And as a result, they get to be someone bigger and feel that way. And so how can you make your prospect a part of something bigger and make them someone bigger as a result? Here's a couple just more examples that I've used in different offers and VSLs. One is the one I just said, the viral video angle, right? Looking to help X amount of people get this result. I want to feature the result in a viral video because your story will inspire millions. One that I've used a lot also is I'm doing this to collect case studies for my new book, right? You're going to be featured in a book. You're a part of something bigger. I've taken it even further. I had a client who was kind of in the red pill space. And the idea I had, which I could not get him to agree to, but I thought it would be awesome, was I'm getting case studies for my new book about, masculinity. And then I'm going to ship copies of this book to the list of the 100 most notorious feminists out there so they can understand where we're coming from and what we're about, right? And we're gonna shove it in their face was kind of the emotion we're tapping into there. He was fine with the case studies for the book, but not for shipping it to the front door of all the feminists. But you win some, you lose some. Another one as an example is, you could say something like, hey, especially if this is DM or chatting, the total cost is $2,000. But because we've been chatting and you're going to agree to let me use your results as one of my star students in case studies, I'm going to apply, $1,000 discount voucher. So instead of $2,000, it's only $1,000 or even 2 payments of $500, right? So now you got a discount going in there. You have a reason why for the discount. The discount is you're going to use them in the book or one of the star students to help you promote the program. Another example is, don't make this stuff up, obviously. Like if it's real, use it. And if you can't do it, then come up with something else. But I had a client who was talking with a TV network about a show. And so the angle was I'm talking with this big network who wants to do a show about me, and some of my star students can also be featured in this show. And so I need 3 more. And that's why I'm doing this. So I want you to be a top success story so I can feature you in the show with me, right? Get to be a part of something bigger. Just remember that when you help them become someone bigger, when you make them a part of something bigger. And how can you make the purchasing of your product or the signing up of your service them stepping into and becoming a part of something bigger? I'll see you in the next one. You know what I love? I love leverage. Leverage really simply can be defined as a little bit of input, a whole lot of output. That's leverage. I do a little bit, I get a whole lot. What I'm going to share with you here is extremely high leverage for generating leads for your business. It's one of those Pareto mechanisms to generate leads that is just amazing. My advice to you is to master it and cadence it into your content calendars, your promotional calendars. And it's just something that you can always go to and rely on whenever you need more leads. And it's called the hand raiser. And the reason we call it the hand raiser is because you are getting people in the audience or out there to raise their hand and say, yes, I'm interested. That, of course, becomes a lead, right? Dean Jackson talks about how if you have an audience of people or a crowd of people or even an advertising audience, that if you think of them as they're all invisible prospects. And what you need to do is you need to figure out of the invisible prospects, which ones are actually leads. You need to turn the invisible to the visible. And not all of them are leads. Not all of them are in market for your solution or have the problem that your product solves. But some of them are. And your job is to identify those ones so that those are the ones you're talking to because those are ones most likely to buy now. And so Dean invented something called the 9-word email, which is unbelievably popular, unbelievably effective. It's an email that you would send out to a database. It could be an active database of emails. It could be a completely inactive database of emails. And it's actually great to revive those dead leads as well. And the 9-word email is, the framework is simply, are you still interested in blank? That's the whole email. There's no sign off. There's no other copy. There's no pictures at the bottom. You want it to look like a very short personal email that expects a reply. And so Dean's example for a real estate agent who's in Winter Park, Florida, would be to send out an email to their entire database of prospects and simply say, hey, are you still interested in buying a home in Winter Park, Florida? And that's the whole email. And the people in that invisible crowd who are looking for a home or thinking about it, well, they will be activated. They will raise their hand. They will become visible and they will hit reply to the email and say yes. And now a conversation begins with a warm prospect who's in market. And so that's an example of a hand raiser. Hopefully you're already thinking, oh, I could just do that right now. Other examples of like the are you still, the 9-word email flavor, the are you still one, it's like, hey, are you still interested in increasing your AOV? Are you still interested in getting 5 to 10 new clients this month? Are you still looking to decrease your churn? Hey, are you still interested in dropping 10 to 20 pounds? Hey, are you interested in paying less taxes this year? Right? Whatever your market is. The thing is, you don't want the thing that they're so interested in to be a mechanism. You want it to be an outcome. So even if I was selling lead gen, I wouldn't say, hey, are you interested in getting more leads this month? Because no one wants more leads. They want what the leads become, which are customers, right? The only person who wants more leads is just the lead gen agency who sells a lead to someone else. But that's not most people. And so you wouldn't say, are you interested in more leads? You would say, are you interested in more customers or more clients, right? And so that's the are you still. You can do it as an email. You can do it as an Instagram story, a Facebook post, a TikTok, feed content, story content, advertisement. It does great. It just cuts through all the bullshit. But there's other flavors of hand raisers that I think you should master as well for different situations. Another one is called the need any. And it's the same thing as the are you still, in that it's really short and you don't send anything else. You just say this question. But the need any might be something like, so I had a client many, many years ago who was a photographer in the Chicago area and built a database of emails, maybe had 800 people on the email list or whatever. But once per month, he would email this list and simply say, need any portraits this month. And every single month, like clockwork, 1 or 2 clients would come out of the woodwork. They needed a family portrait or this or whatever, and they'd pay and they'd get it that month. And it made him an extra couple $1,000s every single month. Well, for someone who's making $60,000 or $80,000 a year, an extra $20,000 a year is enormous. That's life-changing. And it's from one email. I mean, need any portraits. That's 5 words and a question mark. That's leverage. And the great thing about the need any is that it really cuts into the people who are like already searching for a solution. It's dog whistling too. So a clothing store, need any new suits this month. You help someone get clients, need any new clients this month. Need any new orders this month, right? There's just so many ways to play with this one. So we have are you still, we have need any. And then the third one is the would you like to. And this one is when you already have something that you're doing. Maybe it's a seminar or a boot camp or a workshop or a webinar or a Zoom call or a meetup or a product launch. There's something that you and others, you and customers ideally, are already doing. And this is the would you like to join us email. And it's 2 sentences and it's a great hand raiser. And it's simply, hey, I'm doing this thing with these people who are interested in getting this outcome. Would you like to join us? Hey, I'm doing a 2-day boot camp in July for people who want a high converting VSL for their business. Would you like to join us? And that's all you say. And then the people who reply are obviously interested in that. You have a conversation with them and it's great. So really, really simple and powerful way to generate leads. My big idea for you here, though, is simply to master the hand raiser. Understand when you need leads, this is what I want you to think about. So imagine yourself in the future at a point where you need leads. And when you're thinking about you need leads, this is what you're going to think about. Do I do a need any? Do I do a are you still? Do I do a would you like to? But I'm going to do one of those and I'm going to generate consistent leads for my business or my clients. Awesome. I'll see you in the next one. This is going to be a fun one. So in this chapter, we're going to go over a bit of mindfuckery, just a bit of mindfuckery. And the reason I say it that way is because I've learned that one of the only words that I can say in a British accent is mindfuckery. And the reality is if any British people are listening to this with that accent, they're hearing me and they're saying, dude, that's not a British accent. That's terrible. And I'm not going to argue with you. It's actually true. It is a terrible British accent, but you're distracting us from what's most important. So let's get back to it. Okay, great. I want to talk to you about something that I found super effective for me when it comes to getting more conversions and more sales, getting rich as fuck. That's why we're here, right? And so it's this idea, and this is kind of the mission for you. The mission is I want you to collect clever, smart, or effective offers or terms, deal structures that you see other businesses and marketers making. Whenever you see a good one, I want you to save it. Maybe it's a note in your phone, maybe it's a Google Drive folder, or just you take a screenshot of it and you save it in an album on your phone. I don't care. I want you to just become like a offer kleptomaniac is the idea. The reason I want you to do this is because as a marketer, you are always making offers. And if you're always making offers, wouldn't it behoove you to have a database, a list, a library of the top highest converting offer structures that there are? See, most people, when they think about offers, they think about what's the name of the product, what are the bonuses, and what am I going to charge? And they kind of spend not enough time on what I'm going to charge. They think a lot about the bonuses, think a lot about the product. They don't realize that there's huge leverage points in what am I going to charge, and not just what am I going to charge, how am I going to present the terms and the money or the price and the charges in such a way that it is most appealing and highest converting to the prospect? Because there's a lot of different ways you could say the same price and get different results. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share with you, like, I have a list of like 8 or 9 of the coolest ones that I have collected in my time or I've found. I'm sure there's others. In fact, I know that there's others. I just want to get you started here. So one that's really interesting that I like a lot is we all know about the free plus shipping offer, right? Where, I mean, in fact, this audiobook was free plus hosting, right? Audiobook is free. Just help me out with hosting and web maintenance. Well, free plus shipping is, the book is free. I'm going to ship it to you. The book is free. Just help me out with shipping. Same idea. Well, one of the coolest offers I saw someone do free plus shipping for a supplement. So it was supplement is free, the first bottle, just help me out with the shipping. The shipping was expensive. It was like $14 or something, but help me out with shipping. And you click, okay, like go to checkout, and you add to cart or whatever, you click it. And then a pop-up came up and it basically took up the whole page. And the pop-up said, hey, congrats, we're going to ship this one bottle to you. Do you want 3 more for the price of 1? And I think it was like the price of 1 was $69 or something like that. And the take rate, because I talked to the marketer who was doing this, on this offer was extremely high. In fact, it was high enough that even with very mediocre ads, and I mean that in the most polite, respectful way possible, but really mediocre ads that I saw they were running, this was profitable on day 1. And so what happens is you have someone, like it's very easy, not very easy, much easier to get someone to accept free plus shipping. Okay, bottle's free, I'll pay for shipping. So they click yes, so you get the commitment and the micro investment, micro commitment. And then the pop-up comes up and 3 for the price of 1. It's hard to turn down. And so a lot of people who thought they were just going to get a free bottle and just pay shipping who are now paying you $69 for these 3 bottles. And if you've been in supplements, those bottles, maybe $4, $5 a bottle. I'm just guessing here. And then shipping costs, another, $5, $6 maybe. Probably cost the marketer $20, maybe less. But you get $15 to $20, let's say, for the 3 bottles to ship out, $69 in return. Good margin. I don't know what their exact CPA was. I know that they're profitable on day 1. Works great. And then that doesn't include any of the upsells after they purchase that. Get the 3, the 6, the 12, and so on, which will convert for sure. So I call that offer skip free. So you get them to commit to free up front. And then when they click for free, they then are offered something better than free. This won't work with a book or audiobook. Like for 77 Ways to Get Rich as Fuck, I couldn't have done, you click yes, I want the audiobook. And then a pop-up comes up and it's like, hey, do you want 3 copies of the audiobook for the price of 1? That won't make any sense. But for a supplement, works really, really, really well. And to be honest, to sell a supplement with the VSL, you have to be a really good copywriter. The best copywriters in the world are all in Nutra. They're all in supplements. And so it's the most competitive. But this way, you don't have to be an unbelievably good copywriter to sell a supplement effectively on cold traffic. You could do this model. So that was the first. I'm going to go a little faster through the other ones. The next one is the last 6 months are free. So I had a friend who was selling a mastermind group very effectively on the phone. And it was to the BizOp market. These aren't business owners. So there is a price ceiling on how much you can charge them. But the way he did it was it's a $24,000 mastermind and it's $2,000 a month. But the deal we're running right now is it's $2,000 a month for the first 6 months. And then the last 6 months are free. And that worked really, really, really well. The reason is that people love free. Free is hypnotic. They really don't want to turn it down. The reason he came up with this was simply because if you've been in BizOp, then you know that the churn rate on BizOp is just significantly higher than it is in other niches. That's just part of the game. And meaning that most people weren't going to make it if it was 24 grand a year and they're paying $2,000 a month. Most people weren't going to make it to month 5, month 6, month 7, month 8 and keep paying. So if you get them with just light at the end of the tunnel is 6 months from now, they're more likely to push through to get to month 6 and make all their first 6 payments so that they can get what they've earned, which is the last 6 months for free. Really appealing offer. Last 6 months are free. Another one that I love for high ticket is the love it or leave it. And so this one is it's free for 60 days and then it's $2,400 a month for 10 months. Right. So the whole product is $24,000. But when you frame it that way, free for the first 60 days and then it's $2,400 a month for 10 months, it's really easy to get people to say yes, free for the first 60 days. And then, then I start paying. That's pretty fucking irresistible. If your product sucks, don't do that because they're going to go in for free the first 60 days and it's not going to be a great experience and they're not going to continue paying. But if your product rocks, your onboarding rocks, and you really have all the factors necessary, like building a relationship with them, getting them quick wins, making them feel part of a community, getting them engaged with frequent communication and touch points, all these other things that will increase retention, then that can be a really, really powerful offer. Another one that's really, really effective that I've done with a lot of clients on Instagram and Facebook groups that's worked really well for them is doing a free giveaway, but focusing on the second place winners. So this one's really simple. You do a free giveaway. When you do the free giveaway, you make it very clear that there's a first place and a second place, or even third. But you make it clear that there's going to be multiple second place winners. It's not going to be limited to just one. You do that on purpose because you run the giveaway, you pick your winner, you give them the prize as promised. But everyone who won second place, you email them or text them or call them or whatever, and you tell them, hey, I have good news and bad news. The bad news is you weren't the first place winner. But the good news is you actually won second place. And I'm super jealous of you because I never win stuff like this. And here's what you get at second place. And what they win at second place is typically some type of voucher or discount or credit towards your program, but it has a deadline on it. So you give them money that they can use towards your program, and then you set the money on fire so they have to take action on it before it expires. Powerful. Another one that I love is the half now, half later, right? And we did this for Money Boss for a while. The idea is this, you say, so it's $10,000, but you only pay $5,000 to start, and then you only pay the second installment of $5,000 after you get the result. So when you join Money Boss is $4,000, but it's only $2,000 for the first part to start. And only after you make your first $20,000 in revenue total from Money Boss, then you pay the second $2,000. This one is so strong because they feel like they're getting a discount, which they are. They feel special, they feel exclusive, but it also breathes so much belief and proof into your offer. Wow, this vendor, this expert, this coach, this person, this marketer believes so much in their product. And they know it's going to work for me that they're willing to wait to get half of the payment until after I get the result that they're telling me I'm going to get. Now, in reality, whatever you price this at, if you want to be a marketer, like Money Boss isn't $4,000. Money Boss is $2,000. You position it as $4,000 and it's only $2,000 to start. So you get the same amount of money you were getting when you were charging the normal price, but now you've added a bit of mindfuckery, told you, to the offer. Does that make sense? Okay, awesome. So one more I want to give you is free trial into a discounted now. So you've heard a couple other ones like the love it or leave it where it's free for the first 60 days. We're using free up front, gets people to say yes, even the free plus shipping. You get the micro commitment of yes, and then before they follow through, you give them an even better offer and you interrupt that momentum they have and you try and reharness it and take advantage of it. So this one might be, hey, it's a 3-month program, but it's free for all 3 months. And then at the end, you pay $9.97. Really irresistible. A lot of people are going to say yes to that. When they say yes, you turn to them with a pop-up or it's on the phone or whatever, and they say yes. You say, awesome. In fact, we're running a special right now. Do you want to just pay half $497 and get 50% off. So do you want to just pay $497 right now and get these 6 bonuses that no one else will ever get, and you're not going to be able to get at any other time, and then you never have to pay again? And a lot of people will just upgrade and say that because they're getting 50% off. So it's like, I'll just do that again. It's free for 3 months, and then you pay $1,000. You say yes. I say, great. Do you want to just pay $500 now and get these 6 amazing bonuses now as well, and then never pay again? You see what I'm saying? Very powerful. Now, do you have to do all these offers? No. Should you change your business and your marketing to do one of these offers because it sounded good to you? I don't know. I can't decide for you. It's completely up to you. I'm showing you all of this because I want you to become an offer kleptomaniac. I want you to collect the coolest ones so that when you are dealing with your pricing or coming up with an offer and how you're going to position it, you can tap into this library that you have and come up with something really good, right? As copywriters and marketers, we want to assemble the best copy, not write the best copy. And this is part of how you assemble. You're able to swipe from pre-existing offers that crush. And the thing is, offer psychology is always evolving. What worked in 2021 is different than what's working in 2023, which would be different than what's working in 2030. So you need to stay up on this and be looking at what your competitors are doing. And by the way, you're going to find the best offer structures and stuff like this from businesses that have nothing to do with your market. I've gotten so many good ideas from an accounting market, just from completely different markets and places because they don't have any of the dogma that your market has. All right. You're doing amazing. I'll see you in the next one. If you've been marketing for any amount of time, you've no doubt heard the importance of stories and using stories in your marketing and in your branding and in your sales process and in your videos and so on and so forth, right? It's pretty well established that human beings respond to stories and how important stories are, right? Facts tell, stories sell. We have these quotes about this. The way I think about stories is, the human brain is hardwired for stories, but visually, I think of it like Velcro. Like there's Velcro in the brain, but it only connects and hooks into stories. So if you say facts, it's like smooth porcelain on the Velcro and nothing sticks. But stories are like Velcro also, and they connect with the brain. That's how I think about it. And I want to give you 3 very simple, effective ways to make your stories much better and much more interesting to people. When they're more interesting, people will pay more attention to the story. They'll connect with it more, which means you're hitting them more emotionally, which deepens their bond to you, their trust to you, and in turn, the conversion rate that you will be getting. A quick parable about stories that I think will really drive home the importance of stories. This is from an amazing book on storytelling. I don't remember the exact name. The author's name is Annette Simmons. She's this parable in there, which goes like this. Truth, naked and cold, had been turned away from every door in the village. Her nakedness frightened the people. And when Parable found Truth, Truth was huddled in a corner, shivering and hungry. Taking pity on her, Parable gathered Truth up and took her home. And there she dressed Truth in story, warmed her, and sent her out in the village again. And now, clothed in story, Truth knocked again at the same doors and was readily welcomed into the villagers' houses. They invited her to eat at their tables and warm herself by their fires. That's another huge benefit of stories. We can take the lesson that we want people to get, put it in the story, and now people actually open their doors and receive it and welcome our wisdom, our lesson, our thesis into the home that is their brain and their heart. All right. So 3 general ways to make stories even better is this. So in a story, there's a protagonist, right? The protagonist is the hero of the story. It's the one you're rooting for. In Star Wars, it's Luke Skywalker. In John Wick, yeah, you guessed it. It's John Wick, right? That's the protagonist. It's the hero of the story. Well, 3 ways that I found to make that story more interesting and make the viewer or prospect connect more with the protagonist, which is what you want, are this. Number 1 is you raise the stakes, right? So let's go with an example here, right? Let's say that the protagonist in the story, it's like a money thing or something. And they're like, I had the stakes was that they had to pay their rent bill. And if they didn't pay their rent bill, they were going to get evicted. Right. So there's some stakes there, like you're going to get evicted if this doesn't happen. That's pretty solid. Right. But how could you raise the stakes? Right. And this isn't a real story. We're just going, we're just playing with ideas here. Well, the example I want to give you is from a movie called John Q. Denzel Washington movie, came out like 20 years ago. Great movie. I liked it a lot. Inspiring movie. And in the movie, the stakes for John Q are that his son, who's very young, like 9 or 10 years old, has a life-threatening illness. And he has to pay his son's hospital bills. And those are the stakes that he's playing at. Because if he can't pay his son's hospital bills, his son can't get the treatment, and it's a life-threatening illness. Which one are the stakes higher? It's in the second one. that story is going to be more engaging to more people, guaranteed. The second way to make the story even better and what to do with the protagonist. And by the way, you're going to notice with all three of these that I give you, what you're really doing is you're just making it worse and worse for the protagonist. Like, how bad can you make it for this person? That's typically what you're looking for here. Number two is you can make the protagonist's slim chances of success even slimmer. So if we go with the John Q example, he has to pay his son's hospital bills because his son has this life-threatening illness. Well, his son has a year to live. Well, if a test is run and a doctor comes back and says, I'm so sorry, he doesn't have a year, he has a month. Well, the slim chances of success just got even slimmer. And as you heard that, you probably realized I'm even more invested in this story now, right? So we just keep making it worse and worse. The protagonist feels bad, kind of, but it's how you tell stories. Number three is you make it personal, right? Putting the protagonist or someone close to the protagonist in real danger. And so moving on the John Q example, how do you make it personal? Well, what if the hospital and the doctor they've been working with now refuses to help or work with their insurance to cover the operation that his son needs? Well, now it's fucking personal. And in the movie, what John Q or Denzel Washington does is he takes the entire hospital hostage and he forces treatment on his son at gunpoint. He gives up his life so his son can live. It's a great story. So to recap, you can raise the stakes, the difference between I had to make my rent bill versus I had to pay my son's hospital bills. You can make the slim chances of success even slimmer. He has a month, not a year. And you can make it personal, putting someone or someone close to the protagonist in real danger. The hospital now refuses to work with the insurance to even cover the operation for his son. And do you have to do all three of these in every story? No. It's just a really powerful checklist that I use in every story that I write for every VSL that allows me to make the story more interesting. And by the way, if you're thinking this already, good on you. What if you took a story that you have and you put it into ChatGPT, and then you said to ChatGPT, you are now a award-winning Hollywood movie director. And as an award-winning Hollywood movie director, I want you to review this story and give me 7 different ways that we could raise the stakes for the protagonist. I assure you, you will get good responses. Then you continue. What are 7 ways that we can make the slim chances of success for the protagonist even slimmer? And then what are 7 ways that we can make this story even more personal for the protagonist? You'll get a bunch of great ideas and you can pick and choose from any of them. And I promise you, your story will be even more engaging and, more importantly, higher converting, which will in turn allow you to get rich as fuck. I'll see you in the next one. I believe this is the final chapter in the marketing section of 77 Ways to Get Rich as Fuck. And I'm making it the final chapter because it's the thing I want you to remember most. And out of all this stuff, I know we've covered a ton of stuff, but this to me is the single most important factor when it comes to you getting rich as fuck, but then staying rich as fuck. I want you to stay rich as fuck. I don't want you to just get rich as fuck. And this thing is building and maintaining and growing and cultivating and expanding the herd. The herd is a Dan Kennedy term that he uses to describe his list or his audience, his customers, right? The herd. It's not in a demeaning way. It's just a simple way to talk about it. With everything that's happened in the last 20 years with internet marketing becoming a thing, and then websites and sales funnels and Facebook and Instagram and YouTube and TikTok and Threads and Twitter and everything that has happened. All the different ways that people, all the OnlyFans, things people sell now, things, how they sell, everything that's changed. The most valuable thing still is the herd, your list of customers, your list of prospects that you communicate with. That is still the most valuable asset in your business, period. If you're in a SaaS business or an AI business, obviously the customer list is not the most valuable thing, right? People are buying the technology. But in the businesses that I'm in, expert businesses, brick and mortar businesses, normal businesses, coaching businesses, the herd is the most valuable thing and it is the most valuable asset, period. Kennedy has a great line where he talks about how when he got divorced, he obviously wrote a big check to his ex-wife. And when he wrote the check, his first thought was, well, I'm not writing the check. Like, I'm not paying for it. The herd is paying for it. They're going to pay for it. I don't know how, but I know that they're going to pay for it. His whole term is bill the herd. When you get a bill that you don't pay for it, you bill the herd. Does that mean you send the bill to your audience and you say, hey guys, help me out here? No. It means that you find a way to help them solve a problem. You create an offer that they want and you sell it to them. And then with the cash you get from that, you pay your stuff. And so you didn't have to pay it. They did. the herd is still the most valuable thing. It is the ultimate cash flow asset. As long as you have an engaged herd who knows you, likes you, trusts you, is proven to buy from you, still has problems that remain unsolved, you will never have a problem with money again, period. And I have two very interesting dichotomies that I can share with you on this experience, because when I had Jason Capital Dating, 2012 to 16, let's call it, the herd was the whole business. In those 4 or 5 years, I spent about $315,000 on ads the whole time. Not a lot on ads at all. It's not basically nothing, right? And then after that, with Money Boss, in about less than 2 years, I spent $518,000, $520,000 on ads. So I was spending like 5 times more on ads with Money Boss than I was with dating, meaning I have a lot less people coming in to dating than I did with Money Boss in the BizOp business. And if I have less people coming into dating, how am I going to make a lot of money? I need to monetize the people that I have, the herd. My herd was much smaller and it wasn't growing nearly as fast because I wasn't spending money on ads to grow it the way I was with Money Boss. That's why I have millions of followers on Instagram. TikTok is 100% organic. That just happened. But Instagram, that was all ads. We got followers and then we content them, we warm them up, and then we convert them. And here's what I can tell you. I enjoyed the dating so much more. I enjoyed the herd building, the relationship building so much more. Money Boss was all about front-end acquisition. We run ads, we get people coming in, we sell them something high ticket, and then we're on to the next one, right? Deliver the product, do a good job. Yes, all that stuff. But it was front-end acquisition. JC Dating was not front-end acquisition. It was, we don't have that much acquisition. We need to do an amazing job with the people that we do have. And that's why in dating, my lifetime ROAS was 91 to 1. For every dollar I spent on ads, I made $91 in my dating advice business. In Money Boss, my lifetime ROAS was 27 to 1. For every dollar I spent, I made $27. They're both really good. My ROAS all time, it does not suck. I'm pretty proud of that, those numbers. But the dating, crushed. 91 to 1 versus 27 to 1. The most important thing I can share with you is you need to develop the herd, your audience. And you cannot, the biggest mistake I made with the Money Boss audience is that because it was so focused on front-end acquisition, I didn't treat them like a herd. I treated it like, I can't even think of the name. You know when you go to the subway and before you enter the subway, you have to go through that thing that everyone goes through? And I can't even remember the name of it. Hopefully you can picture what I'm talking about. It's like people just coming in and they get on the subway and they leave. That's how Money Boss felt. It's like the toll, right? They just come in, they got on the subway and they leave. And we just, all right, new one's coming in. And I wasn't building any equity or relationship with those people coming in. They just get them in, do a sale, give them the product, and then send them on their way. And as a result of that, I collected $14 million cash from the Money Boss offer, but I didn't make nearly as much as I should have on the back end because I didn't develop the relationship with those people. Now, the argument against that, of course, is that, well, listen, in the BizOp market, it's pretty well established that if you're going to make money and have a high LTV, you're going to do it very quickly with the customer because the BizOp market is such that you attract people who have really shitty habits. And the idea of them actually implementing what they're learning in the BizOp and actually taking action on it and executing and making money is very, very, very low. The success rate in the BizOp market is just low. And no one's ever been able to crack that. And they're not going to. That's just how it works. And so if you're going to make a lot of money in the BizOp market, you get them by the first thing. And then very fucking quickly, you need to sell them more stuff before they realize that most likely they're not going to make money. Do some of them make money? Of course. I have hundreds and hundreds of people who made money. I sold thousands of Money Boss. That's just the BizOp market. And we didn't do that, frankly, because I didn't feel good about that. I didn't want to sell them something for $1,000 and then 5 days later hammer them on the phone and try and get 12 grand. That's not me. I don't want to do that. I do have morals somewhat. And so that's neither here nor there. I apologize for that tangent. Maybe it was useful for you. Anyways, to get back to this, this is about you building your herd, your audience, your ultimate cash flow asset. So what I'm going to share with you are some of the keys that I've discovered to doing this very quickly by using my Jason Capital dating business as examples. So the first thing is we talked before about the character. Well, in building the herd, there needs, if it's sheep, there needs to be a shepherd that they all look up to and respect to and like. And that's you in this guru business or this front-facing business. You're the character that they connect with. So there has to be a character that they connect with. In JC Dating, Jason Capital, the dating coach, was the character that they connected with on a very deep level. He was, in the marketing, the way he presented is not completely, but parts of him were the idealized version of them. Meaning, what does their shadow dream of and wish of and crave that they could one day be? Well, if you can take that shadow image and then throw it up on a screen and reflect that back to them, you've untold influence with them. And so you don't have to go all the way, and they certainly don't fake stuff, but just keep that in mind. So number one is the character that they connect with. Number two is, as a part of your herd, making them a part of a mission and a group and something that's bigger than them. We talked about this as well. So with JC Dating, I was on a mission to help 1 million guys get what they want, when they want, with who they want, by becoming the most attractive, dominant, successful version of themselves. I made it very clear that was my mission. It was genuine. I did achieve it. And by being a part of it, they were helping us help guys everywhere. Because the more guys who were part of that tribe and of Team Capital, the more guys we were able to help and wake up and stop living like fucking pussies and start living life the way they want, and so on and so forth. Number three is frequent communication and touch points. The founder of Tupperware, which has been a very big company for a long time, and Tupperware parties and so on, when they were really growing it, the biggest thing was that the members need to meet once a week. They got to meet once a week because that's what religions do. Frequent communication, touch points. It has to be there. That's part of building a herd, a tribe, an audience. Right. And so with JC Dating, I was sending an email every single day to them. And it's not just an email like the emails you get in your inbox. It was a 1,500 word up to 3,000 word missive that I would send to them every day. Many of the 2,000 or 3,000 word emails that I would send them would be better than products that they were paying for from other people in the market. And I would just give it all away. It took me 2 or 3 hours to write every single morning. But that was the big communication point, and it was the central communication that the whole tribe was built around. The whole herd was built around. Now, I'm not saying you have to do a 3,000 word email, but I'm saying there has to be frequent communication and touch point. And at least one of those things that you're doing with them has to be personal. They have to hear your stories, and they have to feel like they know what's going on with your life and what you're doing and what you're challenged by and where you're traveling to and what foods you like. They need to feel connected to you. When they meet you in person, they need to feel like, holy crap, I feel like I know everything about you and you don't know anything about me. That's what you want. Right? So that's number three. Number four is spending money on them sometimes is actually a great way to develop the herd, especially with your higher ticket buyers who, if you treat them well, will keep paying you a lot of money for a very long time. Something I used to do with mastermind members is we would just send them cookies. Who sends you cookies? What are you conditioned to respond to? Like mom, grandma sends you cookies. People you're very close with and you have very warm feelings for. Hopefully, maybe you don't. And who doesn't like cookies, right? So sending them cookies doesn't cost, what does that cost? $20 a person. It's not a lot of money, but someone sends them a box of cookies in the mail and they're delicious. That's awesome, right? Now, I'm not saying you got to send them cookies, but I'm saying that spending money on them sometimes, it goes a long way, especially when it's a surprise or when it's novel and unexpected. And then the last one in building the herd is over-delivering when they buy every time. Over-delivering every time when they buy so that they get conditioned to think, every time I buy from this person, it's even better than I expected. That's what we want them thinking. So when they would buy a course in JC Dating, there would always be unannounced surprise bonuses that weren't just throwaway stuff, but really dope stuff that they would get. And I would also, something I did was that thank you video, the first video when they get into the members area, it wasn't just hey, welcome to this thing. Here's where you get started and good luck. It wasn't like that. It was like a fucking production. It wasn't a safety video, but it was basically I would park and then I would get super excited from changing my state and pumping myself up in that way. And then I would hit record and I would spend 5 minutes just flattering them and complimenting them and telling them how smart they were and what kind of decision they made and future pacing what was going to happen as a result of them implementing this product. And you'd watch it and some people would start fucking crying watching this thing, right? And that's what I wanted. Right? I wanted to over-deliver every time that they bought something. And of course, spending money on them, sending them something in the mail is a great way to do that as well. And so 30,000 foot view, let's zoom out. The most important thing, even with all the changes and everything that will continue to change in the next few years in online marketing, building the herd is still the most valuable thing that you can do. It is still the ultimate cash flow asset. Big regret, not regret, but yeah, fuck it. A regret of mine with Money Boss was that I didn't do that with those customers and I should have, right? I did it with JC Dating and you can see the difference in the ROAS. And with everything that I'm doing now with all my different offers, this is the focal point of everything. Even with, my VSLs are going to convert as high as they possibly can. I want to get the absolute best day zero ROAS that I possibly can and scale that bitch up and let it rip. Yes, I want to do all those things. But even then still, with all the buyers that I get, the most important thing still remains building that relationship with them and turning them into a herd that will continue to give me money for a very, very, very long time. All right. You are amazing. And I'll see you in the next one. I'm probably going to end up saying a few controversial statements in this chapter, but fuck it. It's important and it's necessary. This chapter is about one idea. VSL is the answer, just in case you were wondering. VSL, in case you didn't know, stands for Video Sales Letter. The sales letter goes back hundreds of years. It used to be in newspapers, then it was in magazines, then it was in direct mail, and then it was on the internet, on sales pages. And a sales letter is a letter that sells a product. You've seen them. If I have to cover that at this point in the program, we got bigger problems. All right. You know what a sales letter is. A video sales letter is the video version of that sales letter. Now, sales letters sold, billions and 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 billions of dollars of products over time. When video became a thing on the internet and streaming was doable, well, all of a sudden, those sales letters, which used to be only text, can now be turned into a video, which is more engaging for a user because you're hitting more of their senses. And so videos typically outconvert sales letters. We know this. And it just became called the video sales letter, the VSL. It was a term coined by John Benson. He was one of the first people in 2008, 2009. It wasn't one of the first people to do a sales pitch on a video, but he was one of the first to say, what if I just take what's in a sales letter and I make it into a PowerPoint presentation and then I sell it on video so they're reading and they're hearing instead of just reading? Would that convert better? And it did. And it started, a multi-billion dollar industry. And so the whole point of me with this chapter for you is you are listening to this because you want to get rich as fuck, period. You won't be listening to this otherwise. And I am telling you, the most likely path to you getting rich as fuck is with a high converting VSL. And I'm going to explain why. All right. And this is why, by the way, you often, if you read my emails, you often hear me say one high converting VSL equals private jet money. Private jet money, that's really rich as fuck, isn't it? Right. And so a lot of times people will come to me, clients and other vendors and marketers and stuff, and they'll be like, I have this product, I have this offer, but the ads aren't working, right? The ads aren't working. And it doesn't win me any popularity contests, but I immediately tell them, no, that's wrong. The ads are working. I have never in my years heard of anyone who put their credit card into Facebook Ads Manager and paid money for an ad to be shown to an audience, and Facebook took the money and did not show the ad. If you give them money, they will show the ad. Therefore, the ads work. When you tell me the ads aren't working, what you really mean is that you cannot afford the prices that you're being charged for the impressions and for the ads. And that's different. And it's really important because if you are, listen, your brain is always listening. And if you're telling yourself and telling others that the ads don't work, well, you are misdiagnosing what's happening here. And if you're misdiagnosing, you're going to mistreat with the wrong solution. Imagine a doctor who your leg is hurting and he's like, oh yeah, you have a broken arm, and he puts you in a cast in your arm. Your leg is still fucked. Well, if you're like, the ads aren't working, that's like saying it's the arm, not the leg. And it is the leg. It's not the arm. It's not that the ads don't work. It's that you cannot afford the prices that you're being charged. You can't afford the ads. If the ad, let's say it's costing you $5 a lead and you can only make $3 a lead right now, the ads work, you just can't afford that $5 price. But if you did something that would make you earn $8 a lead, then the ads would be working and you could spend $5 and you'd be fine. How do you do that? How do you go from $3 to $8? How do you do that? Right? VSL is the answer, just in case you were wondering, right? One high converting video makes all ads work. Any niche. One high converting video makes all ads work. By the way, no one really wants to hear this because it means two things. One, they haven't been capable of doing it yet. They don't like to hear that. Two, it's hard to do. I'm not saying this is easy. It is hard to do. And three, it also means they're overwhelmed trying all these different things, trying to make their offer convert and scale and grow their business when all they actually needed to be doing was one thing. Make one high converting video. You don't need all of the other stuff. In fact, I know of pages on the internet that are a headline, a video, and a buy button. There's no copy. There's no testimonials. There's no long stories. There's no branding. There's no book in this funnel. There's no social media content. They don't do anything else. It's a fucking headline, video, and a buy button. And that page of headline, video, buy button has made multiple hundreds of millions of dollars. And I assure you, it's not because of the headline or the buy button. It's the video, what's in the video, what's being said in the video, what the viewer is seeing on the video. It's the video. One high converting video makes all ads work. Why don't more people do this? Because it's a skill set. It takes some time. Here's another reason why people don't do it. Because it takes time. Speed to money, if you're not good, can take a little longer. And instead, if I just chat with people and selling something over chat, I can make money right now. If I just, talk to some people or book some appointments and sell them something on the phone, I could just make money now. If I make a VSL, that might take me like 90 days. Like when I'm making a VSL, for instance, I have an offer right now that I'm finally launching next week and I can't wait to start the ads. But I started writing the VSL like April, I think it was 27th or 28th. And I'm recording this audio for you on July 10th. So like 2.5 months. Call it 90 days, the whole process. That takes more time, right? But it's a much more valuable asset that has much more leverage. Think about the normal high ticket business. I got to generate leads. I have to book calls with those leads. The leads that don't book, I have to warm them up. I have to create content to warm them up. I have to send emails. I have to send text messages. I have to track all of this and go high level or some other CRM. Then I got to get them on the phone, and me or someone on my team has to sell them either on 1 call or 2 call. If it's 2 calls, I need to make sure we follow up. We book the second call. Even for the first call, I got to do all this extra stuff with text and email and video and retargeting to make sure that they show up for the call. Also to make sure that they show up with good feelings. They trust us. They're not going to be super price resistant. They're the right person for it. And then they got to buy the product, and then we got to do all this stuff to deliver the high ticket product, so they don't refund, and so they get a good result, and so we can send them. And I know I got all these clients who are paying me a lot of money and they all expect all this stuff from me. Listen, what I just described to you sounds like my hellhole. That's what that sounds like to me. Now, there's some people out there listening who are like, no, dude, that's not a hellhole. That's a great business. I like that. If that's you, awesome. Guess what? That's not my personality type. I am an INTP. What that means is what I just described to you is my hellhole. And if someone is an introvert or doesn't like dealing with tons of clients and doesn't want to sell on the phone all day or doesn't want to manage people or even manage people who have to be on the phone all day or be on Zoom calls with clients or manage clients and all this stuff, if you're like that at all, the high ticket business is a terrible place for you. You will not be happy. You could get rich as fuck doing it and you still wouldn't be happy doing it. And because you're not happy during the process, the chances of you actually following through when things get hard is significantly lower. I've been online for 14 years. I know a fuckload of marketers. All right, in all different niches, high ticket business, high volume businesses where they're selling a $39 thing, a $69 thing, a $77 thing. And it's about volume over there, like supplements and health and relationships, physical products, dropship, like podcasters. Like I've been doing this a long time. I know a lot of people. All right. And I'm not saying this to be like, oh, look at me. I know people. Trust me, I'm an introvert. I don't care. Like I am telling you to let you know I have like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of successful people who've gotten rich as fuck is my sample size when I tell you this. There are so many more people doing 9 figures or more in the VSL space than there are in the high ticket space because high ticket scaling requires lots of people and world-class operations, which if you are a marketer, you are already predisposed, to not be good at and not enjoy. And a VSL business doesn't require any of those things. So let me give you a concrete example. Like I said, I am an INTP, introverted, intuition, thinking, perceiving. That means I don't like Zoom calls with people. I don't like managing people. I'm not interested in building a big company culture. When clients are upset, that's very stressful for me and I don't want to have to deal with that. And then I don't want to have a big team and a giant payroll and operations. And I don't want to build lots of SOPs. And I don't want to have a weekly huddle or a daily huddle or a waterfall or I don't want those things, right? If you're a marketer, which most people who get into the coaching space are marketers, or if you get into first of all, in the coaching space, there's coaches who are born coaches and they have to learn marketing. Then there's marketers who see coaching as a way to make money. And so they have to learn coaching. And the marketers who have to learn coaching are not going to like coaching because if you are a marketer, you're probably like me. You want to be on your laptop. You want to be traveling the world. You want to have lots of free time in your calendar. We can wake up, do what you want. You like ripping money. You like running ads. You like scaling. You like waking up and seeing 10 grand of sales made while you were asleep. Like you like all that stuff. And you're not going to get a lot of juice from building a big team and operations and stuff. And so there's so many more 9-figure VSL companies than there are 9-figure high ticket companies because of this. The high ticket companies can usually get to like 10 million, 20 million, sometimes 30 million, but they tend to get stuck even around there, even when the founders are really, really talented and really good, because to go from 30 to 100, the operations, it's a completely different company. And it's just not something either that they're going to be good at or they don't want to do. And so the incentive, it's like I see the destination and I'm in the car and I'm hitting the gas pedal, but unconsciously, my unconscious brain is also hitting the brake pedal because it knows I don't want that lifestyle and I don't want that business. And so either it's going to take forever or I'm going to ride the brakes the whole time and so on. But if you go a 9-figure VSL business, like one of my very good friends, his VSL is something like $200 million a year right now. He works a couple hours a day, spends the rest of the time hanging out, just doing what he wants. He's got a bunch of other hobbies he's interested in. A couple hours a day. His wife is the operator, and the majority of their operations are just twofold. They have ad agencies that run the ads, and then they have lots of customer support. And the customer support is in the Philippines, which is run by a manager over there. And it's a really, I'm not going to say simple, because when you're doing 10,000 orders a day, it's not simple, but there is no way my friend could have a $100 million a year high ticket business. It's just not possible. It's not his personality type. And so we're getting somewhere deep here where it's like, it's not just the VSL is the answer, but you kind of got to know your personality type with what kind of business you want to run. I'm just telling you, for me, the VSL is the answer. For most people, it's the answer. It's not the high ticket business. And the prime example I'll give you is let's look at someone that everyone knows now, and he's awesome, is Alex Hormozi, right? I've known Alex for several years, and every time I have dinner with him, I walk away inspired. He's brilliant, right? Think about how intelligent Alex is. Now think about how hard he works. And now think about that his company, Gym Launch, which was a high ticket business, I think they peaked at a $4 million a month run rate. Call it $50 million a year business. Again, think about how hard he works. Think about how smart he is. That got to 50 million a year, and then that's where it capped before it was sold. What are the odds that you're going to do better in the high ticket space? However, I know at least 7 different guys, one's a girl, 7 different people who do over $100 million a year in their VSL businesses who are not as smart and don't work nearly as hard as Alex does, period. And you know what the margins are when your VSL really converts? So like I have another friend who's doing about $350 million a year in his company with his VSL business. So that's like $25 or $30 million a month or something. He rips out $5 to $6 million a month in cash in his pocket. That's like $60, $70 million a year. Doesn't have to work nearly as hard as anyone in a high ticket business. So honestly, this chapter is all over the place, but I hope that the message rings true. I hope I've given you a lot to think about. The key idea of this is that, to me, one high converting video makes all ads work. One high converting VSL equals private jet money. And the VSL is the answer, just in case you were wondering. Hey, I want to tell you about one of the easiest little hacks that you can do in your email marketing that will make you more money. I figured this out almost 10 years ago. I was doing a promotion to my dating list at the time for a program called the Power Switch. It was like flip the power switch and become this powerful man that women are attracted to. And so the sales were going decent. I was making like, in that business at that time, this is like January 2013. So it's more than 10 years ago now. The business was making something like $50,000 or $60,000 a month net. It was making like $2 grand a day, let's call it net. And during a launch, like in a week, I would expect to make like 10 grand on the first day and like 5 grand on the second day, and then like 3 or 4 grand on the middle days of the launch. And then the last day should be the biggest day. It should make like 10 to 15K, right? And the whole launch should do something like 50 or 70 grand that week. Like that's a good launch internally at that time. Okay. So on the last day, I'm sending out the last chance emails. On the last day of a launch, you always send multiple emails, 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 emails in that last day to take advantage of the urgency and get lots of people to buy. There's also people who just don't read all your emails. I think they're crazy. What's wrong with them? But there's some people who don't read your emails. And because they're not reading the emails, they might look at it once a week, once every 2 weeks. And if they do that, then they might have missed the whole launch and the sale and they can't get the product again. And so if you send out a bunch of emails on the last day, good chance of getting those people to at least open one and make a decision if they want it or not either. So I'm sending out emails on this last day and it's not working. I don't understand what's going on. There's a countdown timer. Can't you guys see you're not going to be able to buy when it hits 0? Like, it's not fake scarcity. It's real. What's going on here? It's not fake urgency. But it wasn't working. I think I was at like 4 grand in sales for the day and it was 8 p.m. I only had 4 hours left. Right. And now in the last couple hours, you'll make sales. I was probably going to hit like 6 that day or something, but I didn't want to settle for that. And so I'm like, all right, I need to come up with an email that's different than anything I've sent that I think has a really good chance of making a fuckload of money right now. And so what I did, the thought I had was this. I was like, well, what if I just like put pictures in the email, like not one, but like 3 of them and just stacked them? And what if the pictures were all what I call living proof pics, meaning they're pictures that are like undeniable, proof that I am living the life that I'm promising you that you can live with this product and with what's in the product also. Right. So I'm a dating coach. So obviously the pictures are just me with like a bunch of chicks at the club. And I have my arms around the girls. The girls are like around me. There's all kinds of stuff happening, lots of cleavage and so on and so forth. So I sent out this email and it's basically like this. It's like, hey man, I was just thinking about someone who's awesome. Who's that? You. And I was also thinking about how tough life used to be for me. In fact, I remember when I could only imagine what it would be like to have, nines and tens all around me and this is my lifestyle or whatever. And now it happens all the time. Picture 1, picture 2, picture 3. And it was like, and I want you to know that like this can happen for you too. But remember, the deadline to get the power switch is in X amount of hours. That's not a whole lot of time. So click the button below and join the rest of the others who are already inside and flip your power switch and get these, these outcomes as well. That was like the whole email. I was like, this is different. We'll see how this does. I hit send. I refresh it a couple hours later. The sales, I'm at $21,000 in sales for the day at that point. Blew my mind. Every launch I ever did after that in that dating business, on the last day, you better believe I sent that email with all the living proof pics for whatever product it was multiple times on that last day. And it kept working, and it kept working. And it never stopped working. 2 takeaways for you here. Number 1, putting living proof pics in emails when you're pitching, very, very effective. Number 2 is believability over credibility as a copywriting and marketing principle. Believability over credibility. A lot of intermediate and beginner marketers, they understand I have to establish credibility and authority, and here's my credentials, and here's who I've worked with, and here's my successes, and all that stuff. Listen, credibility matters, but it doesn't matter if they don't believe what the fuck you're saying. Because listen, we live in the age of fake news. It's not that hard to fake people out and make yourself seem more credible than you actually are. And people are very hyper aware of that. So believability comes before credibility. So all those photos, for instance, that I put in that email, those photos were taken on my iPhone or some other girl's iPhone. They're a little grainy. The lighting's not great. It's very obvious. This is like, I was out on a Friday, Saturday night or something, and this is just my life. That's just what's happening. And that believability element, very powerful. This is why, for instance, screenshots of a Facebook post that's a testimonial is better than just a testimonial that's written. It's better why it's also like if you do a testimonial, you get a testimonial from a client, it's better if the video isn't, hey, I use this person's program. It was wonderful. I got these results. If you're thinking about joining the program, I highly recommend you do. That's not nearly as believable as, hey, Jason, what's up, man? Just sending you this iPhone video. I just want to tell you, dude, I tried that thing you said. I made all this money from it. It's fucking amazing. You're the man. I'll talk to you later. And then someone texts me that video, and then I take that video they text me, and I share that as a testimonial. That's a hell of a lot more believable because it doesn't look like we were doing it because I wanted to get a testimonial. It's like a client just randomly sent me a result that was awesome, and I was like, oh, I'll share this with everybody else. You see the difference? Believability over credibility. And living proof pics and emails crushes. All right, see you in the next one. It's likely that of Robert Cialdini's 6 weapons of influence, social proof is the most effective. It seems to be the most effective in my experience. They all matter, and when you stack them, they become even more powerful. But if I only had to pick one, I would probably pick social proof. However, most marketers use social proof in such a way that they're not getting all the juice out of it that they could. Here's what I mean. To me, there's 2 types of social proof. There is social proof in motion, and then there's just social proof, which is like static social proof. So when I think about social proof and persuasion, I think about 2 levers that I can play with: motion and recency. So with motion, understand that's what social proof is supposed to be. People follow motion. They follow a crowd. If a crowd is standing still, that's a little different than, oh, the people are moving this way. They're flocking to this product. They're trending this way. It's about movement of people, right? People follow motion. In dating, we had a saying was that women love a man in motion, which by the way, they do. So there's motion. So when you do social proof, can you establish the perception that people or buyers or leads or your audience or customers are moving towards your product? So for instance, static social proof, if I'm doing Money Boss, might be like, here's a testimonial from someone who bought Money Boss, right? Social proof, they like it, cool. Social proof in motion for Money Boss might be something like, the other Money Bosses have been rushing inside to grab Closer Boss off the shelf, right? So now that's if I'm upselling Closer Boss to Money Boss people. There's the Money Bosses, they're moving, there's motion, they're rushing inside and they're grabbing Closer Boss off the shelf. There's not even a shelf, by the way. It's a digital product. You can still say it though. So that's the first thing. If you can make your social proof in motion, it will be more powerful. The second one is recency. Things that happen just now are more interesting than things that happened a year ago. So can you make it so the people moving towards your product, remember motion, they're moving towards your product. Can you make it so that they are moving towards your product right now? Because that's even more persuasive. So instead of for Money Boss, the other Money Bosses have been rushing inside to grab Closer Boss off the shelf. To add recency, and right now would be the other Money Bosses have been rushing inside all morning to grab Closer Boss off the shelf. I've barely had a chance to breathe. See the difference? It's happening right now. If it's ClickFunnels, I'm watching so many of the top funnel hackers join us inside right now. So come on in and join the rest of us here now, right? I'm watching them come in right now. If it's a survival offer, right? Join the other top patriots stampeding inside and don't miss out on your free $497 bonus either, right? They're stampeding inside and it's happening right now. And so motion and recency make your social proof much more powerful and persuasive. But I don't want to stop there. I want to over deliver, give you even more value. So one way you can take this even further, if it works for you, I don't know if it does, but if it happens to work for you, is if you can mark out the highest status people who are part of this stampede, who are part of these buyers moving towards your product, and then make them the stars of the social proof, because people follow high status people. This is no surprise to anyone. People look to the highest status people and see what they're doing, thinking, deciding, and then they kind of just copy them and then rationalize it with other reasons later. Basically, you want to make your product the cool kids table. Remember at lunch, in your brain, you had a model of the lunchroom cafeteria in high school and what kind of people sat at which tables. And one of those tables in your mind you thought was the cool kids. Little hint, by the way, the table that you thought was the cool kids, those kids probably thought a different table was the cool kids. Kind of a weird thing. Anyways, you want to make your product feel like it's that table, like all the cool people are moving towards your product now, right? There's a great headline from Gary Halbert. He sold a beauty product, and the headline was, "The amazing facelift in a jar used by Hollywood stars who don't want plastic surgery." The amazing facelift in a jar used by Hollywood stars who don't want plastic surgery. Great headline. Imagine if that headline, if it used housewives instead of Hollywood stars. So it would be like, the amazing facelift in a jar used by housewives who don't want plastic surgery. It ain't as persuasive. Probably wouldn't have been a big a winner like it was. Hollywood stars, high status people, what are they doing? Guess I should do that too. So for an example, in my dating offers, because when I was in dating, like when I'm selling Money Boss, I'm not having tons of high status people buy Money Boss. These are people who need money, right? But when I'm selling dating, I had tons of clients and customers who were unbelievably successful in every area of their life, except for with women. And so I was able to do this very easily because I could, I talk to them, I know who's buying. And a lot of them are like, I can't even say their names. So I would say things like, hey, in the email copy or the ad, for the last 3 hours, I've watched millionaires, doctors, plastic surgeons, CEOs, and even a talk show radio host rush into the private members area. It has been amazing. And it's no surprise why they're successful, because they invest in themselves. However, I noticed that your name wasn't on the list yet, But by doing that, by saying I've watched the millionaires and doctors and plastic surgeons and CEOs and even a talk, all these different high status roles, they're all doing it. But hey, your name, scratching my head, it's not on the list. I'm puzzled. What's going on here? Right? Let's get you in there with them. And so all of these factors take your run of the mill social proof and it crank it up to full power. When you add motion, you add recency, and ideally you can even mark out the high status people and you can show and describe them as well. So remember the difference. There's static social proof, and there's in motion social proof, and all these various ways we just went over that you can make your social proof more effective, more persuasive, and higher converting for you in all of your marketing and everything that you do. So don't let me see you using normal social proof ever again, because I will be very, very sad. I'll see you in the next one. All right. I am incredibly excited for this chapter, but I'm facing a great challenge in that I have this chapter to share with you a concept that frankly it requires a lot more time than just one chapter with you and I, but the concept is so important to getting rich as fuck with VSLs or marketing or copy or ads or funnels that we're going to do our best right now. The chapter is thesis and mechanism. And we're going to start with thesis first because it is more important. So, quick backstory. I have a friend of mine who I just call Mr. X because he doesn't want anyone to know who he is or what he does. But he is, in my opinion, the best marketer, the best direct response copywriter marketer on the planet. Very few people know who he is. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars sold. Very high profit margins. Loves VSLs. And again, doesn't want anyone to know who he is because he doesn't, marketers rip other marketers and he has no interest in being ripped. Very happy staying behind the scenes. I've learned so much from him. And probably one of the greatest marketing lessons, if not the greatest one, at least for making money, that I learned from him is called the thesis. And if you look at most copywriting courses or VSL courses, there's lots of great stuff out there and lots of great copywriters out there who have stuff. But no one talks about the thesis. Not a single person. Never heard it talked about. And I'm pretty sure it's just a creation of Mr. X's that he figured out. But it is such an important concept and it blew my mind when I heard it. And so let's do our best right now. So if you're kind of paying attention to this audio, but you're doing something else, I would skip this chapter and come back to it for the time when you can actually sit down and pay attention to this, or at least be walking and listen to this. So here we go. Let's start with the definition of the word thesis. If you go on Google or Webster's, the thesis is defined as a statement or theory that is put forward as a premise to be maintained or proved, which is a terrible definition because you hear that and you go, what the fuck does that mean? A statement or theory that is put forward as a premise. So let's just say it's a premise. Someone has a premise to be maintained or proved. Here's what a thesis is. It's a premise. It's an idea. It's a concept. It's a new one, typically. It's being put forward. Well, the best VSLs and the best marketing campaigns, the ones that make the most money and make all the people rich as fuck, they are all based around one thesis, one new concept that is introduced in the marketing campaign, that is introduced in the VSL. It's the same one. It's one new concept that is introduced that as a marketer, you intend to make your prospect become irrevocably convicted about so that by believing and buying into the thesis, they automatically want the mechanism, which is the product that you are selling. I'm going to give you a bunch of examples here. You will get this. But just remember, the central thesis, it introduces, it's a new concept that you introduce that you must make the prospect absolutely convinced about. So obviously, it should be something that is worthy of conviction, but that's what you introduce to them. And when they buy into it and believe it, as a result of believing X, they automatically want Y. Y is the mechanism. Y is the product that you are selling. The central thesis can also introduce a new cause, which only the mechanism can solve. That's kind of how you make, if I believe X, then I automatically want Y, right? If I believe the thesis, then I automatically want the mechanism, okay? So let's give some examples here, because I know we're dealing in abstraction right now. So when I was in the dating market, there was a dating VSL that just absolutely smoked. It was like a $40 or $50 million VSL. Selling a $69 ebook. And it was called Pandora's Box. And the thesis in Pandora's Box was this: 90% of the time, if you approach a woman, she rejects you and doesn't like you. However, 90% of the time, if you can get her, if she approaches you, you can lay back, play it cool, and she'll be interested in you. Now, that's the thesis in one sentence. Now, as you're listening, I want you to think about that thesis. If you believe that thesis, that 90% of the time when you approach her, she rejects you, but 90% of the time when she approaches you, she's interested in you. If you buy into that, and if you become irrevocably convicted about that, if you believe that, what do you want? You want a way to make women approach you. Well, guess what the product does? Guess what the mechanism is? It's a way to make women approach you. Did any wonder why it sold so well, right? So the thesis set up the mechanism. It didn't just say the trick is to make women approach you, and here's how you make women approach you. That doesn't work nearly as well unless it's set up with the thesis first of 90% of this and then 90% of the time that. Here's another example of a new cause being introduced as the thesis. So if the thesis is let's say you believe that constipation is caused by methane gas, which is created by microorganisms, which is a new cause, then it would logically follow that the prospect would then want a supplement that wipes out those microorganisms. Say it again. If the thesis is this, if you can show them that, hey, methane gas, AKA being a farty fart, is created by microorganisms, this newly discovered type of microorganism or whatever, then the prospect, you don't have to tell them they should want your supplement. They automatically want the supplement that wipes out those microorganisms. If you believe, let's say you're an Etsy seller or you're selling to Etsy people. If you believe that Etsy SEO, ranking high on Etsy and selling lots of stuff, if you believe that Etsy SEO is caused by the number of people who have liked or saved your products in your Etsy store, then it automatically, logically follows that you will want a way that floods your product in people's accounts with likes or saves. And if my product, if that's what it does, then you're going to automatically want it, right? And so that's the thesis, right? It's this new cause which only the mechanism can solve. And the idea in a VSL is in the teaching section of the VSL, you introduce the thesis and you make them irrevocably convicted about the thesis. And before you even start talking about the mechanism, they're already salivating for it. Now, are all theses created equal? No. I want to give you criteria for what the most effective, highest converting theses typically have in common. Number one, a good thesis has fast comprehension, meaning when people hear it, they understand it right away. It's easy to understand. It is immediately understandable. Mr. X taught me that. It has to be immediately understandable. If they have to think about it and go, wait, what is he saying? What is she saying? She means this. Nope, you lost them. All right, you lost them. You know how distracted people are? Think about how distracted people naturally are, and then introduce a device that is as addictive as cocaine and give it to them 24 hours a day. Now think about how distracted they are and all the things they're thinking about. Well, take that person who's that distracted, got all those things they're thinking about, and now you're asking them to understand a new idea. Very difficult to do. Very difficult to do. If it takes any type of mental strain or cognitive strain for them to understand your thesis, you probably lost them. The best thesis, someone hears it right away, they get it. Here's a great thesis that sold tens of millions of dollars of supplements in the 90s. Sharks don't get cancer. That was the thesis. And the mechanism, the supplement, was, well, hey, sharks don't get cancer, and we think it's because of their shark cartilage and something it does, and therefore here's these shark cartilage pills you can take. By the way, it's got nothing to do with it. I don't even think that's remotely true or there's any benefit to that, but it worked really well on marketing, right? So the good thesis is easy to understand. So important. Number two, a good thesis is believable. They have to become irrevocably convicted about it. And part of believability isn't just how believable it is, it's how easy it is to understand. People unconsciously tend to choose ideas that are easier to understand because it's easier just to believe it, because I don't have to think that hard about the other one, right? So there's believability is not just about evidence. There's other factors that go into believability. So a good thesis, easy to understand, it's believable. Three, ideally, if you can set it up, it confirms something that they already suspect. They're already at the 1 yard line of belief with this, and they got there on their own, and you just come in and you can just nudge them into the end zone. For instance, most dudes are familiar with the idea of I approach a girl I don't know and she rejects me. I bet every dude listening to this can relate to that and knows how much it sucks and how scary it can be to approach someone new that you don't know, knowing that it's very likely they're going to reject you because you have so many reference experiences in your past that are stored in your brain where that happened. Most dudes also have an experience, maybe in high school or college or somewhere or at work, where some girl really liked them and they didn't do anything. They're like, I don't even think about her. And she likes me? What did I do? I didn't do anything, right? But she approaches me and she likes me. And so they also have all these experiences of girls who approach them and as a result like them. So they already suspect that if I approach girls, it's not going to work. But if I can get girls to approach me, it works because that's already buried in there. So when you come up with that example of 90% of the time, if you approach a girl, she rejects you. But 90% of the time, if you can get her to approach you, you can just lay back, play it cool, and she'll want you. That confirms something that the guy already suspects, which makes it a very powerful thesis, right? It's also really good if the thesis can absolve them of their past failures or can make it so it's not their fault. Right? That's a very seductive language pattern we know in copy, telling people it's not your fault. A lot of coaches and non-marketers don't like saying it because they're like, no, it is your fucking fault. You are lazy. You are not disciplined. You didn't take action. And listen, I'm with you. I'm all about discipline. I think that's very clear. However, this is marketing. I'm very, very much okay with telling people what they want to hear so that I can get them to do what I believe they need to do. Right? Sell them what they want, give them what they need. I subscribe to that. So I have no problem telling people it's not their fault in the VSL. And if you think about the example like constipation, right? Constipation is caused by methane gas, like bloating, farting, and that methane gas is created by microorganisms. Well, all of a sudden, if you believe that, then your bloating and your fartiness, it's not your fault. It's those damn microorganisms. It's their fault. So now I can tell you it's not your fault. I can absolve you of the shame that you've been carrying around. That has nothing to do with you. It's just the microorganisms. Take the pill. We'll get rid of them. You'll be fine. There's nothing wrong with you. See how persuasive that is? And then the final thing about a good thesis is that, and this is, I won't say more important, it's equally important, is it sets up the mechanism as the only right option, the only right solution. So let's talk about the mechanism now, right? how these go together. So the mechanism is a well-known concept in marketing, and it's used to differentiate your offer or your product from your competitors, and also instill hope in the prospect that, hey, this time going for this result, it's going to be different because of this product. You're going to finally get the result because we have a new mechanism to achieve the same outcome that you failed to achieve in the past. So I'm not going to go too much in the mechanism. If you Google it, you'll find a bunch of stuff in mechanism. The point of 77 Ways to Get Rich as Fuck is all the stuff that's not for free on YouTube and et cetera, and just the stuff that I've figured out and I've learned from others. And so I'm not going to go too deep in the mechanism. What I do want to talk about is a factor of the mechanism that I don't see talked about that I think is unbelievably important when it comes to selling. And that's how appealing the mechanism is, right? So just to make it super clear, if you have a prospect who is overweight and they want to be in bikini shape, and let's say overweight is Los Angeles and New York is bikini shape, so they want to go from LA to New York, whatever car or plane or train or bicycle or scooter, whatever vehicle is going to take them from LA to New York, from overweight to bikini body, that is the mechanism. Now, if you're a weight loss coach or a trainer or a nutritionist, you have a unique mechanism that you use to help clients who are overweight and want a bikini body, who are in LA and want to go to New York. If you are P90X, then your vehicle that you're going to use is called muscle confusion. That was your mechanism. If you are a keto person, then your mechanism is keto. If you're paleo, then it's paleo. If it's lean gains, intermittent fasting, that's the mechanism, right? So you have all these different mechanisms, all these different vehicles, each of which could probably get the person from LA to New York, but there's different ways to do it. And maybe they've tried keto and they tried paleo and they tried P90X and they tried those vehicles and they got dropped off in Oklahoma every time and they had to go back and it didn't work. And so if you come at them with keto or paleo or P90X, they're going to be like, nope, I already rode in that vehicle. I already tried that. That didn't work. This won't work for me. But when you come up with a new mechanism and you're like, no, the reason it didn't work is because of X, Y, and Z. That's why we use lean gains, intermittent fasting. Oh, never heard of that. Yeah, it does this, this, and this, which those other ones didn't do. And that's why those other ones actually didn't work for you. But this one works. Look at all our proof. So get in the car and let's go to New York, right? So that's the mechanism. There's all kinds of different mechanisms. But can you see how it can instill hope in someone when everything else they've tried didn't work? Right. So anyways, let's get back to this key thing about the mechanism, which is how appealing is the mechanism, right? What is the appeal factor of the mechanism? Now, because you're selling someone, you're going to get in this vehicle and you're going to go from LA to New York to go from where you are to where you want to be, to go from what you have to what you really want. That vehicle, the more appealing that vehicle is, the more conversions you will make. It's so obvious, no marketer talks about it. So a good mechanism is appealing if it's fun. Does it look fun to do? If someone's like, we're going to do a boot camp, I'm going to beat your ass for 2 hours a day, 7 days a week until you lose the weight. That doesn't sound that much fun to most people. You know what looks fun, sounds fun for losing weight? The shake weight. Shake weight looks fun. Looks like you're doing something there, right? Shaking a weight. Looks fun. The Nordic track, right? And those infomercials. That looked fun. You're like, skiing looks fun, right? Those are mechanisms. They look fun. Guess what? They sell. Part of the reason is because they just look fun. People like having fun. You know this. You like having fun, right? So that's number one. A good mechanism is also appealing if it's really simple. The simpler the mechanism, the more likely your conversions will rise. So for instance, this is why take this pill almost always outconverts do this complex 90-day workout nutrition plan. One is simple. I open a bottle. I take a pill. I put it in my mouth. I swallow. I drink water. Versus complex 90-day workout diet plan. So simpler, a simple and fun mechanism is better than one that's not. A good mechanism is appealing if it requires no behavioral change. So look at the last example. Take a pill versus do this complex 90-day workout diet plan. Take a pill, there's a little behavioral change. I have to now in the morning remember to take a pill. Okay, small though. Versus I have to change my diet, what I eat, where I eat, who I can eat with, what I'm working out in, the clothes I'm wearing, how often I'm showering and shampooing my hair. There's all these other factors that go into a 90-day workout diet plan that require behavioral change that taking a pill does not. So a good mechanism is fun, simple, and ideally requires no behavioral change. This is why, for instance, done for you always outconverts do it yourself. Do it yourself. I got to change my behaviors. Done for you. You're going to do all this shit for me. I ain't got to do shit. A good mechanism is appealing if it's unique or new. We know this, right? So if we go with the same example we've been talking about, that would be like, take this pill that uses this newly discovered breakthrough ingredient, and that's unique and it's new, and that's better then do this complex 90-day workout diet plan that's based on stuff you've already heard. If the mechanism can be unique and new and different, that makes it even better. A mechanism is appealing if it's a benefit at the same time, or it's something that they are already doing. There's no behavioral change. So it's appealing, it's more appealing if it's a benefit. For instance, in that example of the Pandora's box, 90% of the time you approach women versus they approach you. Well, if you're selling a dating program and your mechanism is like 100 approaches a week, and we're going to progressive desensitization, you're just going to approach 100 girls, 80 of them are going to reject you, but pretty soon in a few weeks, you're not even going to feel the rejection anymore. You're going to be free and you're going to be great. Now, listen, would that be useful for guys? Of course. Do a lot of guys want to do that? Absolutely not. Do a lot of guys want to pay someone money to then go do that painful activity? Definitely not. It's not a benefit. It's a negative. It's a con. Goes against it. Whereas the other one, which is 90% of the time you make a woman approach you, you can lay back, play cool, and she'll want you. That's a benefit. Not only do you not have to approach women and get rejected, but now women are going to approach you by using this method. Very, very appealing. You see the difference there? With Money Boss, remember I said the other one, it can be benefit or it's something they're already doing. Well, with Money Boss, the mechanism I always talked about was by typing simple messages on your phone. Guess what? Do people already type messages on their phone? Mm-hmm. So you're already doing it. You already know how to do it. That makes it feel believable. I could do that mechanism. I already know how to do that. Or I already do that every day. I may as well get paid for it. See the difference? And then the last thing about a good mechanism that makes it appealing is if it can be demonstrated in an interesting way. I think I have another chapter on dramatic demonstration because it's so important and so underutilized and so much money is being left on the table. You could be richer than you are now with the demonstration. But a good mechanism is appealing if it's demonstrated in an interesting way, if it can be. So for instance, with Money Boss, I did the man on the street videos. I was doing man on the street videos several years before, now you see tons of people on Instagram and TikTok, they have a microphone and they go interview people on the street. I was doing that in 2019 to sell stuff. No one, that wasn't on social media. It wasn't a thing. And so I would go up to people and I'd give them a phone on Instagram and I'd say, type these messages and watch. You're going to make a sale. And they would make a sale. And then I'd give them cash right there. And that was the video. That was me demonstrating the mechanism, typing messages and making money, right? There's a great YouTube commercial for William Painter sunglasses. And the guy who's in these William Painter commercials, I think he is the best pitchman. I think he's so good. But at the start of it, he's selling sunglasses and he's talking about how competitors charge $500 and they use cheap plastic. And instead of just saying they use cheap plastic, he grabs a pair of these expensive sunglasses and he rips them in half very quickly. That is demonstrating what he's saying in an interesting way, right? If you go back and look at the at Russell Brunson's first book launch, I think it was called .com Secrets, the sales video for it, I don't know if it's still there, but the sales video for it then, it started with like his back is to the camera and he's seated down in like a dark room. And in front of him, he's got this giant board with all these ads and pictures and maps and pins and strings. It looks like a detective board, right? Why would you have that? Well, they're demonstrating that he's like detective. He's investigating the best ways to make money online. It's a proof element. It's very persuasive, right? So I'm always asking in my VSLs and ads, how can I show this instead of tell this? We learned this when we were 6, by the way. It was called show and tell. How can I show this instead of tell this? Remember, one dramatic demonstration is worth a 40-minute VSL. Really. One amazing demonstration can really be all you need to scale up a product if it's really, really good. Claude Hopkins, one of the best copywriters of all time, he passed away almost 100 years ago, but his book, Scientific Advertising, I've read it, 7 or 8 times. I read it multiple times per year. Highly recommended that you check it out. He would say a sample is the best sermon. Right? A sample is the best sermon. A demonstration is a sample showing how it works. He also said that no argument in the world can ever compare with one dramatic demonstration. So if we can demonstrate the mechanism, especially in a dramatic way, meaning if someone walks a tightrope and the tightrope is 6 inches off the ground, that's not that it's a demonstration. It's not that interesting. But now if you move the tightrope 100 feet off the ground and they walk across it, now it's dramatic because the stakes are higher. So a dramatic demonstration, like me on Money Boss, when I go to those people on the street, I don't know if they're going to fucking make money. I could fail. We posted videos where I have failed. And so the stakes are higher. It's more dramatic. I'm sure I could have made it more dramatic, but you get the idea. All right. I'm not done though. I got more in the thesis and mechanism. So to go further into the mechanism, we talked about how to make it more appealing. Now let's talk about good places that the mechanism can come from that will increase conversion, right? Like where is this mechanism sourced from? So one is it's from an exotic or faraway land. If it comes from an exotic or faraway land, the local people you are selling to will automatically give it way more credibility. Don't ask me why this works. I just know that distance equals credibility. If the secret came from Glencoe, Illinois, not that impressive. If it came from Tulsa, Oklahoma, not that impressive. But if you're selling to Americans and it came from the little known island in Thailand called Koh Samui, where they have a special soil or something that produces a special type of flour that produces a special type of ingredient, it's a hell of a lot more credible. If the secret to pick up chicks, you discovered it at a bar in Boston, not that interesting. But if you were staying at a hostel in Barcelona and you met this expert and you learned the secret there, and now you're back in America selling it to Americans, it's a hell of a lot more interesting, right? Even if you think about the story of Moses, he didn't come up with the 10 tablets at the village down the street, right? He went up the hill and then he came down the hill. So there's something about going far away to get the secret and then coming back with it that's very credible to people. So if the mechanism can come from that, from a faraway land, very powerful. If the mechanism can come from the authorities or the elites, especially if it's something that they don't want you to know or they've tried to keep hidden or they've kept secret, very powerful, very persuasive. If it comes from any government department, that can be very powerful. Even if it doesn't come from the government department, but maybe if the CIA has researched this idea before, maybe it's not from the CIA, but you can say that the CIA has researched this as well, or they're observing this right now. Another good place the mechanism can come from is a man in a desperate situation. That makes a lot of sense to people. We talked about John Q before, right? His son is dying. The hospital won't cover the bills. They won't treat him. That's a man in a desperate situation. And you will understand how a discovery could be made there because his motivation is so much higher than yours is. So that makes sense for a good mechanism. Another one is if it comes from an expert who was behind the scenes or in the shadows or something like that, and now they're coming out with it. So for instance, I was talking with a friend yesterday who's doing something in cybersecurity, and I said the best spokesperson that you could get would be like an ex-FBI employee or an ex-CIA employee, someone who's like, I used to be on the other side and I know what they're doing, so I know exactly how to stop them, which is why I created this product. Really credible mechanism source. A couple others are the Blackie story, which is an old copywriting story, which is basically like there was an investing newsletter that sold, I think, in the 80s and 90s very successfully. And it was this. There were these two sisters who were born in America, but they were from Costa Rica and they spoke Spanish and English. And in their 20s, they got hired to be assistants for this investor who lived in Costa Rica. So they go back to Costa Rica and they live with him and they're his assistants. And they, he's very, very wealthy, very successful investor, also very secretive. And in their 5 or 6 years of working for him, they pick up his system of investing and they figure it out. And then as he passes away, he shares with them the final secret that makes it all work. Then he passes away. And now they're not as greedy as he was. And so they're on a mission to help the little guy out there and share the real investing secrets that made this man so rich before he passed away. And now they're the only keeper of the secret. They're the only ones who know it since he's gone now. Right. And you tell that story in a newsletter, very persuasive. That's where the mechanism comes from. Very credible. One other interesting place the mechanism comes from is, this is a metaphor, I don't mean specifically, but like the paintings in the attic. If you know the movie National Treasure with Nicolas Cage, highly underrated movie, they discovered that there's a secret code on the back of the Declaration of Independence, right? That's like a paintings in the attic. Like it's this old place that people have forgotten about or they don't think about anymore. And you discover the amazing secret hidden right there. Right? Maybe it's in a very old text or a very old book or a hidden book or a newly discovered book, or your grandma passed away and in the attic, you found the secret up there, hidden up there. It's been hidden for 80 years. So those are all the places that mechanisms can come from. And so I have no idea how long this chapter was. And I'm certain that I have given a fire hose of value and information that you probably can't keep track of. My advice to you is listen to this multiple times. But what I've shared with you in this audiobook is, in my opinion, the single most important factor to crafting and creating a high converting VSL that will make you rich as fuck and get you private jet money. It's worth mastering everything that I just shared with you when it comes to conversion and getting rich as fuck. And I'll see you in the next one. So since we're in the copy section, I want to share with you a principle that I follow that has been enormously useful for me. And I really, really urge you to do the same. And it's to study the legends. And so very little in copywriting and marketing is actually new. Studying the messengers of the original message, which is most of what people do today, especially on social media, is you're just hearing someone else say what they heard from someone else what they heard from someone else, what they heard from someone else, which came from the original source. And every time you do that, every time it's told and retold from someone else to someone else, it gets watered down. It loses its juice. It loses its muster. It's not really what the original person was intending to communicate. And so it's better to go straight to the source and just study the legends of copywriting if your goal is to get rich as fuck with internet marketing or online marketing or conversions or funnels or sales or ads or whatever, right? I'll give you a very simple example of how little of what you hear is actually new. There's a popular saying online in sales and marketing, which is sell the destination and not the trip, right? Sell the vacation, not the trip. Sell Maui, not TSA, which means sell the outcome, not what it takes to get there, right? And when I heard that first, I was like, oh, that's a great analogy. I thought it was a new analogy. And then I read it in a newsletter from Gary Halbert from 1987. And he's probably quoting someone else. The exact quote, he said, listen, this is from Halbert in 87. Listen, if you and your honey, he said, sell the destination, not the trip. And then the example was, listen, if you and your honey are taking a vacation to Hawaii, it's the part about the good restaurants and nightclubs and lying on those warm beaches that you fantasize about, not the plane flight, right? So sell the rewards and not the tools. Couldn't have said it better myself. That's from the source. Tactics will change. Some Facebook trick that worked before won't work now. That'll happen. TikTok, that'll work before. The tactics will change, but the principles that drive those tactics will not. So if you're relying on just studying tactics, you'll always be reacting, trying to copy what other people are doing. And by the time you're able to copy their tactics, those tactics don't work as well as they did. If you know the principles, you don't have to copy or react. You can create and assemble your own tactics that will always work. And so who are the legends? Claude Hopkins is the original legend. Wrote a book called Scientific Advertising. Joe Sugarman is a legend, has an amazing book called the Adweek Copywriting Handbook. Gene Schwartz wrote an amazing book called Breakthrough Advertising. He's a couple other books. He's some free videos of him on YouTube as well. Brilliant. John Caples, Making Ads Pay. He's a couple other books as well. Great copywriter, brilliant. David Ogilvy, This List Would Not Be Complete Without. Study those guys. You'll learn the principles from them. For instance, every time that I'm starting a new VSL project, like I told you, I started another one April 27, about 70, 80 days ago. Every time I started that project or any project, I reread Scientific Advertising by Claude Hopkins, and I reread the Adweek Copywriting Handbook by Joe Sugarman. So when I'm not working on the VSL project during that time, I'm rereading both of these books. So every morning, usually I wake up and I walk for 20 to 40 minutes. On that walk, I read those books. When I'm eating lunch, I read those books. When I'm working out on sets, on breaks between my sets, I'm reading those. Like, I'm always filling my mind with those books when I'm working on the VSL, because guess what? At the boardroom in my brain, I want Claude and I want Joe right there with me, helping me generate ideas and edit my copy, right? I want the legends with me, not the mini-me's that have come after. All right, I'll see you in the next one. All right, please prepare yourself. We are about to enter some very deep copywriting, conversion, money-making, getting rich as fuck territory. So proof is your God. When it comes to selling stuff on the internet, proof is your God. People don't believe most promises. In fact, you probably don't believe anything, any promise that you're told 100%. For instance, I have Airbnb, or a rental property in Puerto Rico. I got a message 2 days ago from a realtor who has a husband and wife who wants to rent it for 2 months later this year. They're ready to pay 2 months up front, as well as 1 month security deposit. There's a contract. She sent me the contract. I approved it last night. She sent it to them to get signed. So we're waiting for them to sign it. I don't even believe they're going to rent the property. I don't believe it. I've had multiple people who have done this in the last, year, a couple of years since I had the property, and they don't follow through. I've had a lot of people who do follow through, but a lot who don't. And so I'm just like, it's easier not to believe it, because if they don't do it, I'm like, nothing's lost. I'm not any disappointed. But if I believe they're going to do it and then they don't, now I have disappointment. And so people just don't believe the promises, but what they believe is proof. And so when it comes to copywriting, most beginners and intermediates focus on promises. I want to make big, big promises about the great result or outcome they're going to get from this. They don't give a fuck. They don't even believe you. The top marketers and copywriters who make the most money, who are rich as fuck, they bank all their promises based on proof, not promises. So let's start with the definition. What is copywriting? Copywriting is a believable message that persuades people to take action. That is my definition. It is a believable message that persuades people to take action. Right? Believable message. So it's a message, but it's believable. Very key, important part of the definition. Persuades people, right? It persuades them into basically believing the thesis, one new concept. It persuades people to believe in that idea and then to take action. Click the button, buy the thing, book the call, make the donation. Believable message persuades people to take action. Let's talk about the believable component. That's what we're talking about here, right? A lot of people think in copywriting and marketing and ads that it's about making big promises and almost yelling. But yelling is not selling. Belief building is selling. One of the greatest living copywriters of all time, Gary Bencivenga, here's his quote on belief. It's a long one. Get ready. Yelling is not selling. Focus on beefing up your proof and you will walk away smiling. A drum major who leads a long parade of customers who are enchanted to find a rare message and a person to believe in. And remember this always. Almost everyone in the world in every field of human endeavor is desperately searching for someone to believe in. Be that person and you can write your own ticket. Belief is today's most overlooked yet most powerful key to boosting response to any advertisement in any medium. Harness belief and you unleash the core atomic power for exploding response, because the hunger for belief is so vast in every market, so deep-seated in human nature itself, you can tap into it again and again, infinitely, to make yourself and your clients rich. Now, you might be wondering, well, how do I generate more belief? You do it with proof. What is proof? Proof is anything that increases belief. Proof is anything that generates belief. That is the definition of proof. People think proof is social proof or testimonials. No, bro, that's one type of proof. Proof is anything that generates belief. Anything that generates belief. That's really important in today's unbelievably skeptical market. So what I'm going to give you is a waterfall of ways, proof elements that can increase belief. I'm just going to hammer these over and over and over. And if I go fast, either listen faster or listen to it again. So things that can generate more belief. Stories, like a personal story, a transformation story, a rags to riches story can generate belief. He did it, I can do it. A success story, same idea, right? Especially when the success story, the protagonist in the success story is worse off than you, right? If you think of like John Carlton's famous ad about the one-legged golfer who can hit the ball 300 yards and perfectly straight every time down the fairway. Well, I got two legs. This motherfucker can do it with one leg. Fuck, I could do that. Generates belief. Same thing with nightmare stories or punch in the gut stories, right? They generate belief through the same mechanism. More. Demonstration generates belief. We talked a lot about demonstration already. Social proof generates belief, right? Lots of people are buying this. Lots of people are doing it. Lots of people agree with this. Lots of people think this. The majority of people think this. The majority of good-looking, fine-smelling, healthy, wealthy people believe this. High-status people believe this. Generates belief. Academic studies or quoting academic studies generates belief. And if it's from Harvard, that's better than if it's from Tallahassee Community College. Customer testimonials generates belief. Media mentions generates belief. I have this idea. I want you to believe it. Maybe if I say it, you might believe it. But if I show you that all these media companies that you believe it too, and they talk about it, then you'll probably believe it too. And that's a little funky one right now in the world, isn't it? Because like half the people believe anything in certain media outlets is total bullshit. And then the other half think the stuff from the other media outlets is total bullshit. So you need to know your market. And if you're selling to a liberal market, then New York Times and CNN, probably okay. If you're selling to a conservative market, you almost use things the New York Times and CNN said as proof of things that aren't true. And you're going to want to use more conservative outlets or even people in that case, right? But just be aware media mentions in general generate proof and belief, but it needs to be the right source for your marketplace. Borrowing like celebrity or authority figures can generate proof. Like we talked about this before, high status people or famous people, they do this or they believe this or they agree with this or they said this. All those things can generate belief behind an idea. The source of the idea or the source of what's being said can generate belief. So if a random person says it about an investing tip, that might not be believed. But if Warren Buffett says the investing tip, probably believe it, right? Here's an investing secret I learned from my neighbor growing up. Okay, here's an investing secret I learned when I had lunch with Warren Buffett. It's more believable, right? Generates more belief. Remember this, and in fact, you should tattoo it to both sides of your brain if you can. Specificity equals believability. The most common mistake I see intermediate and beginner copywriters and marketers make for all the copy I look at in ads and funnels that come across my desk is non-specific writing. If you get someone who is not a copywriter or marketer, let's just say they're a scientist who's been working on one thing for like 4 years on one study and they know everything about this subject. If they do an interview about this subject or if they write a paper about the subject, it is so unbelievably painstakingly specific that no one can question the fact that they are unbelievably credible about what they're talking about. And they know like what they're saying is accurate. You need to find a way to come across that specific when you are not an expert like they are with the copy. And I'm talking to a copywriter here. If you're a business owner and let's say you're a coach and you work with agencies, for instance, and that's all you do, when you talk about working with agencies and you're writing copy for it, you don't need to, try and be ultra specific. You should just be ultra specific because you live in the trenches of this every day, right? So specificity equals believability. The more specific the writing and the words, the believable it is, right? And so that means like specific numbers, but it also means specific stories and dimensionalizations. Like if you have, you're talking about, I worked with this one person and they got this result. Saying like I worked with Sally and she lost 16 pounds is general. Saying when I worked with Sally, she was addicted to ice cream. Every Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday night, she would eat an entire pint of chocolate ice cream. She showed me, she would send me pictures. She couldn't help it. And so that was the first thing we had to solve in order to help her lose these 16 pounds. Well, that level of specificity about ice cream and the days of the weeks, now it's believable. What other things generate more belief? Visual aids, right? So there's a piece of copy that, let's say it says, in Long Island, an estimated 2,000 people waited in line at the local employment office, some for as long as 4 days, to apply for 100 elevator mechanic apprenticeship positions. Okay, sounds very specific. I believe that those people waited in line to apply for these positions. But if you show me a photo of all these people waiting in line and they're in tents and they're sitting in chairs, it's a hell of a lot more believable. That is a visual aid that supports what's being said. This is why charts and graphs can be really good as well. A metaphor and analogy can increase belief. Why? Because if I can see it, I believe it. If you look at personal development, right, there's all this stuff about you visualize, right? You see it and then you believe it and it's going to happen. Why would this be any different? It's not, right? People think proof is just like social proof. It's not. It's anything that generates belief. And so good analogies in copy or marketing can increase belief significantly. For instance, if you're telling someone that the cause of their fartiness is those new microorganisms that are living in their gut, that might generate belief. But if you show a hyper zoomed in image of the critter, of the microorganism, and you can see its like teeth and its face, and it's sitting there in the gut and it's laying eggs and it's invading and it's colonizing in there and it's planting more of them, and there's a visual aid that shows that generates more belief. If you use the analogy that these things are colonizing and hatching eggs inside of your gut, that's an analogy, and now I can kind of see that. That's gross. I believe it more that it's actually happening. Giving a reason why increases belief. Describing how your mechanism works with specificity increases belief. Framing the stories as like a discovery or an investigation can increase belief, right? So instead of saying like, I went here and learned this, it's like during my investigation, I discovered this. That's more believable. Acknowledging disbelief actually increases belief. This is why voicing someone's objection can actually reduce the objection. So that's like making a big claim and then being like, now listen, I know this might be hard to believe, but just stick with me for a second. I know this sounds like a giant promise and you probably don't believe it, and that's totally fine. I'm going to show you proof in just a second. Saying all of those things, they just reduce the skepticism, the guardedness, and they can increase belief as well. Damaging admissions increase belief. So for instance, telling someone something that they shouldn't know about you is going to increase belief for the thing you say after. This is why in copy, we say admit fault before benefit. So instead of saying you're going to lose all this weight, maybe first thing you say is, listen, there are some foods that you love that for the next 6 weeks, you are not going to be able to eat. But if you can do that, you will lose 20 pounds in the next 6 weeks. Well, if I just said you will lose 20 pounds in the next 6 weeks, that's not nearly as persuasive than admitting the fault before it. Because when you admit the fault before it, you are building credibility. Wow, they're admitting something they shouldn't. Pretty trustworthy of them. And so for the ensuing benefit that you're going to share, they are in that moment more receptive to it and it can actually get in, right? Identity can increase belief, meaning the person that I'm getting this copy from or I'm listening to is like me, all right? Birds of a feather flock together. A really good example of this, Justin Goff, good friend of mine for many years, great copywriter. He went to a Ramit Sethi event. I think I pronounced the name right. The I will teach you to be rich.com guy. Went to an event that Ramit threw, I think, in New York many years ago. And Justin's white. Ramit is of Indian descent. And Justin goes to the event. And like 80% of the attendees are also Indian. And it just like hit Justin in the face. And it's like, of course they are. Birds of a feather flock together. Like like attracts like. That's just going to happen. And so the reason all those people showed up, whether they know it or not, is in part because the other money gurus who they probably found online didn't look like them. And Ramit did. So they're more predisposed to believe him. It is what it is. And so those are some of the ways, not all of the ways, to increase belief. One other way is framing sentences and starting off where the source of the sentence comes from. So saying like, we recently found that eating this ingredient elevates metabolism by 20%. Well, that's good. But if you say a recent study completed at Cambridge University found this ingredient increases metabolism by 20%, that's a lot more believable because of the source. So you can things like universities, research labs, researchers. I'm going to read you very quick. This is the last thing about increasing belief. Gallup releases polls every year about ratings of honesties and ethics of professions, meaning they find out which professions have the most trust of the masses and which ones have the least. And so associating with the ones that are most trustworthy will increase the belief of your message, or using them as testimonials or endorsements or spokespeople will increase the believability of your message. The most trusted profession in America are nurses. Second most is doctors. Third most is pharmacists. Fourth is high school teachers, not elementary, high school teachers. Fifth is police officers. And then it kind of goes down from there. The 5 least trustworthy professions are number 1, telemarketers. Right next to them, members of Congress. After that, car salespeople. Just pause for a second because I just realized this. People trust car salespeople more than they trust members of Congress. That's interesting. Fourth is business executives, meaning if you're like a business person and you're presenting yourself as a business executive in some way, you're not going to be trusted by most people. You want to think about this. And then number 5, God damn it, advertising practitioners. Motherfucker. Really? I'm looking at this and it's journalists are next. So journalists and advertisers are trusted about as little, or least little trusted the same. And then above journalists and advertisers is lawyers. Lawyers have more trust than journalists and advertisers. This is wild. So anyways, proof is your God. Hopefully you get the message here. Proof is your God. Proof is anything that generates belief. This was a lot longer than I thought it would be, but it is so freaking important to you getting your conversions up and you getting rich as fuck. Anytime I have a funnel or an ad or an offer where I'm trying to, how do I get a boost here? The first bullet in my chamber that I fire is always proof. I tear apart the whole thing and make everything as believable as I possibly can and jack it up as much proof as I possibly can. Proof is your God when it comes to conversion, getting rich as fuck with an offer. All right, so to carry on from where the last chapter was at, where we're talking about proof is your God, let's go on with that same theme. You might be wondering, well, Jason, if people don't believe promises and proof is my God, and I understand, maybe I can even use proof to imply promises. I don't have to make promises. Do I have to make a promise at some point in the copy, like in the headline or the ad or in the close? I feel like there needs to be something. And the answer is, of course. People, they would have no incentive to buy unless they were aware of the reward they expect to receive as a result of purchasing. So what I've done over the years is I've devised, there's 4 types of promises that I've assembled from other people that I've seen do it very effectively into a little acronym that I use when it comes to making promises that people actually believe. And I call them VDJC promises. VDJC promises, right? VD like the STD and then JC like me promises. VDJC promises. And so I want to go through all those with you right now. VDJC. The V stands for Viagra promises. So many years ago, I was teaching a seminar. This was like 10 years ago. And this just happened on stage. But I was like talking and I started thinking about Viagra because we were talking something about that. It was a dating seminar. And I went on this tangent and I was like, you know what? Think about the advertisements for Viagra. Imagine like this genius marketer or marketing agency that's working with the pharmaceutical company for Viagra. And they're like, man, you know, we can't really promise people like, hey, take this pill, you have a 4-hour boner, because no one's going to believe that. Do they even want a 4-hour boner? Like, are they pogo sticking around the house? Like, what's going on there? Can we even make this promise? Is it regulated? Like, they couldn't do that. And so this genius in there is like, oh, you know, I can just see him. He like, maybe it's a girl, I don't know. This person, they kick back in their chair. They throw their feet up on the desk. They clasp their hands behind their head, looking like $1 million. And they're like, everyone sit down. I know what to do. We're not going to say what you're saying. We're going to say this. If you have an erection lasting longer than 4 hours, consult your doctor immediately. That's all we're going to say. The promise is implied. People will hear 4-hour boner, but we didn't make a promise. We just told them, hey, if that happens, go to your doctor. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And so the Viagra promise was born. The Viagra promise is where you tell people, hey, if this thing happens, this thing, by the way, this thing is what they actually want. That's the promise. If this promise happens and it's happening too fast or too much, like ease up. So instead of promising you'll get this, it's, hey, when this happens, ease up. Reverses the whole thing. For weight loss, example, if you find yourself losing more than 6 pounds of fat per week, please reduce your dose by half to lose weight at a safer pace. What a good guy. You're looking out for me. Make money. Hey, if your business begins to make more than $30,000 per month in the first 90 days, we recommend you actually slow things down because you'll have to deal with things like hiring and taxes, and you want to ease into that kind of stuff. Dating. Hey, if your wife or girlfriend begins to initiate sex with you more than 5 nights per week, stop using the arousal meditation for 1 week. We want you to have all the sex that you want to have too, like we're with you, but it's wise to build up to that level of sex frequency, kind of like an oven and not a microwave, right? So now you're not some sleazy marketer. You're a good Samaritan looking out for your customer while implying a very powerful promise. And the reason this works so well is because their guard never has a chance to go up. When someone's making a promise to us, our guard goes up because we've been burned so many times before. But if there's no promise signals subtly being broadcasted, we have nothing to throw our guard up against, right? We don't have a conditioned response to someone warning us where we guard against that. We have a receptive response to that. And so we take advantage of that with the Viagra promise. So VDJC, that was V, here's the D. D stands for Vin DiCarlo. Vin DiCarlo was the creator of that VSL I was talking to you about, the Pandora's Box, the 90% women reject you, approach you, that whole thing. So that was his name. And in that VSL, in that offer, it was brilliant because when you click the buy button on the VSL, it didn't take you to the checkout page. It took you to a page. It was like an agreement page. And you had to agree to certain things before you were allowed to buy the product, right? So now you're like trying to, do I qualify? Do I not? And all the subconscious, I'm putting my guard up, I don't believe you stuff doesn't come up because your focus is in a place of, I want to qualify, not, you feel like you're chasing instead of you're being pursued. So you hit the buy button, you don't go to checkout, you go to this agreement page. And it's basically like this. The questions you're going to learn in Pandora's Box, will work, but this isn't a game. This is real life. And so you must promise to use these questions in an ethical manner. You will not use them to break up happy relationships, happy marriages, even if she's begging you for sex. Do you understand and do you agree? Right? Obviously you heard the promises implied in there, but he didn't promise them to you. He said, make sure you don't do that bad stuff, right? And weight loss. Hey, you promise to use this weight loss secret to lose weight at a safe pace. You will not go straight to the bikini body that you want immediately. You will let it take up to 90 days to safely lose all the weight. Do you agree? Make money. Hey, you promise to purchase assets with the income and cash flow that'll make you and your family wealthy generationally. You will not use all of the cash flow to buy liabilities like a new jet ski, a new Ferrari, or a new vacation home. Do you promise and do you agree? So that's the DiCarlo promise. Let's keep going. The third one is what I call a Jackson warning. And I never told my friend Dean Jackson this, but I love it. And I saw him do it once and I was like, that's brilliant. And so what he does is he says basically like this. Hey, I may ask to do a one-on-one call with you to review your website and even give you a website makeover so that we can share the recording of our call with the other members. So I hope that's okay with you. That's the Jackson warning. You're basically saying this. Hey, I may do this extra thing that I know you totally want really bad. And I just want to make sure that's okay with you. Brilliant, right? In coaching, maybe you're like, hey, I may ask to do a private one-on-one coaching call with you to review your trade journal and make upgrades so that we can share the call with the other members. I hope that's not a problem for you. In weight loss, hey, I may send you additional bottles of our newest anti-aging breakthroughs so you can test them out. And I'm going to want you to tell me about your results so that I can share your experience with our general customer base. So I hope you're okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay with getting additional free bottles of your newest anti-aging breakthrough. That sounds great, right? So that's the Jackson warning. And then the last one is complaining about promises. When I was a dating coach, obviously pickup was a very big thing. It's not anymore, unfortunately. And I do mean that unfortunately, because I know that part of it gets a bad rap from people, but the majority of it, super helpful for young men. And people think in the pickup market, they think the guys who are buying that stuff were asshole alphas who lie to women and stuff. And no, that market of guys who are buying pickup products are guys who've been rejected and treated like shit by women their entire life. That's who that market is. It's a bad thing. It doesn't exist anymore. Anyways, in pickup though, a kind of cocky, funny, witty line might be something like a guy saying to a girl. Imagine a guy's talking to a girl and he's just having fun. And he's like, I was just thinking why do all girls, look at my phone, I just got this text. Why do all girls wait until nighttime to text me? I'm not a vampire. You can actually come over before sunset also. It's okay. Well, what's implied when he's complaining in that way? He's implying he's got all these girls who are texting him at night because they want to hook up, which makes him pre-selected, which makes him attractive, right? But he didn't say, hey, girls really like me. He did it in the form of a complaint. So it's embedded. The guard doesn't go up. And make money. Maybe you're like, listen, just because many of my students now are in seven figures, it doesn't mean that you should want to. In fact, I almost wish I had less students who make seven figures, because seven figures, it means higher taxes. It means a bigger target on your back. And it even means sports cars, which have higher crash rates. So it's more dangerous. Being rich is dangerous. You really want to make sure before you do this. Survival. Listen, my wife, imagine if you had a testimonial that said this. My wife loves that we are prepared for the coming collapse, but there's cons to being this prepared. My wife doesn't have to deal with my buddies who are all begging me for protection, when shit's going to hit the fan. Right? Imagine all the people in your social circle looking to you as their hero and savior. That's a hard role to play. people in survival, they want to be the fucking hero. They want to be like, haha, told you so. And so you told them that's going to happen without telling them that's going to happen. Maybe I should just call these VDJC promises Inception. I don't know. That's the idea though. So there you have it. Complaining about promises, Jackson Warning, DeCarlo, and Viagra promises. 4 ways to make promises that people will actually believe in a world where no one believes jack shit anymore. Awesome. I'll see you in the next one. When you're selling your thing, your product, your service, your offer, it's always better if you can get people excited about more than just the product or offer, that it's a promotion or there's a big idea or there's something about the offer and that's why they're purchasing now. I don't just mean a sale. It can mean a sale, but there's a promotional component beyond just buying the product and getting this result without these problems, right? So for instance, for many years when Joe Sugarman would ever release a product, he would say, this is the official nationwide release of XYZ. And to celebrate that, you can now get it at the low national introductory price of blank. It's not just it's available and here's the price. It's the official nationwide release. There's something bigger to it. And so what I do is I am a kleptomaniac I just call them promo hooks, but I'm a kleptomaniac for promo hooks. I told you before, you need to be a kleptomaniac for special pricing terms, deal structures, that kind of thing. You also should be a kleptomaniac for promo hooks and you should use them and reuse them. And once you have a few, you don't need any more, but they will make you more money. And so what I want to do is I just want to go over with you some of the ones that I've collected that I think work the best and I rely on. So let's begin. Number 1 is a new case study, right? I'm starting a new case study. I'm looking to work closely with X amount of people who want this one result. You must be okay with sharing your results when I launch this publicly for the marketing, right? Being part of a case study is different than I bought your course. It's a bigger idea. Same thing like this is like a new test group, right? And that angle might sound something like, hey, I just tested this new method and it worked amazing and I got this crazy result. I could barely believe it. I risked all this stuff to try it and it actually paid off. So now just to be sure of the results, I'm looking to work closely with X amount of people who want to get this result too and are willing to take a little risk as part of this new test group that I'm putting together. Powerful. You know, the case study is almost like I'm putting a posse together. Like there's something happening that they want to be a part of. Number 3 is just a challenge, like an X week challenge, 4-week challenge, 6-week challenge, 8-week challenge. Making your product into a challenge almost always will increase the conversion, especially because there's a light at the end of the tunnel. A man can do everything or anything so long as it's not forever. 6 weeks, 8 weeks, it's hard, but I see that there's light at the end of the tunnel. There's a defined end. I see the specific outcome I'm supposed to get from doing it for 6 weeks or 8 weeks. That's good. Another great campaign that you can do is just like a monthly thing, like the get this result this month campaign. So instead of just selling your product, it's like I'm doing this. So Taki Moore has a great example of this. And here's the exact phrasing. He says, my business jumped years ago when a friend sent me a challenge to add 10K to your monthly income in the next 30 days. Back then, my business was tiny and $10,000 recurring would really help. It's your turn now. So I'm going to work with a small group of coaches starting next week to help them add 10K a month in recurring income. And if you'd like to join us, here's what you need to do, right? And so it's like 10K in May, 10K in June, 10K in July, 10K in December, like a specific result in a month. I once did this years ago. Now it's your turn. Works great. Another one is a scholarship. So basically going to people and telling them, you know, based on certain XYZ criteria, they've been selected. They've won a scholarship that's worth this much, which covers this much of the total cost. And as a scholarship winner, they only have to pay this much now. What card do you want to use? Right? Wow, scholarship. I feel special. I feel recognized. Don't just do it for everyone. Do it for people who earn it. Very, very, very powerful. Obviously, a special bonus that people get when they order before a deadline, that just works. It just continues to work. And then there's like some types of sales. If you sell physical products, scratch and dent sales work great. We ship so many products that sometimes products get scratched. They get dented. The products are fine. The label might just be a little off. But we refuse to ship these as normal because, we're known for quality. So we've decided to put these scratch and dent products on sale for X% off today. Move a bunch of units. Another one can be something like Joel Marion has done this one a lot, and it's the I'm sorry promotion. I must have 80 emails in my inbox from Joel's company over the years where he told me he was sorry. And the angle was like this. I was just reviewing our customer records and I noticed that your name wasn't on it. And I am so sorry because you haven't enrolled. I feel like I must have done something wrong. Maybe I haven't shown you enough evidence. I haven't worked hard enough to earn your trust. And for that, I'm sorry. So to make it up for you, I just had my team set up this special page for you so you can try our front end offer at a massive discount. Obviously, you don't say front end offer, but that's the angle on the I'm sorry. Works great. Another one is a celebration sale. We're celebrating our 1,000th testimonial, discount, and a deadline. We're celebrating our 10,000th product ship, discount, and a deadline. We're celebrating the birth of our new granddaughter or this new dog that we just got, discount, and a deadline. And so these are all different ways and promotions that you can run to sell stuff to an audience. Big idea takeaway for you: be a kleptomaniac for promo hooks. Collect more. There's always new ones coming out. And again, you're going to find the best ones from people who are not in your industry or in your niche because they don't subscribe to the same dogma that you unconsciously do as well. So make sure that you're looking everywhere and you are networking and talking with people from a lot of different industries because you'll pick up some amazing stuff that way. All right. Amazing. I'll see you in the next one. Many moons ago, I was doing copywriting coaching with John Carlton. John Carlton is a legend in the copywriting space, partner and student of Gary Halbert's, brilliant copywriter. And we were looking at some of the copy I'd put together for an offer. And we were talking about avatars and how to understand buyer psychology and things like that. And he just made an offhand comment about how before someone buys a product, especially information product or coaching or anything like that, there's usually a traumatic event that precedes it. Something traumatic happens, and then they go and they buy after the traumatic event. And so I thought about this and I tried to play with it, and I came up with a model based around this that really helped me think about how to sell more shit online that I think will help you. And so I call it the IMC framework. And IMC stands for incident, motivation, complacency. And this is kind of the pattern that people take on in your marketplace and in most marketplaces. So the first thing is there's an incident. There's a traumatic event, an incident that causes pain or shame or guilt or anger or fear or all of them. And after that incident, this person who was not receptive to buying something is now receptive to buying something because they're in pain and they want to get out of pain. So the incident happens and now they're motivated, right? That period of time when they're looking to buy or would buy, they're motivated. Problem is, it doesn't last forever. I don't know if you've noticed the thing about emotions, but they're not static. They come and they go, right? You feel them and then you feel them out and they go away. And so maybe it's a day, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, but it's not that long that they're motivated for until that pain starts to go away and the motivation with it goes away and they once again become complacent. And so it's just like this ebb and flow that's always going on. There's an incident, they're temporarily motivated, then they're complacent for a while until there's another incident. A really good example to think about this is imagine there's John, the Uber driver, right? John, the Uber driver, he's in his mid-30s. He's complacent. He's super complacent in his life. He's complacent in his relationship. He's complacent with everything because most people are complacent. And one day he comes home after work, decent day at work. His wife works at the bank. She's home. She goes, how was Uber? How was driving? It was fine. How was your day? She's like, it was fine. It was cool. Actually, you know who showed up today? No. Remember Billy from high school, the quarterback? Oh yeah, I remember Billy. Yeah, he showed up at the bank, opened the new account. It was great to see him. We talked for a little bit after. And you won't believe it. He's doing really well. He pulled up in a red Ferrari. Amazing. So what do you want to do for dinner tonight? Now, what is John, the Uber driver, thinking? He's thinking, fuck Billy, right? But nothing, it's not traumatic enough. Nothing really happened there. And so a couple of weeks later, same thing. How's your day? It was good. How's your day at the bank? Oh, it was great. You know who came back? Billy. Yeah, he came back. He had to do some more work. We actually talked for a while. He's interested in, in this special type of arts and crafts thing that I'm interested in. We actually have that in common. So I think we're actually going to go get lunch and talk about art. It's going to be awesome. So anyways, what do you want to do for dinner? Now, what's John, the Uber driver, thinking? He's really thinking, fuck Billy. Fuck this, right? And he maybe doesn't say anything to his wife, but just that little story, the threat of being cheated on or the threat of that this guy's going to take his whatever is traumatic. And so for a day, a week, or a few weeks or something, he is now motivated from the incident. And now, last week, when he was on Instagram and he saw an ad for a make money webinar on Shopify or something, he's, fuck this guy, this is bullshit. Skips the ads. Now, he's reading the ads. He's watching the ads. He's actually paying attention. He clicks them. He attends a webinar. He buys something. He goes to a seminar. He's like, I'm going to start a business. He's all motivated, right? And in that motivational window, he is potentially going to buy. But if he doesn't buy, eventually motivation will go away because the pain will go away and he'll go back to being complacent and he'll go back to skipping all of the ads. And your prospect in your market is going through this all the time. Incident, motivation, complacency. Incident, motivation, complacency. Now, the big takeaway for us as marketers who are going to get rich as fuck is that we don't know when our prospect is going to be in that motivation window and not the complacency window. We don't know. So what must we do? We must be omnipresent with our marketing and our advertisements and our CTAs so that we can time it. If we're always omnipresent with the marketing, we're always there, then it doesn't matter when they're in motivation because we'll be there. We're there all the time, which is why being omnipresent with your brand and with your marketing, with your ads is so important because you don't know when those incidents will happen. You can't control those incidents. You can't influence them. You can only be ready and present for when they're there. So when they're ready to buy something, they've been seeing your shit before. Now they're finally motivated and ready, and they're going to buy your stuff. There is a chance some people bought 77 Ways to Get Rich as Fuck. Like you might be listening to it because you had an incident a day, a week, or 3 weeks ago. And you're like, you know what? I do need to get rich as fuck. Very possible. My hope, my deep, deep, grave hope is that you do not let this window of motivation be just that, a window. My hope is that it becomes a discipline and a habit for you. I can't pick that for you. I can't control that for you. Only you can. All right. And so you're wondering, well, like, how do I be omnipresent? Well, listen, that's beyond the scope of this audiobook. However, I will tell you one tactic that's really, really useful is something called the super signature. And a super signature was first I heard about it was from Dean Jackson, and he started it in his emails. So he would put out a normal email blast to his list. That's valuable content. And then in the PS, he would say, whenever you're ready, here's 3 ways that I can help you. Or whenever you're ready, here's 4 ways that I can help you. Number 1, if you're interested in this, get my book. Number 2, if you're a business owner and you want help with this thing, then reply back here about my workshop. And then number 3, if you're this, then do this, right? And that way, every email he sends, the super signature is there and the opportunity is there for the motivated prospect or buyer to respond. So he doesn't have to time the CTAs. It's just always there. Now, could you do this in a YouTube description? Yep. Could you do it in an Instagram caption? Yep. Could you have it on your Instagram profile? Yep. Lots of ways that you can do this. The key is be omnipresent and understand the buyer psychology of the IMC framework: incident, motivation, and complacency. I'll see you in the next one. The final chapter of the copy section of 77 Ways to Get Rich as Fuck. And I saved it for last on purpose because I want to share with you my process for how I write high converting VSLs, how I've scaled 7 and 8 figures in 6 different niches, and how many of my clients have done significantly more than even I have with high converting VSLs. And so here's the disclaimer. At the workshop that I do on this stuff, which we call the Scale Your Offer Workshop, I spend hours working on this process with you on your offer. So hours, like legitimate hours. And so there's no way that I can do it all here. I'm just going to do my best in like the 8 or 10 minutes or so that we have. And I'm just going to breeze through my entire process. My hope is that 1 or 2 of these things you're not doing and sparks a light bulb for you and gives you some extra juice for conversion and money. So here's my process. I have a product idea, an offer idea I want to run, or someone's paying me my fee of $75,000 plus royalty, and I'm going to write a VSL for someone else. How do I get started? Here's what I do. The first thing I do is I collect the top 3 or 7 controls that are in the marketplace. Maybe these are active controls that ran a year ago, controls that ran 10 years ago, but I want to compile the controls. The controls are the funnels, the VSLs that made the most money in the niche. So I need to study those. I need to know exactly what was happening before. I need to know what the market responds to. I need to know what the primary appeal and primary problem and primary promise that works in this marketplace. So I get all the controls and then I reverse engineer them. I do it by hand. So I print out all the transcripts or the sales letters, and then I use highlighters, and I have a process where I look at what are all the promises being made, that gets a color. What are all the promises? That's a different color. What are all the mechanisms? That's a different color. What are all the stories? That's a different color. And then what's all the proof? That's a different color. And so I'm highlighting by hand all of this stuff, and I'm compiling in a Google Doc all the promises, all the problems, all the proof, all the mechanisms, and all the stories. All the best ones, not every single one, but all the ones that I think stand out most, the ones that I see repeated most often. As I'm doing this, that's how I learn the market. That's how I learn what the avatar in this market responds to. That's also how I learn what works best in this market. So I'm able to leap many, many years of experience by studying what's already worked in this way in a very in-depth process. So I move all that stuff into an organized document, and I review it and read it many, many, many times for at least a day or 2. As I'm reading it, I'm starting to put together outlines. This is going to be a section in the VSL. This feels important. That's going to be a section in the VSL. Here's the primary promise I want to make. Here's the secondary promises I want to pepper in there after the initial promise is established. I start outlining all these different sections, and I organize it. I have all these proof elements. They go with these promises and so on and so forth. And I build an outline for this thing. Then I make some very key decisions. First decision is, what is my central thesis and mechanism going to be? I have to establish that. Then what is my dramatic demonstration going to be? Then what is my offer going to be? And what are the price and terms going to be? And then sometimes there's a story. Not every VSL, by the way, needs to have a story. That is a big myth. A lot of high converting VSLs don't even have a story. But if there's a story, what's it going to be? And I do all that. And then I'm still not writing. Then I do a Gary Bencivenga exercise where I will sit down and I'm going to write 25 really good headlines for this offer. And I try and write a variety of different headlines: promise headlines, problem headlines, proof headlines, urgency headlines, mechanism headlines, story appeal headlines, command headlines. There's all kinds of different headlines I try and write. And as I'm writing these headlines, they're not just like get them out and put them down. I am crafting them and editing them. And I want to make each one so good that one of them could be the headline for the actual VSL when it runs. right? And the reason I'm doing this is because it's coalescing all this information I've been taking in, and it is putting it all together in a way that's like I have all these ideas and insights in my brain, but by putting it in a headline, it forces me to take the juiciest, most important parts and compile them into little nuggets of expression that people will understand, like a headline. Now, after all of that, which is probably a week, maybe, and I'm not just like a couple hours, like this is, when I'm writing a VSL, it's all I think about. It's like, it feels, listen, I haven't been pregnant, but it feels like I'm pregnant and I have to get this baby out, and it's with me 24 hours a day. So this is like a week at this point, and it's like 8 or 10 or 12 hours a day, 7 days a week of everything I just described to you. And only after all that now am I actually ready to start writing and assembling the VSL. So at that point, I have my outline. And what's cool, because of the outline and the headlines, a lot of the stuff is already written and I'm just kind of assembling stuff. And yeah, I have to write a good amount, but there's a lot of assembling going on. And then I get the first draft done. At that point, I won't look at it for a couple of days. I'll just go work on another VSL or something else because my subconscious is working with it. And now I want to, when I edit it, I want to be able to come back and edit and look at it with fresh eyes. So a couple of days later, I'll come back to edit it, and I have an editing process. I read it out loud and I make all the edits reading it out loud. Then I record it and I listen to the recording, and listening to someone else saying it gives me all kinds of insights I don't have if I just read it out loud. So I edit it again that way. Then I go through a bunch of edits. The first edit is every idea as juicy and compelling as it can be. So I go through every idea, and I will spend a couple of days making every idea as strong as it can be. Then my next edit will be seeds of curiosity. How many open loops and intrigue am I planning throughout this entire thing? Let me get those in there. Then I have another edit. Where am I telling when I could be showing? And everywhere I'm telling, now I have to show. Then I have another edit, and I go through every section and I get the FK score of every section. Where is it not a grade 6 or lower? I need to make it a grade 6 or lower reading level. Then I have another edit, which is the cub level, which is anything that's confusing, unbelievable, or boring needs to be edited out or fixed. Then I have another edit where I go, are all the promises I'm making, are they focused on instant gratification? Are they now promises and not later promises? Because those are much more compelling. Then I have another edit where it's like, how specific is the writing? Is it specific or is it general? And anywhere it's general, I have to make it specific. And then it's basically ready. Right? And so that's my process of putting together VSL. And, Jim Rohn had this great quote where he was like, people, if they could just spend a day, 24 hours straight with a really successful person, at the end of the day, they wouldn't be wondering why that person is successful. They'd say, of course he's successful. Look at all this shit he does. Well, my VSLs work and convert and scale. Look at all the shit I do, right? It's not that I'm special. I just bleed for this stuff. And so if I were to hypothesize percent of time spent preparing the VSL versus actually writing, I probably spend 50% of my time preparing to write the VSL, 30% actually writing it, and probably 20% editing it. People think if you just sit down to write your marketing or copy and you with a blank page and you're like, all right, I'm ready to write, you are taking a shotgun, you're pointing at your foot and you're pulling the trigger. You're shooting yourself in the foot. There is so much more juice left to be squeezed. There is so much more money that could be making from every click, every user, every lead, every prospect that you're getting could be worth so much more to you with a higher converting VSL and a process that consistently, predictably drives a high converting VSL. So like I said, that's what I do at the workshop, where I spend hours working on this process with you for your offer. But hopefully in all of that, you got a bunch of ideas and insights into what it takes and what needs to happen to consistently, predictably produce high converting VSLs for your offer. Thank you for listening. You are amazing. And I'll see you in the next one. We've now entered the business/life section of this audiobook. And what we're going to cover here are a few key concepts, ideas, tactics, insights, strategies, rituals, secrets, etc., that have been most important for me. Here's what this isn't. You will not hear anything that you would hear if you were getting an MBA. You're not going to hear any systems for business operations or SOPs, or you do this when you scale and then you hire people using this process and here's how you should communicate and delegate and manage. You're going to hear zero of that business stuff. One, because it's readily available in a lot of places. And what I want to share with you is the stuff that I don't think you will hear anywhere else, but they've been unbelievably and supremely important for me. And the first one is a concept that I first heard from Dan Kennedy many years ago. And it's something that has made me a lot of money. And the idea is simultaneous, not sequential. What Dan meant by this is that when we are doing things in our business, like let's say that you need a vendor for a contractor for something, a video person for some shoot coming up in a few weeks. Sequential would be, well, let me find a video person. I'll reach out to them. And then when I hear back from them, we'll see what we can do. And if it's good, great. And if they can't do it, then I'll reach out to the second person. Simultaneous would be, I'm going to reach out to 4 video people right now and make them an offer. And the first one who gets back to me that's good gets it. And the recommendation is that in your business and almost everything you do in business, you should be doing it simultaneously and not sequentially. Now, this goes against what you've been trained to do since you were born. Look at how we've been trained since birth. School, it's sequential. You go to kindergarten, you pass, you get to go to first grade. You pass, you get to go to second grade, and so on and so forth. You get to high school, you got to get good grades, then you get in AP classes. You got to get good grades, got to do well, and then you take the SAT or the ACT or whatever T they take today. And then you apply for a good college. And then you do well in college, you get a good master's degree or you go to a PhD or something. And then you graduate eventually, you have all this debt, but now you go and get a good job. And then you get a good house, and then you get a good wife, and then you get a good car, and then you have a boom, 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 boom. It's sequential. 1, 2, 3. You do this, it's a linear. You do this, you do this, you do this, then you do this, then you do this. Fine. Are you going to die if you do that? No. A lot of people live that way. They don't die. But they die on the inside a little bit. Also, do the people who follow that type of life, do they have the kind of life that you want? Would you trade lives with them? Probably not either, right? And listen, I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to say, well, people who live a normal life are like worse. No, they're not. They have the same value as everyone else. Every human life is worth the same. What I'm saying is that I know a lot of people who are in that existence and they're not fucking happy. They're miserable. Miserable. The weekend is their only escape. They fear Mondays. Why do you think the hour when the most heart attacks happen is Monday from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m.? Because people are going to work. They hate it, right? It's not how we're meant to live. Human beings are not linear creatures. We are non-linear creatures. It's just how we are. And so that's sequential. Simultaneous is the opposite. Simultaneous in business looks like this. Like right now, I'm rolling out 3 different offers at the same time in 3 different businesses, 3 different VSL, 3 different offers, rolling them all out at the same time, right? That's simultaneous. It's not, let me roll one, see how it does, and then I'll do it. No, 3 at the same time. Why? Better odds. I only need one of them to hit. If I got to go 1 for 1, that's harder than going 1 for 2 or 1 for 3. And the other benefit of simultaneous for me when I'm doing it this way is when I am tired of working on one offer, one upsell funnel, one VSL or ads for something, I can just go work on the other. I have learned the mind doesn't get tired, it gets bored, right? Mental faculties do not tire like an arm or a leg. What mental faculties want is a change, not rest. And so if I get tired of one, I just go to the other and it's like starting over and I'm refreshed. And it's simultaneous and the odds are better and I'll make more money and I'm working on one VSL while I'm getting ideas for the next one and everything is working with each other. So where else can you apply this? Well, you need a video editor. Go simultaneous. You're rolling out offers. Go simultaneous. You're rolling out ads. Don't test one and see how it does. Test a fuckload, right? It's simultaneous, not sequential. So think of all the places in your business where you are doing things sequentially. You're taking your time. Like you'll do this. Like, listen, every coach or therapist that I've worked with wants me to do sequential. It's healthier. You'll have more time off. You'll have more time to do this. You'll have more time to do that. You'll be less stressed about these things. And listen, I appreciate the insistence on health, but every time I've done sequential, all that happens is I make less money every single time. And it takes longer to make less money. When I've done simultaneous, yeah, there's times where it gets stressful. Yeah, there's times where I feel overwhelmed, but it's okay. It's not going to kill me. I can go for a walk. I can journal. I can talk to someone. that's fine. That's not that big a deal. There's no feeling I can't handle. And I make a boatload more money. And so don't be afraid of a little bit of hard work. All right. Simultaneous, not sequential. I'll see you in the next one. Momentum versus inertia. This is the next very important concept we need to discuss. So, especially when it comes to getting rich as fuck. Please remember this. Wealth seeks movement. Wealth seeks movement. Wealth seeks motion. What is the definition of inertia? Inertia is that an object that's in rest tends to stay in rest. Guess what? You're an object, so am I. What is momentum? An object that is in motion will tend to stay in motion. Simple physics, right? I'm definitely not a scientist, but I know that. Well, wealth seeks movement. Wealth seeks motion, not inertia. So the entrepreneur, the marketer who is just doing a lot of different stuff is a hell of a lot more attractive to money and opportunity than the entrepreneur who is just sitting down, doing a little bit, playing the game of inertia. The other benefit to momentum is that it's much harder to start than it is to keep going. And there's an activation energy that is required to go from inertia to momentum. You're sitting on the couch, Your guitar is upstairs. You want to practice guitar, but it's upstairs and the couch is so comfortable, you might not even get up. I mean, really just think about like cavemen 10,000 years ago having to go out and hunt for like dinner. And like humans now are like, oh, the guitar is upstairs. I can't get that. It's pretty fucked. That's neither here nor there. The point is, if you're already moving around your house, you're doing this, you're doing that, then it's easy once you're in motion to, oh yeah, let me do this, I'm doing that. I'll go upstairs now, I'll get my guitar and now I'm practicing because you're already in motion. You have momentum. Momentum is so important. How do you create momentum? Momentum to me can be created at will by following the rule of three. The rule of three is really simple. You do three small things in a row. And by doing those three small things, boom, 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 each one is a small win. You stack the first small win with the second small win, with third small win. You stack three small wins, you're in momentum. For instance, it could be the small things could be as simple as I'm going to get a glass of water. I'm going to drink that. Then I'm going to read one page of this book. And then I'm going to write 3 sentences for an email. And then at the end of those 3 sentences, if I want to keep writing, I can, but I can stop. I can be done. Well, I do the water, I read the page, I start writing. Guess what? That was easy. And now I'm in momentum. I'm not going to want to stop because once you're in motion, you tend to want to stay in motion. I was in Paris for 2 weeks last month with Natalie. Great trip, super fun. I took some time off, which is important also. It was great. First few days when I came back home to get to work, they were tough. I remember about like, if I start working by like 8 a.m., like I wake up around, 6:30, I do my morning stuff. And by 8 a.m., I'm at my desk, I'm getting to work. By like 11:30, 12, I remember feeling, I was like, shouldn't I like be doing something else right now? Like my body was like, shouldn't I be like walking to a cafe or going to a museum? Like I could feel my body was still in Paris in vacation mode. I didn't have the momentum of work that I do, for instance, right now when I get into the habit of every day, I sit down and I get shit done, right? And so if you've been in inertia for too long in the beginning, it is going to be tough to get into momentum. Expect that. If you don't expect that, then you're going to be like, I'm not cut out for this. No, you're just out of practice. It's not that big a deal. After a few days, I was back to normal. And I've done it. I've done it a million times. Not a million. I know how it works, right? And you want to be in momentum. You want to take action fast. Another good rule of thumb to think about is like when you have an idea and there's an action associated with the idea, you want to minimize the amount of time between idea and action to zero. You want to make it as close to zero as possible. That's someone who's in momentum. I had a friend a couple of years ago who had this great idea for a VSL, and it was going to be weight loss, and it was going to be about a pill that someone could take that gives you the benefits of doing a daily cold plunge without having to cold plunge. So you don't have to actually go, like cold plunges are popular culturally right now. We know that they can increase brown fat. We know brown fat and weight loss. It was a good pitch, good thesis, good mechanism. Get the benefits of cold plunge without cold plunge. This motherfucker spent so long studying the research and just enjoying researching and learning about the concepts that by the time he went to write this VSL, the top offer on ClickBank already had his angle. And he was too late and he never got to create it. The top offer on ClickBank, I was told, was doing something like $750,000 a day in revenue. Too bad. You're too slow. That was inertia. You need momentum. Whenever I catch myself going, once I get this thing set up or once this thing is over, then I'll do the next thing. Like once I have X, then I'll Y. I know I'm fucking up. I know I am not playing the game of simultaneous sequential. I know that I'm not in the level of momentum that I could be. In momentum, you're doing things, this and this and this, and you're doing them simultaneously, right? And so remember that wealth seeks motion and wealth seeks movement. If you don't have the money you want, you're not as rich as fuck as you want to be yet, chances are you're sitting down on your butt not doing what you should be doing too much of the time. And it's not about like you yelling at yourself or shaming yourself for not doing what you need to do. That's not what this is about. I'm telling you that you are fully capable. And the real difference is just there's too much inertia going on and we need more momentum. Remember the rule of three. Stack the small wins when you need to. It's a fine mental trick. It's very effective. It works for millions of people. It'll work for you. But get into momentum, not inertia. And that is the path that will make you rich as fuck. I've had a couple of agencies in my career. One of them went awful and crashed and burned and was just living in a hellhole. And the other was actually really, really successful and generated millions of dollars a year in revenue, made me a good, nice 5-figure cash flow each month to me while I worked about an hour a month on it. I really didn't have anything to do with it. And that was great. But with that agency, when I had it, there was a sticking point that we realized early on when we would sign up clients. So if you have any clients at all, this should be really relevant for you. But we would sign up clients. And, to get a client onboarded, there's a couple or few things that you need from them to do so that you can do what you have promised to do. And so we would bring clients on for the initial kickoff Zoom call, get them all excited. And here's what we're going to do. And here's our responsibilities. Here's your responsibilities. Here's what you can expect from us. Here's what we expect from you. Here's the ground rules. But there's a couple things that we would need from them. And we'd say, all right, so here's what we need from you. Let's set up a Zoom call in a week from now. And you'll bring that to the call and we'll have it. And what would happen is they would cancel that upcoming Zoom call, not because they didn't want to do it, but because they hadn't done the thing we told them to do, or they would show up to that Zoom call not having had it done yet. And what happened is getting the account launched, which should take, 2 weeks, would take 6 weeks or 8 weeks per client. And that's just really expensive. And a lot of clients also, the initial desire when they sign up, it wanes over time as well. And so we couldn't figure it out. And so I did a call with my buddy Taki Moore, and he talked with the rest of our team about this, and it took almost no time at all. And we explained the problem to him, and he said, yeah, you know what the problem is that no one likes homework, and you are giving your clients homework. And so what you need to do is whatever you need them to do, they need to do live with you on Zoom, get it all done right there. So when the call's over, they have nothing left to do. And if you can do that, you're going to be fine. And so we started implementing this. We'd have a client come on for the kickoff call, and whatever we needed from them, we'd be like, we'll sit here and wait, go get that, go get this. And the team would stay there, got what they needed, and the client would actually launch on time. And so the biggest lesson I took away from this is that when you onboard a client, no homework or as little homework as possible. When you have a cut, like in any situation, if you can avoid giving people homework and it can all be done while you're with them on Zoom or in person, you will speed up the process to result so much faster. And speed to result for a client is one of the greatest indicators of ascension. The faster they get the wins, the more likely they are to keep paying you or paying you more money, right? And so really, really valid thing that you want to keep in mind. Look at your offer, look at your clients, look at your customers. Are you giving them homework in any way? And how can you remove that pain from their existence? How can you do it while they're, even if it's like a course or something they have to do, and obviously there's homework. Well, if you can hey, once a week on Zoom, we meet for an hour, we're all going to work on this thing live together, the consumption rate and the execution rate will go up significantly. Years ago, I had a mastermind with Bedros Keuilian. We had a bunch of members, and we found this same kind of problem is that in between meetings, people wouldn't do what they said they were going to do. So we implemented something called action days. And it was like one day, it was, if we met 3 times a year for the masterminds, the action days were in between the masterminds. It was one day they would come to my house in Newport Coast in Orange County at the time. Big property. And so we'd have all the members come and they'd bring their laptop, and it was like, hey, go anywhere in this house. There's a pool, there's a nightclub, there's a huge, there's a lot of shit at the house. It's like, go anywhere you want, bring your laptop with you and get to fucking work. And if you have a question, me or Bedros will be here hanging around and you can come talk to us. Clients loved it. They got more done in a day than they had in the previous month. And so it's just a lesson I've seen over and over is just no one likes homework. Can I remove homework from their existence? If I can, I will get more out of them. And so will you out of your clients and customers. All right. So this is a really important chapter for people who want to get rich as fuck, which is you, I'm assuming. That's why you're here. I'm going to be pretty personal in it. So I've been a cash millionaire since I was 24 years old. I'm 34 years old. And I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like it's more common to see people in their mid 20s or early 20s, 23, 24 years old being a millionaire. Maybe there's just more of them online. But when I did it, there was no one that I saw that was really doing it, especially in direct response. Certainly you hear stories of Mark Zuckerberg and billionaires and stuff like that. And I'm not putting myself in that category whatsoever. But it was, it was a big accomplishment. And most of the peers I had who were very successful, they weren't at that level. So I've been, for 10 years, when you have $1 million sitting in your bank account, it was an index fund at the time, but at 24 years old, and it's all from income. I'm not an investor. I don't trade. I didn't have an investment that blew up, zero. It was all just from income, just selling stuff online and making a profit. That was it. And so I'm also a dating coach at that time, and I'm incentivized and rewarded to party. The more partying I do, the better footage we get, the better stories I have, the more stuff I can sell in the future. So with this kind of perverse system set up, as well as the fact of just being a normal, guy in his 20s with money, I spent money. I spent a lot of it, right? My thing was once I put $1 million cash away, I was like, all right, well, I'm set for life. That's what I thought at the time. Let me just spend the stuff that comes in. And so money would come in and then I would spend it. I've been paying more than 20 grand a month. Well, not anymore, but from, 24 until 31, I spent over 20 grand a month just on rent, at least on one location. I have 3 homes now. all of which I own. I don't rent anymore. But I bought cars, Porsches, Aston Martin, Bentley, Range Rovers. I would go to Vegas in 2015, for instance. I went to Vegas 25 times. It's from Orange County. It's only a 45-minute flight every other weekend. And I would go for 2 or 3 days and, get the room that costs $3,300 a night, like a bungalow at the Cosmopolitan that comes with a butler, and then go out to the pool parties and spend $3,000 at the pool parties, and then go to the club and spend $4,000 at the club, and then go to Dre's after hours and spend another $2,000 there, spending like $8-9 a day just partying, doing that 2 days in a row. All the designer clothes, $4,000 jackets, $1,500 shoes, blah, 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 blah. My point though is I just spent that money, didn't invest it, didn't turn it into appreciating assets or any cash flow producing assets, none of that. And I regret it today. I don't regret the experiences I had. Let me tell you, spending like $20,000 a weekend in Vegas 25 times in a year, it's quite fun. People are like, money doesn't buy happiness. I'm like, well, you didn't go to Vegas with me. It's super fun. So I'm happy about that, but I definitely regret not putting more of it into stuff that could have appreciated. And the whole point of me telling you this is that as someone who's getting rich as fuck using internet marketing, using copywriting, using ads, using funnels, someone who's basically trying to get rich as fuck off of income, which is what we are doing here, well, it's actually really hard. It's not hard to get rich off income. It's hard to get wealthy off income. And they're different. Rich to me is, millions of dollars, 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, 7 million, basically less than $10 million. And then wealthy to me is like 50 million plus. You're asking like, well, what's 10 to 50? I don't know. To me, it's neither. So whatever. And when I pick these numbers out, I am thinking net worth. And I once asked Sharon, a good friend of mine, how do you define net worth? And he said, good definition for net worth is if you have 90 days to make everything you own liquid, you have to sell everything you own. How much could you get in total for everything in those 90 days? That's your operating net worth, right? And so the thing I really want to impress upon you is that it's very hard to get rich off income, if only for the reason of how our tax structure is set up in America or whatever country that you're in. Most likely taxes are substantial, right? And the more money you make, the more money they take. If you live in California and you earn $2 million a year in income, your tax bracket is going to be something like 48, 49, or 51% or something like that. That's half. That is a business partner who you never partnered with who gets half. And if you do that every year, it becomes really hard to get rich. And I lived in California, from the time I was 20 years old for the most part, except for a couple times when I didn't, but I was basically there. And at 24, I'm a cash millionaire. I'm like, this is cool. But you know what happened about 5 months later is I got a tax bill for like $500,000. So, at that point, I think I had like 1.3 in my index fund. Well, fuck, I got to sell $500,000 of this and give it to the government and get nothing in return. Like, this sucks. You think you're getting ahead, and then the tax bill comes and you fall back behind. It's like you're doing all this work, 1 step forward, 2 steps back, and 2 steps forward and 1 step back, and 1 step forward and now 2 steps back. And it just never seemed to end. And so here's what I did. And I'm not saying you have to do this at all. And honestly, I wish I had like an offer that helped people do this because I feel like I can make a boatload on it. But what I did at 30 years old is I was like, you know what? I'm done paying $500,000 to $1 million to $1.5 million a year in taxes. Like, I'm done with this. I'm not doing this anymore. I got to figure something out. And so I chose to move to Puerto Rico, which wasn't, very few people had done it at that time. Now, you have the Logan Paul and Jake Paul who live in my neighborhood in Puerto Rico, and you see a lot of celebrities doing it, but this was before then. But I was like, I'll pay a 4% tax rate, completely above board, completely legal. I have to change my business structure. That's fine. I can do that. And that's what I did. And I moved to Puerto Rico. Natalie and the dogs came with me. And the first year in Puerto Rico was not any better because in that first year, you're still paying taxes from last year, with estimates and whatever and so on. And so it took until year 2 in Puerto Rico for me to start to feel like, holy shit, this is awesome. I make the money. I actually keep the money. This is sick. This is so cool. And that was good. So that was one thing that I did that was very helpful. So paying as little taxes as you possibly can, very useful thing to do if you're trying to get rich off of income. There are some people online who will tell you, obviously my piece of advice is if you can, go to Puerto Rico. And if you're American, if you are European, I think you go to Dubai and I think you don't pay taxes. That's not legal advice. I'm just talking. But if you're not going to go to Puerto Rico, you should at least go to a state that has no state taxes. Go to a Wyoming or a Florida or a Texas or a Tennessee, wherever there's 0 state tax. It will save you a significant amount of money. And there's people online who will argue like the point of making money is that you get to live where you want. It's not going to fuck up your lifestyle. Bullshit. All right, that's just bullshit. You can have a good life anywhere. Living in Puerto Rico is amazing. I'm happier in Puerto Rico. The quality of people in Puerto Rico is better than I was living in Newport Beach. There's wealthier people in Puerto Rico in my community than there was in Newport Beach. I've met more outstanding, interesting, high integrity, intelligent, stimulating, challenging people in Puerto Rico than I ever did in Newport Beach. So bullshit. All right. But the big idea I want to get here off to you is that it really is very hard to get rich off income. And so what do? Well, here is the internet marketer MO. You use the internet to create cash flow and money, and then you put that money into things and assets that appreciate and also produce cash flow. And it's the assets that produce cash flow and appreciate that will make you wealthy, period. That's it. So like in Puerto Rico, for instance, I have a condo there. It's on the beach. It's in probably in the best community in Puerto Rico. Not trying to like humble brag here, but it is the best. And I bought it for $4.6 million. I had to pay cash because the banking system isn't as fast there as it is in America, which is about all the cash I had at the time. And then within a year, the comps on my condo had gone up to like $12, $13 million. And so it's not like I've sold my condo, but on paper, my condo is worth somewhere between $11 to $13 million. Right. And so I had 4.6 in cash, which came from income, put it in this asset that I got very lucky, just dumb luck, but appreciated. And now it's worth, an 8-figure sum. That's awesome. I mean, but think about that. It took a couple years to make the 4.6, especially not paying taxes on it. And all the work in your entire life goes into that. Put it in the condo triples. Condo makes in 1 year, makes 4 times what I was making in a year. And I didn't do anything. And that was the first experience I had where I was like, oh, this is how you get wealthy. It's less about effort and doing stuff. It's more about smart decision making. And so Sharon also gave me a really nice framework for should you put the money in. And listen, I'm not an not even remotely close, nor will I ever claim to be. But the 4 buckets Sharon looks at is where do you put cash flow to invest it is one, what's the capital preservation on the investment? Meaning if I put $100 into this asset, what is the likelihood it will at least preserve and keep its value? Second one is yield. What's the cash flow I get from this? What's the return that I can get from this? Is it something that won't produce cash flow and there's no yield, like a stock where there's no dividends or anything? Or is it like an Airbnb property that'll produce cash flow every month? Third bucket is taxes. What tax advantages do I get? Between me and you, I tend to ignore this bucket because I live in Puerto Rico, which is amazing. One of the coolest things, by the way, about living in Puerto Rico is if you're an entrepreneur and a business owner and you deduct things from your taxes, which you should, when you go to dinner or something, you probably save the receipt and you write down who you were there with and why you were there so that you can deduct that dinner because you probably talked about business. The minute I moved to Puerto Rico, I haven't kept a receipt ever since because there's just no point. It's amazing. So what are the tax advantages you get? Real estate offers all kinds of tax advantages that are pretty swimming from what I understand. Then the fourth bucket is equity. Will the equity appreciate? Like for instance, that condo, if it went from 4.6 to 12, that condo really appreciated in equity. That was great. Right. And so you think about those 4 buckets. And so the short version of this, by the way, the TLDR is you make money from the internet and then you put it into real estate that also produces cash flow and appreciates at the same time. And over time, you buy enough real estate and it appreciates and it produces cash flow that you become not just rich, but wealthy. And you can learn more about that in my next audiobook, 77 Ways to Get Wealthy as Fuck. I'm just kidding. There's no wealthy as fuck audiobook, right? So TLDR. Get rich as fuck off the internet, take the cash flow, put it into the right type of assets that will appreciate and produce cash flow. And that is how you're actually going to get wealthy and not just rich. So I don't know if this felt like rambling or if this was useful for you. I hope that it was. Hopefully you got some lessons out of that. Remember, it is very hard to get rich off income if for the only reason of the way taxes are set up. And so we have to get creative with how we do this. That's why I'm not going to get into it. That's the big idea. That's the big lesson. You are amazing. And I'll see you in the next one. In this chapter, I want to have a very real discussion with you about the question, should you read your comments? When you post content, I don't care what platform, should you actually read the comments? Here is my take and what I do personally. I believe the cost to benefit ratio of comments is just far too asymmetrical for it to make any sense to read them, to look at them. Now, there's a part of me that doesn't even want to share this because, what about the people? I'm like, what about the people who are listening to this audiobook or will watch a video of me saying this, who comment and they're like, well, he doesn't read my comments. Fuck that. Fuck this guy. What an asshole. Or, well, fuck that. I'm not commenting anymore. I'm not helping him with the algorithm anymore. So there is some of that. I get that. But even if that's the cost of me admitting I don't read comments, it still doesn't outweigh the benefits of not reading comments. And it's not even close. And I will show this to you. Now, one disclaimer, I'm not perfect with this, all right? The vacuum, the black hole that is social media, the gravity is very strong and I can't always resist it. So there are times when I get sucked into reading comments on my stuff, but I really intend and try not to. And my goal is to approach the asymptote of 0 comments, right? So think about this. What is the reward of reading comments? Let's start with and even just your comments, like people commenting on your stuff, not looking at other people's, a meme page's Instagram and reading the comments there. What is the reward of reading comments on your own posts? You get validation when it's positive. That's the reward. There's no other reward. It's that. The other reward you might say is, well, I get to interact with my audience. Isn't that what the content was too? Can't you DM them? Do you have to do comments? No, right? The reward that you can only get from comments is the validation when it's positive. What is the cost of comments? The cost is that you get triggered when the comments are negative. Now, what percent of comments do you think are positive versus negative? I don't know, maybe 80% positive, 20% negative in general. Yet, which ones do you remember? The negative ones. They carry far more weight. It's the negativity bias in the brain. So the cost of comments is you get triggered when they are negative. And those 5 positive comments are outweighed by 1 negative comment. You remember the negative one, you forget the positive one. And the triggering and the negative emotion that comes from the negative comment, it sticks to your rib and it follows you throughout the day. You go to bed still thinking about it. You should be going to bed thinking about your offer and how to make it convert better. When I go to sleep and I'm doing it right, I'm going to sleep and all I'm thinking about are hooks for new ads to make this offer scale even fucking more. That's how it should be for me, right? And so the cost to benefit to comments is just far too asymmetrical. Now, pushing it further, should you read the comments of other people's posts? Sometimes you'll see, Elon versus Zuck. They have a fight that they're talking about. Probably won't happen. People are posting about it. This is interesting. I wonder what people are saying. You go to the comments, you start reading, you start falling down the wormhole, the black hole of comments. Should you read those comments? Well, let's go back to the drawing board. What is the reward of reading those comments? You get entertained. What is the cost of reading those comments? You're going to find one that you disagree with, and it's going to piss you off, and you're going to get triggered, and it's going to stick with you. It's going to stick to the rib, and it's going to follow you throughout the day. So no, it still doesn't make sense. The other thing I think about with comments is there is no filtering system on who is the source of this comment. A really good algorithm to remember is source, not story. Meaning when you're hearing a story from anyone, which is a comment or a fact or an opinion or preference or a model, anything from anyone, before you look at the story, the content of what they're saying, assess the source. Is this a source that you value, that you want to learn from, that you respect, or is it not? Because if it's not, why the fuck are you listening to them? For all you know, that could be a homeless person strung out on crap with an iPhone. Homeless people have iPhones now. You don't know who's making the fucking comment. It's just a username. And so I don't think it's worth risking your mental health and your good feelings to potentially get some entertainment from a comment. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's like the war zone down there. Very little good is going to come from it. I'm sharing this with you because I don't hear anyone talking about it, but I don't think you need to read comments at all. I really, really don't. It's just asymmetrical in terms of cost to benefit ratio. It doesn't make any sense to me. The best way to evaluate how your social media is doing is through a spreadsheet, not through looking at the social media. So even when I was scaling my Instagram with paid ads from, starting to I think we peaked at 2.6 million followers, 2.5 million followers on Instagram, I wasn't reading comments and I wasn't looking at the Instagram. I was barely logging in. I was getting reports on a spreadsheet of each post and how many views it's getting and how many comments it's getting, how many likes it's getting, how many leads is it generating. That was the one I was most interested in. And that's what I'm looking at. And that's how I'm making my decisions about what we're going to post and what we're not going to post. I'm not looking at comments. If we're getting a lot of leads from a post, then I know that post was good. We should do more of that. I don't need the comments to tell me that. I'm not optimizing my goddamn business for comments. I'm optimizing my business for leads and sales so I can get rich as fuck. That's the whole point. So hopefully I've driven a stake into the ground and I've won you to my way of thinking. And you're like, you know what? He's right. Fuck comments. It's not necessary. A plugin that helps me, by the way, on YouTube as well is you can get plugins for Chrome or Brave or whatever. I use Brave, but Chrome plugins work on Brave. That two things. One, there's a plugin that will remove all suggested videos. Try and watch YouTube with no suggested videos. It's a much more cleaner experience on the brain because you're actually focused. Usually when people are watching YouTube, they got one eye on the video and one eye on the next video. That's what people do when they watch porn. They open up 40 tabs of porn and they're like, because they're like at the slot machine of sex. And they're just like, I want to see this. I want to see this. I want to see this. And it's about dopamine as opposed to learning. So on YouTube, you can fall prey to the same thing. And instead, just no, one video, no suggested videos because the plugin blocks them. Second plugin will block all comments. So if you go on my YouTube on my laptop, it's just the video. There's no suggested videos. There's no comments. I can actually pay attention. It's wonderful. Remember the cost to benefit ratio of comments. It's too asymmetrical. Comments, they just don't make the cut. Comments don't pay. And that's it. I'll see you in the next one. Hey, hope you're doing awesome. I'm starting off this chapter a little bit at a slower pace than I normally do in some of the other chapters because we're going to have a very real discussion in this chapter. And warning, don't blame me if you make some big life decisions or business decisions or life changes or business changes as a result of what you think about following what I'm going to share with you in here. All right. So if you don't want to change anything and change anything at all in your business or life, don't listen to this. Like change it for the better or change it for the worse. I'm just saying, if you don't want any change, anything, don't listen to this chapter. Go to the next one. But if you're still here, let's talk about this. So I've talked briefly about the agency that I had that was a hellhole for me, that I had to shut down and let everyone go and let all the clients go and all that stuff. And I can go a little bit deeper into it in this to start. So this is recent. This was earlier in 2023. We started an agency. We signed a lot of clients up. We thought it was just going to be like a coaching business. Turns out done for you in the way we were doing it. Not like a coaching business at all. And operationally, we didn't have the ability to execute consistently for each client and deliver the way we wanted to. So what we ended up doing was pausing basically all these clients, like, don't pay us. We're going to work on our operations. When we're ready, we'll bring you back on. And that just ended up taking longer and longer and longer. And meanwhile, while we're trying to build these operations, I'm paying all these people. Well, at the same time, there's no money coming to the company. So I'm just losing hundreds of thousands of dollars sitting here. And it's very frustrating. The other problem with this is I'm not an operator. I don't like anything about operations. I don't like this at all. So we brought on a guy who I interviewed a bunch of people because I was like, we need an operator who's fucking legit to build this thing up. And I found someone who's amazing, and he still is amazing, right? But one of the first things he did when he came on is me and him were having a call. And he said, I want you to answer this question, like think about it, but then come back and answer this question because it'll help me get clear on what I need to take off your plate. And the question was, Jason, what in the business drains you? Very simple question. What are your drains in the business? What are the things, the activities, the tasks, et cetera, that you do that drain you? And it kind of hit me like a ton of bricks. And I went and thought about it. And I took a few days to like build up this list of things that drain me. And here's what I realized. I'm going to share with you the list in a second. But here's what I realized when the list was done. Every single thing that I had to do for this agency was my list of drains. And every single thing that I would have to do as we scaled the agency, because acquisition was not a problem, were all things that are on my drains list as well. So my current reality, my current calendar was only things that drained me that I did not enjoy. And then my future calendar, should I continue on this path to scale this company, were going to be even more things that I didn't enjoy. And it took me a while to get the courage to make the decision, but I knew deep down what I needed to do once I realized that, which was I can't grow this agency. I need to shut all this down. Right. And it took a couple more months until I really did shut everything down. And so here are my drains. I'll just share with you and I'll tell you why. I'm going to share with you my drains. And on the flip side, there was a second question he asked me, which was, we need to figure out what your zone of genius is. You probably have an idea, but it'd be good if we can put it down on paper. So I'm going to share with you my zone of genius. I'm going to share with you my drains. As I'm doing it, I want you to be thinking about what your zone of genius might be, what your drains are. And the whole point of this is we're going to talk after about, are you in the right business for you? And you probably are, hopefully. And if you are, what are the things that drain you that we need to get off your plate so you can spend more time in your zone of genius? Because your zone of genius is where you contribute the most value to your company. So here's my zone of genius. There's only 3 things. Number 1 is generating big ideas that sell. Front-end marketing, copy, ads, acquisition. I'm fucking really good at it. And I also happen to really love it, like obsessively. Number 2 is making audiences follow me. I'm good at building audiences. And I mean this not in like a culty way, but like culting or building a culture with an audience of people through content and email, relationship building. I'm very good at. And that's like speaking, live events, videos, things like that. And then the third thing in my zone of genius is anything like studying, learning, marketing, persuasion, or influence, or teaching these strategies or tactics like 77 ways to get rich as fuck. This whole concept, it's a big idea that can sell. Teaching and talking about persuasion, influence for making money, getting rich as fuck. This is all my zone of genius. I'm like, I don't know if you can tell because I know there's like a little bit of a little like pissed offness that I have when I'm speaking and teaching and stuff. And I get that. That's just part of me. I don't know if you can tell, but like this is unbelievably joyful for me making this for you. So that's my zone of genius. Here's my drains. All right. Number one, managing people, like following up with people, checking in on people, doing daily huddles, holding people accountable other than myself. Fucking drain, hate it. Zoom calls for managing people or coaching people or reviewing numbers, anything management related with the Zoom call, I hate. But the Zoom call where me and you are brainstorming ideas, or like I do copy critiques a lot of times for clients. We get on a Zoom call for an hour, you show me your ads, you show me your funnel, and I'm able to just go through it and be like, change this, do this, fix this, and then you do it and you make more money immediately. Super fun for me. But the Zoom calls of managing or coaching or holding accountable, let's look at the numbers and check, hate it, total drain, never want to do it. Number three, anything tech, total drain for me. Not my thing at all. Number four, planning and creating projects or timelines. So any project management, and here's how we're going to launch this thing, and here's how I'm going to get all the people, and here's all their roles and responsibilities, and here's how we know when each person is complete. No, hate all that. Making videos in a room by myself is a big drain for me. I love creating content with an audience, gives me energy to play off of, but making like sitting in a room by myself, hitting record and having to talk, don't enjoy. At least give me a videographer who's got good energy and I can play off of with. Having lots of employees and high payroll is a drain for me. I don't like waking up at the start of the month knowing I have $295,000 in payroll this month, which is something that I've had, or I don't have anymore, but I had for many years in a row. I don't like that. Like, fuck, the first 300 grand, it's not even mine. Don't like that. Building systems. Don't like it. I'm really good at designing systems, but then, all right, here you go make it happen. That's for someone else, not for me, right? So that's my zone of genius. Those are my drains, and that was my zone of genius. Now, if you're listening, based on all of that, it's very clear, right? It became very clear to me once I answered this question for that operator. Like, wow, I really don't want a big business. I don't really want a lot of employees. I really don't want a lot of overhead. Like I did that for a long time. It's not for me. It might not be for you too. That's okay. So once I realized that, I had to shut the thing down, right? There's a movement online of, you need to be motivated to build a big business, right? You should be 8-9 figure business, lots of services. You should do whatever it takes to scale the business and hire as many people as you need and do all the meetings and, suck it up and do what you don't want to do, even when you don't feel like it. Well, I don't know. That sounds terrible to me. Listen, scaling offers to 8 figures, 9 figures, awesome. Let's do that. That sounds amazing. But as I told you before, to scale to 8 or 9 figures with the VSL is very, very different than scaling to 8 or 9 figures in a service-based business or high-ticket business. They're completely different. And the amount of payroll and overhead you have with a high-ticket service business, coaching business, whatever, is so much greater than it is with the VSL business. In a VSL business, your cost is ads. If anything eating at your margin, it's ads. That's it. The great thing about ads is it's not people. It's just buttons and a Facebook ad manager or whatever. And so a couple more things I want to share with you about this personally. The first $20 million I made online, it was all on my own. No team, just a couple contractors who were very, very part-time. It was just me, right? And that was great. It was a lifestyle thing. And I actually really enjoyed that. And after that, I was, I decided to scale. I decided to, I built a team for 7 years. And here's what happened during those 6 or 7 years when I built the team. I made about 50% more profit, but I had about 10 times more stress and I worked 4 to 5 times as much. I learned I don't like having a team. I don't like having a big operation, and I just don't want that. And I don't want the pressure of feeling like I felt pressured that I needed to be this big business guy because that's what my peers were doing. It's not for me. Fuck that. Not for me. I'm much happier doing what I want to do. And if this is you, that's why I'm sharing this. So I want you to know that doesn't have to be you either. You don't need a big team and a big operation and a big payroll. You can make a fuckload of money and get rich as fuck without any of that stuff, as I've kind of shown you a lot of ways here, right? Final thing I want to share with you about this is there really is a conspiracy. It's an unwitting conspiracy, meaning it's not on purpose, but there is a conspiracy to take everything you enjoy away from you. Meaning those first, $20 million online for me, where it's lifestyle, I have no team, it's contracts, it's just fun. That was great. But the incentives of social media and the internet are set up in such a way that you are going to be constantly cajoled and pressured and shamed into doing things you don't want to do for the sake of, I'm quoting quote hands here, growing your business, right? And it happens slowly. Like for me, it's like, oh, you got to hire a couple employees and then a couple more, and then a couple more. And before I know it, I have 72 goddamn employees. Love all you guys, by the way. Not you, it's me, right? But like boiling a frog in water, it happens very slowly. And slowly, things that are not in your zone of genius, you begin to take on for the sake of the business. And before you know it, 90% of your calendar is shit you don't want to do. And you start to resent your business, right? And that's bad. It's really bad for you. It's also bad for me. You're a customer of mine now, right? You're VIP to me. I want to treat you great. I want to help you a ton. But like, if that's how you feel about your business, you are a bad buyer for me, because who is going to invest in growing something that they don't like? If you don't like the way your business is going, I can't get you to invest in more stuff that you don't like. So it is in my best interest for you to actually enjoy what it is that you're doing, right? At the end of the day, understand every employee will leave you and every client will churn. At the end of the day, it's just you. So you have to decide what it is that you want most. Really good tool to kind of get clear on some of this stuff, by the way, in terms of zone, not necessarily zone of genius and your drains, but the Myers-Briggs I found unbelievably useful for getting clear on what do you actually, like, what are your strengths, what are they not, and is your business model set up in such a way that it plays to those things? And there's a website called 16personalities.com. You can take a free test, and I don't get paid anything for mentioning them, but I just find it a really useful tool. All right. So zone of genius, drains, knowing your zone of genius, knowing your drains, and ensuring that you're setting up your business and a life in such a way that what you're doing presently in your calendar and your day-to-day, and then also where your business is going, is shit you actually enjoy and look forward to. Because if you don't, you will resent your business, you will not be happy, and you'll be riding the brake pedal and the gas pedal at the same time, going nowhere. All right? All right. I'll see you in the next one. Safety first. That is the title of this chapter. I think it's something we all learn when we're younger, to like look both ways before we cross the street. Safety first. I don't know about you. I went to something called safety school. I don't remember much of it, but I'm sure my subconscious does. Anyways, there's a really important business lesson in this concept of safety first. And it's this idea that your clients and your customers, the thing they really need most, first and foremost, is to actually feel safe. And it's such a counterintuitive concept, because if you read Cialdini's Weapons of Influence or other stuff about persuasion or psychology or marketing, copywriting, sales, all of it, almost no one talks about safety. And yet safety is unbelievably important, because if your prospect doesn't feel safe, they won't buy. If they don't feel safe, they won't move forward. It is the foundation. If you think about Maslow's hierarchy, at the foundation is safety. They need to feel safe. If they don't feel safe, they can't make a buying decision. They can't take action. The only thing they can do is, how do I make myself feel safe? And that's the direction that they will go. I work with a coach named Brent Charlton, who is a brilliant coach and therapist, very expensive, but worth honestly every penny. Absolutely amazing. It's changed my life. And when I first started working with Brent almost 2 years ago, it became very clear to me. And he basically told me that and showed me how so much of what I'd done in my life up to that point was just to feel safe. All the hard work, all the effort, creating a character named Jason Capital, making all the money that I made, it was all in an effort to just make myself and my child, my inner child, feel safe. That's what it was. And once I kind of was able to accept that about myself, because it wasn't like he told it to me and I just, like, it's very clear to me that's what it was. This became a much more primary part of my offers and my business. And so even in a VSL, I'm always thinking, how can I make sure that they feel safe? Yes, there's points where you want to agitate and scare the fuck out of them. But when it comes to buying, they need to feel safe. They need to feel in a nice, safe environment in order to purchase. I'll give you a really good example in terms of safety also. So imagine you are walking down the street. It's July in Manhattan before COVID. So it's like super fun. There's all this stuff going on there. And you're walking down the street and there's a street performer who's like doing stuff and he's got a little bit of crowd, and you walk by and he's like, hey, and you're like, hey, and he's got a box in his hand with a hole in the box, right? And he's like, put your hand in the box. And you're like, I'm not putting my hand in that box. Why aren't you putting your hand in that box? Because you don't feel safe, right? But you're like, I'm not putting my hand in that box. And he's like, no, I promise you, it's cool. Look. And he lifts up the hood of the box, and inside the box, it's just a $20 bill, nothing else. Puts the top back on. He's like, now will you put your hand in the box? And you're like, okay. So you put your hand in the box, grab a $20 bill, you take it out. You're like, thanks, man. And he's like, you're welcome. I'll see you later. Right? Now, this probably won't happen in New York City. But when I was on Instagram and I'm telling people to message me the word home as a lead gen, right? That's like the hand raiser stuff. I would always tell them, message me the word home so that me or my team will message you back and we'll send you the details. And the reason I would tell them that is I needed to tell them what is going to happen after you message me the word home. If I don't tell them what's going to happen after they message me the word home, I am basically the guy on the street with the box saying, hey, put your hand in this box. And I'm not lifting up the hood and showing them what's in the box. So I tell them, when you message me this word, here's exactly what's going to happen. You want to be doing this with everything with your clients, every checkpoint, step point along the way. It's called signposting. Always telling them what's going to happen next because it makes them feel safe. If people don't know what's going to happen next, they anticipate pain in the future. It creates fear, not safety. We need safety. So after they buy, congratulations on buying. Here's what's going to happen. There's this thing that I need you to do. I'm going to email it to you. I need you to fill it out. It's 3 button clicks. After I get it back from you, I'll be able to get you X, Y, and Z. So make sure that you go ahead and you do that thing so that I can send you this thing. Signposting. When you get into the members area, the very first thing I want you to do is this. The reason I want you to do it is this, this, and this. Here's all these other people who did it. Here's the results they got. It's wonderful. I need you to do it too. So go ahead and do that now. And when you finish with that, I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen next. You need to gently lead them through the process every step of the way. And when you do this, they will feel safe throughout the entire process. And if they feel safe throughout the entire process, they will buy. I'll see you in the next one. Money blocks. What are they? Do you have them? Are they the reason you don't have the money that you want? The reason you're not rich as fuck? Can you get rich as fuck and still have money blocks? Let's talk about this. This is kind of the inner game of money part. And I think it goes without saying we're not going to be able to solve all the problems, but I can share some light on this and I can point you in the right direction to some resources that I think will be really helpful for you. So the first thing is that yes, you have money blocks. 2, everyone has money blocks. And 3, they are affecting your ability to make or not make money today. So the first weekend that I spent with Brent Charlton, my coach, a couple of years ago, we were talking about money and we were talking about my payroll. And basically, in my industry, I'm pretty sure I paid my employees more than anyone else did by a wide margin, based on me talking to other business owners, finding how much they pay for their executive assistant, how much they pay their sales director, how much they pay their social media manager, and so on, compared to what I was paying. And I'm okay with that because I got great people working with me. But I was definitely the top of the line in terms of what I'm paying people. And Brent looked at me and he said, well, obviously you pay more than everyone else because you have an 8-year-old paying your employees. I was like, what? So Brent is a big proponent of inner child work. And his model is that there's the wounded child, the teen, and then the adult. And most people who are adults are physically an adult, but emotionally and in their state, they are bouncing between a teen state and a child state all day long. When you're in a teen state, that's kind of when, you think you're a little bit better than people. You're probably closed off. You think there's nothing wrong with you. Your shit doesn't stink. You did that perfectly. You don't need anything from anybody. And that's kind of, if you think how a teenager acts, it's kind of how they act. And so that's kind of how you act. But then also people spend a lot of time in a child state, which is the opposite of a teen state. In a child state, you feel a little bit smaller or less than other people. You feel exposed and kind of worried, anxious or fearful. You feel defective, like you can't really do what you need to do. You can't do it. And you feel like you need stuff. I need this, I need that, I need this person, I need them to get back to me or whatever. And you bounce back and forth and you spend very little time in the adult place. And the goal working with Brent is that you spend 40 or 50% of your time in the adult place instead of almost no time like most people. And from that adult place, you have a very wide bandwidth, you have a wide perspective. It's the wisest version of yourself. It's the most real version of yourself. It's the highest worth version of yourself, not from a I'm better than place, but simply from a you've a lot of worth on board kind of place. What he was saying to me is that, Jason, when you are deciding how much do you pay your employers, how much you're going to pay for this role, it's not Jason, the adult, who is making that decision. It's Jason, the preteen, the 8-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old Jason, maybe it's 6-year-old Jason, but it's a child or a teen who's paying the employers and making those decisions and not you, the adult. And he was right. If you go unconscious, you go deep enough into it, I'm paying these employees that much probably for 2 triggered emotional reasons. Reason number 1, want them to like me, want them to think good about me. If I pay them too little, they don't like me. They think I'm an asshole or I'm a greedy bastard. I don't want them to think that. I need to pay them more. Reason number 2, my child is like, I don't know that I can do all this on my own. I need them. I can't do it without them. Not in like a award speech, like couldn't done it without you. Like I cannot grinding. I cannot do it without them. I need them. Can't risk not having them. Need to pay them more. And so you end up, paying a lot more than you should. And the reality is I probably could have made an extra $100,000 per month in profit for several years if I had paid market rates and gotten probably same people would have stayed than what I did. You live and you learn, right? And so that's an example. I'm telling you all this because that's an example of a money block. Money blocks aren't just like, the most common one is someone tells you to charge more and consciously you see why it makes sense, but unconsciously and emotionally, you either can't charge more, you resist charging more. When it comes time on the sales call, you, instead of saying the real price, you say a lower price because you just can't say it, right? That's a common money block, but there's a lot of ways these money blocks will come up and prevent you from getting rich as fuck. And so my recommendations to work on this stuff is one is inner child work. You would benefit just from going on DuckDuckGo and typing in inner child work and seeing what came up and reading about it than if you did nothing. Just understanding how it works, I think it is an unbelievably effective therapeutic technique to remove blocks. I think that would be really helpful. A really good place to start with it, though, I'll give you 2 recommendations. Number 1 is find a quiet place. Maybe after you listen to this audio, close your eyes and take a few deep breaths just for a couple minutes of just deep breathing and just relax. And whenever you're ready, as you're breathing there with your eyes closed, relaxed, in your mind's eye, I want you to envision yourself as a child and wait until he or she becomes really clear and you can kind of look him in the eye and you can see them and then have a dialogue with that child. You can ask them, what they're worried about if you charge too much or what makes them think, we don't deserve to make as much as we want. And what they tell you is the programming that they got when they were there. And that programming is still locked into your subconscious, calling the shots. And so you need to extract what that programming is from them, not in a surgical, cold way, but in a warm, caring, nurturing way. And imagine as if they were in front of you. You're not imagining them, but they're really in front of you with you now. And they're telling you, hey, we can't charge this much because mom said that would make us greedy. You need to act as if that's actually happening right now. And you sit them down and you talk with them. And imagine if a child came to you and said, I can't charge as much because mom said it would make me greedy. What would you tell that child if you really wanted to nurture them? Maybe you would tell them that, I understand why she said that. Right? Maybe we don't want to be greedy, but maybe she said that because she doesn't really know that much about money and she's kind of just projecting. And what she's saying is actually more about her and it's not about you. And in fact, what if we charge more, which allows us to deliver a better service? We're actually able to help more. And the less we charge, the less we can help. And the more we charge, the more we can help. And I really want to help. Do you want to help? Yeah, I want to help. Okay, so do you think maybe it's okay if we do charge more so that we can help more? Yeah, that makes sense. And I want you to know, and then you let them off the hook. You don't have to charge anyone anything. You're a child. That's crazy. You don't have to do that. You can go have fun. I'll take care of this. I'll charge the money. And if you ever need anything, you come talk to me. Okay, great. I'll see you later. Thanks for listening. Like having that type of dialogue can be unbelievably therapeutic. And that block that was there is no longer there because you've relieved the child of the duties, right? And you've helped them clear it up. And so that's a very general overview of how that process can look, but really works. So that's one way. Another way you can do is you can write your child letters, like in a journal, right? Actually write a letter. I know when you were younger, you heard this about charging more money, and I know that it makes you think this. And I want you to know that here's the reality of it, and here's what's happening, and I got it. You don't have to worry. Like writing that letter can be very powerful. A friend of mine used to say the best therapist in the world is 3 pages a day in your journal. So that can be very powerful. Another way to kind of dialogue and interact with the inner child is you pull out your journal, and I'm right-handed, so that's my dominant hand. So I'll journal with me like talking to the child with my right hand, and then I'll put the pen in my left hand, and I will channel my inner child and respond with my inner child on the left hand. And then my right hand and left hand, while writing the journal, will have a conversation from me to the child back and forth. And it's really spooky. It's really weird how effective it is. And so that's just some of the ways that you can do and look at this stuff. Again, my coach's name is Brent Charlton. If you look on YouTube, you can find him as well. He's wonderful. And the money block stuff, very important. We want to get rich as fuck. Consciously, we are aware of that, but unconsciously, there are some obstacles and blocks to that. We can't ignore them. You have to deal with them and transcend them. And listen, I've done it. Many people have done it. You can absolutely do it too. In fact, I'm still working on it to this day. It's a work in progress, and that's totally fine. So hopefully that sparked something useful for you. That was helpful for you. It's been enormously helpful for me. And I will see you in the next one. Don't be low status. We're in the life and business section of this audiobook, and this is just, it's an unavoidable, unbelievably important topic that very few people talk about. Status is something that I talked a lot about when I was a dating coach, because it became very clear to me that the secret to female attraction was just being high status. That's just what it was. I remember watching a seminar from Eben Pagan many, many years ago. And there's this whole seminar, and he had this one slide out of like hundreds of slides. And it was just an offhand comment. And the slide said something like, female attraction equals status. And he was like, by the way, I know I just told you all this stuff, but like the actual thing that actually makes women attracted to a man, period, is just this. It's just status. So anyways, da 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 da. And he just skipped past it. And I was like, what? That's one slide? That's the secret? That's it? Why are we doing all this other shit? This seems to be the only thing that matters. And as I tested out this idea with myself and clients and friends and customers, it became abundantly clear that status does equal female attraction. It's evolutionary. It's hardwired into us. Now, what is status? Is it having a Lamborghini? Is it having a big house? Is it having lots of followers? My answer is no. How many of us know someone with a Lamborghini or a big house or a lot of followers who's a fucking loser? I don't mean that no, I do mean it in a mean way. They're a fucking loser, right? Or they're just, you don't really respect them. Like you meet them in person and you're not very impressed. They may have the trappings of success, but internally they are not. And so that person is high status from a trappings perspective, but low status in reality. See, true status, it's called honest signals of higher status, meaning the signals of status are honest, which means two things: easily spotted and can't be faked. So a Lamborghini or a big house or followers is easily spotted, but it can be faked. Whereas if someone comes across as confident and certain and passionate and decisive, and they make strong eye contact with you, but they also don't need anything from you, and they seem to be very happy in their own world, in their own reality, that is easily spotted, because we don't see a lot of that, and it can't be faked. It just can't. And that's what high status is. And so I don't care if you, listen, this came from dating, but I don't care if you're a man or woman, being high status will make you more money. Money flows up the status hierarchy. Why do you think fame is the most efficient business model? Money flows up the status hierarchy. And how is status communicated? How are you communicating your status to other people? Well, think of it like this. When someone first meets you, they are unconsciously judging you, and you're doing it too. Snap judgments are being made. Is this someone I would date or not? Is this someone I would work with or not? Is this someone I could see myself spending time with or not? And if the answer to that question, spending time with or work with or would trust, is no, I wouldn't, I don't care what fucking sales script you have or what great ad you ran or the show rate text message. None of that shit matters. They don't want to spend any time with you because they think you're low status, period. And so often we think of status as the 3-second signal, meaning when they first meet you or see you online or in person, in those 3 seconds, the unconscious brain is filtering through all this data that's coming in and deciding, is this person high status or low status? If they put you in the high status bucket, life is easy. You don't even have to do that much. They'll respect you. They'll respond to you. They'll say yes when you ask them to do things, or should we hop on a call, or should we go on a date? They just say yes. If they put you in the low status bucket, doesn't matter what you say or do, they're going to say no to those questions. Really important that you come across as high status. And the way you come across as high status is not with Lambos, mansions, Ferraris, followers trying to fake it. It's by actually being high status and having a high sense of self-worth. And so what I'm going to do is just share with you some of the characteristics of someone who is high status. And if you want to go deeper into it, I did write a book on status, which I think like 80% of what I put in the book, I still agree with. It's on Amazon. 80% feels pretty good. So you can go into that too. I promise you I'm not pitching my book. I don't make any money on that anyways. So the first thing about status is it's sub-communicated, meaning it's not what is being said, it's what's not being said. That includes things like your vocal tonality, your eye contact, and your body language. So there's certain types of tonalities and eye contacts and body language that are signaling higher status, and there's types that are signaling lower status. We need to do the ones that are higher status, right? So for instance, with vocal tonality, there's a type of tonality that is a seeking rapport tonality or a conflict avoiding tonality. And in that type of tonality, the words usually go up at the end. Like, hey, just wanted to see if you wanted to hang out. Hey, thought maybe we could get a drink later. It's like begging and pleading. It's low status. You don't have to say anything. It's obvious. Everyone can hear it. It's low status. Stop it. High status doesn't have that. High status is either neutral tone or the tone even breaks rapport and it seeks conflict a little bit on the way down. So it might be something like, yeah, we should get a drink later. That's neutral tonality, right? Or, yeah, I think we should get a drink like later tonight. Goes down a little bit, right? Sounds certain. It's different, right? Eye contact. Can you look someone calmly in the eyes or not? This one's not very hard. Body language. Do you hide from the world? Are you only taking up a little bit of space? Or are you calm, open, and relaxed, taking up your space in the world, right? High status people have a vision. They are going places. And other people want to hitch a ride to this rocket that is going places. That's high status. We said it before. Women love a man in motion. You're on your path. You're on your purpose. The most important thing in your life is your purpose. Not even your woman. It's your purpose. If you want to read more about that, read The Way of the Superior Man by David Deida. High status is non-needy and non-reactive. Not constantly reacting to what other people are doing or saying. Not easily emotionally affected. Not needy. Able to drink from their own cup and refill from their own sources and not from others. High status is certain. That person is certain in what they do. They're passionate about what they do. They are decisive. They are not indecisive. All of these characteristics make up someone who is high status. And that person is like a magnet for success and opportunity and relationships and basically everything that they want. Money flows up that status hierarchy. So don't be low status. And the best way to be high status is just not do any of the things that low status people do. Like I said, I have a whole book on this. You can go on Amazon, you can get it. But there's videos online, like just huge life hack right there. Do not be low status. There is a reason that I dedicated several years of my life to studying, teaching, and training only that topic. Because if there's all these different things you could do to improve yourself, this is the big domino that makes all the others obsolete. Hope you enjoyed that. I'll see you in the next one. This is the current final chapter of 77 Ways to Get Rich as Fuck. I say current because the way I'm setting this audiobook up, if I want to add additional stuff to it later, it's going to be easy for me to do so. But on V1, this is the last one. And I saved kind of a funny one for the last one, but it was something I learned from my last couple of businesses that I found so profound that I will never go into another business without taking this into account. And it's this. So when I started that coaching business in late 2022, which was called Lords, the initial few clients I got just came from my existing audience. We were selling to course creators, and before that, my whole audience that I built up was BizOp people, just, everyday consumers. And so I knew there would be some course creators in my audience because they were just kind of like funnel hacking me and checking out what I'm doing, but I didn't expect a lot. And so we had a few that were in there and we talked to them and, we signed them up into the program. But then to get the additional clients, I was going to run ads, right? And so as we started scaling up the coaching program and then later the agency, we were signing up all these people, we were running ads. Right. And ad spend wasn't crazy. It was something like $75,000 a month or so on ads at that point. And what I found is that the longer you run ads for, the further out you get from people who already know who you are. Right. The impressions you're getting start to get colder and colder and colder, which isn't bad. If you have good marketing, that's fine. It's great. You're actually getting new people who are discovering you. But with the model that we were running, we'd run an ad, they'd get on a call, and the offer was, in contract revenue, the initial offer was $16,000, right? That's a high ticket sale. And what I quickly realized is these clients who bought high ticket and came from an ad, they're a little bit crazy. Not all of them. Some of them are very cool, but there was more crazies in the distribution than I had ever seen in my life. Let's just put it that way. And here's the lesson I took away from it. Clients, high ticket clients from ads are questionable. High ticket clients that you get from ads are questionable people. Here's why. What kind of small business owner clicks, or just the person, clicks on an ad from someone they don't know and ponies up $16,000 to someone that they just met? What kind of person does that? Let me tell you, a crazy person does that. Not all crazy, but some of them, right? And so that was what I learned from this. And so going forward, if I ever do high ticket, which I'm not really planning on, I enjoy, like, by the end of this book, you know what I like and what I don't like, right? It's very clear. But if I'm advising anyone in this, or I'm coaching someone, I'm going to strongly advise them. I'm going to warn them about this fact. Clients you get from ads, kind of crazy, especially when they pony up a big amount of money, someone they just met. Like, what kind of person does that? If you're going to get high ticket clients, put them into a course first. So that one, you can see what kind of person they're like or what they're not like. And two, you have a chance to educate them on the values that are most important to you to see if there is a value connection or not. Because if the values connect, they're going to want to ascend and keep working with you. And if the values don't, then they're not. And you don't have to deal with the crazies. right? By the way, the people who are like, I'm like, they're a crazy person. I disagree with their values wholeheartedly, but in reality, their values are just very different than mine, right? That's really all that's happening there. It's always better when the clients you have share the same values as you. It's just so much less friction. You guys get along. You really want to see them succeed. And so clients from courses can usually be bought into your value system by the time they become a client because you indoctrinate them into your value system during the course. Does that make sense? Right? So a much better funnel, in my opinion, is put them into a course. Like even you could do the 8-week model I was talking about before, where you put them into an 8-week thing where it's a call a week, but then that gives you time to educate them and value systems and things. And then if you want to send them, well, you'll know because you'll spend time with them and you'll see, are they crazy or are they cool? Okay. So just remember, clients from ads are questionable. And it's just a really important thing to think about. I see so many business owners who are like, I don't care who my clients are. I just want the money. That burns out so fast. That doesn't scale. All right. And I want you to scale, and I kind of need you to scale so that you can get rich as fuck. All right. Hopefully that was useful for you. And I will see you in the closing of this audiobook.